whenever there's an episodic series, you can bet two men will talk to you. AJ Talon and Owen Finch give their thoughts on Owen and AJ Talks.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Welcome to Owen and AJ Talks. I'm Owen Finch, and I'm here with
AJ Talon. Today, we're doing a movie review. It's been a while. Last one was Star Wars, I believe. And it's also a movie review that we've been wanting to get to for a long time, Inception.
Yeah, I'm excited about this. We've been talking about this for a while. And we've been doing a lot of things reviewing that's reference Inception or been Inception-based with Rick and Morty. That whole plot was inspired by Inception. I mean, they literally incept people.
We had like 3 Inception kind of episodes in like the first season.
Yeah, and then all of Red versus Blue, like the miniseries, and then season 9 that had an Inception related thing, and there was an episode of Yellow Jackets that was Inception related. And there's something else that was Inception related that I can't remember at the moment, but I don't remember what it is. I'm pretty sure we did another thing that
we kind of did all that, and we're like, you know what? We should actually review Inception since we keep talking about it.
Well, then we were actually going to review Inception. What happened was we're doing the Red RVB and Yellow Jackets comparison video, and one of the topics in that video was going to be what did Inception better. And I haven't seen Inception, so like I can't. It would be weird if we did that topic, and then I'm like, well,
and to be fair for me, it's been a long time for me. Last time I saw Inception was, as I was telling Owen, when I was like 16 in high school psychology class. We watched it.
Yeah. You
watched it for the first time. I watched it for the first time in like almost a decade. So yeah, we get to now talk about it.
I will say, this does make me appreciate, because I hadn't seen Inception. This makes me appreciate the Rick and Morty episode a little more. Because I'll just say this now, because typically, like when a cartoon like parodies a movie or something, usually sometimes they'll get it wrong. Like they'll do something that it has it in it, but it's like completely wrong. Rick and Morty stuck to the material for the most part. I mean, the only thing they didn't really stick to was what like obviously they changed the rules a little bit, and then the device wasn't like the actual device that's in Inception, so they did change it a little bit. But I don't mind little changes. I remember a big example was when Family Guy tried to parody like Breaking Bad, and then like you watch it, like did they even watch Breaking Bad? Because this was not like what Breaking Bad was like.
Yeah, I remember the episode. I'm like, that's like they used like the goatee and like the bald look, and I was like, it.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, let's just get into it. So, we're going to do some behind-the-scenes stuff, as we do for every movie. This time I was smart ahead of time, and I had AJ do some behind-the-scenes research, so that way he doesn't have to just sit here for, 15 minutes. So, it'll be interesting. But
I'll just say mine first, because obviously you have a lot more. I guess I'll just kind of get mine out of the way.
Yeah, sure.
So, I looked up inspirations for Inception, because the bigger reason we ended up doing Inception is it inspired a lot of other stuff we were doing. So I was like, okay, what inspired the inspiration? So Christopher Nolan was kind of fascinated with the idea of like the human mind and all the different chaotic things it can do, and like your perception of reality. That had been done in a few movies, such as The Matrix. That's the big one. Obviously, the whole plot is like they're living in a computer, no one realizes it. And a couple other movies, I can't think of them at the top of my head. I think one of them is called Dark City. And funny enough, an anime movie, which I didn't know. I looked it up. I guess Paprika is the name of it. Christopher Nolan, I guess, was inspired by that anime when doing this, which is cool because I just mentioned not Ghost in the Shell, Matrix, which was inspired by an anime called Ghost in the Shell. So it's kind of cool. I'm an anime fan. It's like, oh, cool. I didn't know Inception was inspired by an anime. There's an action scene later that is heavily inspired by 2001: A Space Odyssey. I have not seen that movie. I hear it's really good. I haven't gotten around to it. Yeah. And then there's a couple other like things but those are more so for the action scenes, which we are not going to get to today. It's going to be in the same video, but we're going to kind of split it up in two halves.
Yeah. Other things is that I was inspired by, like you said, Dog City, The 13th Floor, and Memento. Memento, Christopher Nolan also wrote, and I think it, obviously that inspired him to do this. But yeah, let's just get into the other stuff. Like I said, this was...
The first scene is the helicopter scene that we're going to get to was filmed in Tokyo, Japan.
Yep.
And the castle that the initial heist is set in is inspired by a real life Japanese castle, which had mainly Japanese architecture with like Western influences. So I don't think it was the actual castle, but it was heavily inspired by a real life castle.
But yeah, let's get into some other stuff. First, we'll do who directed it and who wrote it. It was directed and written by Christopher Nolan. And Christopher Nolan, obviously had written some other stuff. Like we said, he had come up with this concept. And he had like an 80-page script for Inception. And this is kind of funny because when I first heard about Inception, I thought it was a horror movie. And it's come to find out originally the concept was going to be a horror movie. But then Christopher Nolan kind of wanted to do like a bank heist type movie. But that would be kind of tough to do like a heist movie when you have to do it in somebody's dreams, because you can't really do like a heist in like a dream sequence. You kind of...
All right, guys, we got all this money. It's like only in this guy's head. It's like, oh shit, you're right.
So he kind of had to like work it around to kind of like make it fit the supernatural aspect. And then, he did some other stuff because he tried to sell this before to Warner Bros. Pictures, but then Warner Bros. Pictures like wanted him to get more experience doing like larger movies, larger budget movies. So he did the Batman movies, Batman Begins and The Dark Knight. I've only seen half of one of those movies, which is probably killing AJ inside. So,
I haven't seen those movies since I was like 12. So honestly, I barely even remember.
But that is kind of interesting because some of the actors from those movies end up transferring to this movie. And obviously this, this gave Christopher Nolan the experience just doing larger budget movies, and he was kind of figuring that he was going to have to make this a large budget movie because it's in somebody's head. Like, obviously the possibilities are endless. You can't really make like a low budget movie if you're doing like a dream sequence. You kind of have to make it work with a large budget, which is why a lot of the budget probably goes into the second half of the video we're going to be doing tomorrow. So, I guess some of it went into this half of the video, but mainly I think...
I was going to say, world trotting in this first half. Because, obviously it's kind of funny to think about, like, the second half of the movie, it is literally all the main characters, like, sitting down and taking a nap on a plane.
Yeah.
And, obviously, like, in the first half, it's, as I mentioned, they're in Tokyo. They go to England. They're in another country I can't think of at the top of my head. They do quite a lot of traveling around.
Yeah, so that is kind of funny how that happened. Just want to make sure I got everything. But yeah, so then he, when he got the budget that he wanted and everything like that, he decided to start making Inception. He spent 6 months on the first script, completing it. And then kind of get into the cast. I'll just go over the cast real quick. Now I'm going on Wiki, just going all around all over the place. And it's different on the phone than it is on the computer. So Dom Cobb was the main character, is played by Leonardo DiCaprio.
I don't know what the fuck you just said. Oh, and his name is Leonardo. You said like...
I don't know. Yeah, it wasn't coming out. Can you say it again so I can say it?
Fucking, you got me fucking up now. Leonardo DiCaprio.
All right. But yeah, Leonardo DiCaprio. There we go. I got it out.
Close.
Yeah, he's the main character. And originally, Christopher Nolan had been wanting to work for him for a while. He was trying to get him on... I don't know about this project. They didn't really specify on the wiki. I think he was trying to work with him on a project, and then this project came up, and DiCaprio. I'm not going to say his first name this time. But you know, it's interesting. They wanted to meet in person just to make sure they got their scripts hatched out, and it's really interesting because if DiCaprio didn't refuse to do this, it was going to be. Let me just make sure. Brad Pitt and Will Smith that were going to be in this role. And it's interesting that Will Smith didn't want to do this, or he declined doing this because he thought it was too confusing, which is kind of funny to think about because obviously that's a big joke that all the inspirations that we've covered have made about Inception of how confusing it is and everything like that. But it makes sense why, Christopher Nolan chose those actors because obviously they were familiar with doing like action sci-fi movies. You know, Will Smith had been in Men in Black, and that's a very sci-fi, like action-based movie. Brad Pitt does a lot of like, maybe not necessarily sci-fi, but he does a lot of action movies, and he does a lot of movies where like there's like a supernatural like type of element like in it. Like he's done like zombie movies, and he's done like all these other like type of movies.
Owen, my favorite movies is Troy. You know, Brad Pitt plays Achilles in that.
And then, but yeah, some of the actors ended up crossing over from the Batman movies. Ken Wantabe plays Sato, which is pretty cool because he was like, he wasn't the main villain Batman. He was like one of the henchmen or whatever. Because I went based off the wiki on that one, but he's he's like one of the villains in Batman, and he's like he's kind of like one of the typical villains that's not necessarily much trauma, but doesn't really speak much and is mainly villainous. He's kind of he wanted to kind of branch out and go into a different role here where he's like a villain, but he's like working with the quote unquote good guys in this movie. And it's kind of cool because like this is the first time where he was in a movie where he mainly spoke English. So I know he has, I think, like half a scene where he speaks in Japanese, so that's pretty cool. Other actors that were in it that didn't have a lot of behind the scenes of how they got the job was Joseph Gordon-Levitt. He plays Arthur. Marion Cotillard plays Mao. Probably one of the most important characters in the movie. Back then, Ellen Page, who obviously became transgender in 2020. I don't know what I was saying the first time. Is now Elliot Page. Plays Ariadne. There we go. I finally got it the first try. Off camera, I haven't been able to remember her name, and I've been like trying to remember like for this video, and I finally got it. So, Tom Hardy plays I think it's Eames. I probably butchered that pretty badly. He's in the Batman movies, right? I just looked up his wiki. He's in one of the Bat.
Yeah, I haven't seen those movies in years. I don't know.
And then Robert Fisher's the main character. He's played by Colin Murphy. Tom Berger plays Paul Bergener plays Peter Browning. He has like a list like of his own filmography, like it's its own wiki. That's how many things he's been in. Stephen Miles is played by Michael Caine, and Depa Rio plays Yusef. Probably has the easiest job of the whole main cast. We'll get to that probably in Act 2 of this video. Nash is played by Lucas Hayes, and there's another character that's here. That we'll probably just get to when we get there. And then Maurice Fisher is played by Pete. I can't say his last name, and I'm not going to attempt it because I don't want to mess it up.
Maurice Fisher's Maurice Fisher's in like 2 scenes.
Yeah. But yeah, going through other stuff. This was produced by Christopher Nolan as well, and it was also produced by Emma Thomas. She's done a lot of sci-fi type things and has been like Christopher Nolan's right-hand woman and directors and stuff like that. The cinematography was done by Wally Pfister, and the editing was done by Lee Smith. The music was done by Hans Zimmer. And And like I said, the production companies that picked this up, like I said, was Warner Bros. And also Legendary Pictures, Economy. And this is where you get to have some fun. Do you want to guess the release date? I'll let you guess the actual release date, the where it came out, like in the United States and the UK.
And I'm gonna say May 21st, 2010.
Oh, AJ, this was This was one of the summer blockbusters movies, man. I understand why you didn't know about it. Toy Story was also out around this time. You had to focus on all your efforts on Toy Story 3. So I can understand why you didn't know about it, but it came out on July 16th, 2010. But you're pretty close, July 16th.
Yeah, I was only like a month off.
Yeah.
Considering 9 at the time, not bad.
Yep. But it like released early for like small viewing, July 8th, 2010, like a week early, almost a week early. If you said that I did, I would have given it to you too. Wow. Damn. You must be allergic to this video because you've been sneezing ever since we started it.
All right. Sneezed like 10 times. I don't know what happened.
But yeah, I want to kind of mention the marketing for this movie because it's pretty unique. They wanted to keep the trailers very vague. So when you watch the trailers, they didn't want you to like feel like you watched the whole movie, which I like because I think I've told you this before that sometimes when they release a trailer of a movie, sometimes it feels like you basically watched the whole movie, so you feel like, you feel like here it is.
Okay, hopefully I got that out of my system.
But yeah, I like the fact that they didn't like give anything like big away in the trailer. It's vague enough where like it's a very interesting concept, but you don't really know like what the plot is. Because like I said, sometimes I've watched trailers of movies. It feels like you've watched the whole movie when you go to actually watch it in theaters. So it's good that they kept it vague. And they did like some online games to kind of help you prepare yourself for this movie. They made like websites where you could play like little mazes and everything like that, and you would get like the poster, you would get like a clip of the trailer of the movie or things like that. And that makes a lot of sense, because this theme, you have to do like a lot of architectural work to make the dream, so it makes sense that they did that kind of for the gimmick of the marketing and everything like that. And then it was only released in the United States and the UK. I assume other countries have had it by now at this point, so I would hope so. Do you want to guess the budget for this movie? Like I said, it's a big budget, so
200 million.
You went over. You should have given them that 200 million. It's 160 million.
Okay, I mean, I don't want to say I was close because 440 million is like, Jesus, give me that. But I'm so much above movie budgets. I think that's fairly close.
Yeah, and I wonder whether that would be like in today's economy and everything like that, because everything's so much more like over.
It's only been 14 years. I don't think it'd be that much different.
I don't know. You never know. Some things, a lot of things have added up in a lot of years. And we'll go over the box. Do you want to guess the box office now, or do you want to save that for when we get take two?
Yeah, take two.
All right, we'll save that.
Yeah, the intro's already long. We should probably start getting into the movie.
Yeah, I think I covered everything I wanted to get to. We probably will cover all the behind-the-scenes stuff. We always plan on it when we review movies, and then we're just like, nah, we're not doing it. So, but I feel like
the action scenes we're going to get to in part 2, because, that's when the action scenes happen.
Yeah, so, let's get to the... kind of a good thing I ended up talking for a while, though. That way you could get all the sneezing out of your system. So
yeah, true. And I'm also going to be doing a lot of the talking for the first chunk, so that's cool. So getting right into it, we start with Leonardo DiCaprio's character, who we're later going to know is named Cobb. He wakes up on a beach.
Dom.
Cobb. Like I said, I keep calling him. I'm calling him Cobb because that's what everyone calls him.
That's his last name.
I know. But his name is still Cobb.
Yeah.
But yeah, his full name is Dom Cobb. But everyone in the movie calls him Cobb. Literally, like, when you told me his name was Dom, I was like, oh, is it? I don't know. They only called him by his first name, like, twice.
I remember, like, we talked about how like you mentioned, you kind of like gave him like a backhanded like insult about like his name, like insulting him, like wow, that's a name. Like you're like that's somebody's name. Like, um,
Yeah, his parents must have really loved him.
but I like to think
Oh,
that
and when you said his name's not Cobb, it's Dom, I was thinking like, imagine being like, actually, AJ, his name isn't Griff, it's Dexter. Jeez, you know?
I haven't seen Dexter yet, so I don't get that joke. So
No, no, no. In Red versus Blue, Griff's first name is Dexter.
oh, that's right.
Or I guess, actually, AJ, his name isn't Church, it's Leonard.
That's true. Um, I do like I like to think the fact that like maybe everyone else like didn't like his name. Like yeah, we'll call him Cobb. I don't like the name Dom. That doesn't make sense. Like they were just like nah, we're calling him Cobb. Like
I just when I hear that name, all I think of is corn on the cob. You know?
even I know we're giving away a big part of the movie, but even his wife who's deceased and I don't forget that's like in his head. Even she doesn't even call him Dom. It's Cobb. Like it's like.
I mean, they got married, so presumably she took his last name.
But she's like, no, you get. But still, like his own subconscious won't even call him by his first name. He's calling him by his last name. Like it's pretty cool.
Yeah. But yeah. So Cobb, Mr. Dom Cobb, Mr. Dumb Cobb, wakes up on the beach, and he like kind of seems delirious. He's like waking up as the waves crash on him, and he sees two children building sandcastles. And but as he's like delirious waking up, like a soldier man kind of approaches him and like lifts up like his shirt slightly to see a gun in his pocket, and presumably arrests him because the next scene he's brought inside the nearby like old school like Japanese castle.
Mm-hmm.
It's cool coming back to the scene, knowing what happens later. So this is kind of a mix of Sato's and Cobb's subconsciouses. Obviously, the little kids are Cobb's. And the beach is also Cobb's because we saw the beach in the elevator scene later with Ariadne. But obviously, the castle is Sato's.
Yeah, I like this. It's really cool coming back to this scene. What because you originally you don't even know really what you're seeing in this scene. You're going to see some type of Inception or everything like that, but you don't really realize that it even is like an Inception type dream. And I think I told you this. Originally, when I watched this movie the first time, I thought it was like, like I thought it was a forward future kind of type of scene anyway. It's just the way it was laid out. You could tell he had been through some type of dramatic event. So I didn't know we would see it actually play out, but that was pretty cool. And then then as you're gonna talk about it, cuts to like Sato being incepted. So I'm like, oh, so is this just all like the same Inception? Because obviously I went by the Rick and Morty method where we find out that like so much time passes like when you're being incepted. I thought like we were just seeing the same Inception. I didn't realize it was like this was like a separate Inception than the next scene you're about to talk about and everything like that.
It's funny you keep saying Incepted because that's not what Inception is. Remember they say later, Inception is like planting the idea.
Well, yeah, I'm calling it the Rick and Morty.
I know that's what I was saying. Like you're not using the right term, but like sure.
Yeah, but and then I like obviously the kids playing, that was kind of cool because obviously we find out in a few scenes that they weren't actually like quote unquote there. Like we were just thinking they were just regular kids playing on the beach, but then it's like Cobb's Cobb's projections and everything like that. So yeah, I think this is really cool too because it you don't really know like what this is, so like you're kind of in the scope of the audience where we're just seeing stuff and trying to make sense of it all and everything like that. So this is a good like opening scene.
Yeah, it's obviously very mysterious cold open. You're not really supposed to know what's happening. But it makes more sense in hindsight. And again, as Owen explained, you're not supposed to know this is a flash forward yet. You're kind of just supposed to assume this is where we're starting out. But then you kind of get a hint at that's going to be a flash forward because, as I said, the soldier takes Cobb into the nearby like old school Japanese castle, and like Cobb's getting fed. He looks pretty beat up and worn out. Obviously, he's been through the whole movie at this point, so he's pretty worn out. And an old man greets him at this table, and he's looking at an object that Cobb had on him when the soldier captured him. and said that this object used to belong to somebody he knew a very long time ago. And we see this very old Asian man, and then as they're talking, it cuts to the past. And see, when I watched this a long time ago when I was a teenager, I didn't pick up on it. But now in hindsight, it's pretty obvious that, like, okay, so it's the old man, and then it's cutting to the past, because it cuts from, like, the old man to Sato, like, as he is, like, throughout the majority of the movie.
Yeah. So
in hindsight, very obviously a flash forward.
Yeah, so I really like that. Pretty cool, too, because obviously... the reason we're doing this video is because the two main shows we reviewed have like a past and a present, so like it's cool that like we got like a flashback in this movie and everything like that. So that's pretty cool.
Yeah. Once we get this cut, it's kind of showing okay, the whole movie's going to be how we got to this point. We see Cobb and another gentleman named Arthur meeting with Sato at this big fancy dinner party, again in this like Japanese castle place, and they're giving him a business deal, essentially explaining that you have like your big company man, you have many like secrets that your competitors would love to get their hands on. What we are offering you is a kind of extra security, because when you are sleeping, people could potentially go into your mind and try to get your secrets, essentially. What we are offering is a chance to kind of train your subconscious to defend itself against these kind of attacks. Which, again, it's kind of funny. It reminds me of, like, the computer virus thing. Like you're, like, installing a firewall on your computer. That's essentially what this is.
Yeah.
And Cobb is trying to tell him, like, okay, the caveat to this is, in order to, like, train your subconscious, I need to know it better than anybody, better than your wife, better than your therapist. And he even says pretty bluntly, like, if you have a safe with secrets, I need to know what the secrets are and keep it safe. And I like how Arthur kind of tries to keep interrupting Cobb a few times, like, kind of telling, like, Cobb to, like, chill out, you're going a little too forceful.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, sure enough, Sato kind of just stands up and says, gentlemen, enjoy your evening. I will get back to you on your business proposal. And Arthur picks up right away, like, okay, no, he definitely knows, like, he's onto us.
Yeah.
And it's kind of funny that this kind of, like, very straightforward method is kind of how Cobb does things throughout the whole movie. So, basically, they're already in Sato's mind. And basically, Cobb trying to convince Sato to, like, let him in his mind as security is him trying to get into his mind to actually, like, steal his shit.
Yeah.
And it's kind of because they do this a lot later on. Obviously with Fisher, Cobb like pretends be like, hey, listen, I'm actually your subconscious. I'm your security, and I need you to like help me get to like your safe. And obviously he's pretending to be security to fucking steal his shit.
Yeah, it's insane, like, how like, serious he takes this. What was kind of cool about this scene, too, was, I was thinking, they were going to take the traditional method with this process, where, like, the main character is going to be, like, the fish out of water, and he's going to be doing Inception for the first time and everything like that, so I like that, like, the characters have, like, already been doing this process, and you get to kind of, like, see it without really knowing what's going on, but you kind of get, like, an idea of what the process is like, so, I think that's pretty cool. I like the partnership with Arthur and Cobb. I think they make pretty good partners. One disappointing thing is they really didn't explore like the partnership like I thought they would. I thought they would have explored that a little bit more. But it seems like that they've been like partners and everything like that for like years, and I wish.
Yeah, well, Arthur mentions he knew Mal while she was alive, so like they've known each other even before. Cobb has been on the run from the police.
Yeah, so I'm disappointed. I would have liked it if, like, it didn't have to be anything big, but if he would have been a little bit more involved in the movie, type of thing, because it's, I thought he was going to be like
Ariadne, who's involved with Cobb's like storyline.
Yeah, and then I do like this. How Cobb is try to be like a negotiator type of thing, try to get inside his mind. And I like that Sato like immediately kind of saw through it and everything like that type of thing, because you got the vibe that like he's like you originally think he's gonna be like the final boss. It kind of would be weird if he immediately like agreed to it and everything like that.
Yeah. Yeah, the beginning of the movie sets it up like Sato's gonna be like the big bad of the movie, which that's still subversion that ends up not being the case. But yeah, Arthur and Cobb are at this party and they're kind of walking around drinking and they're kind of going over their next step. They're like, okay, it doesn't matter if Sato knows that we're here to like steal like the content of the safe. We just got to get it done quick. And as we're talking, Arthur notices a mall, like on this little bridge, because they're like outside of this castle, and he's like, "Uh-oh, like trouble." And Cobb's like, "It's okay, I'll deal with it. Just go to your room, and like, I'll kind of do my thing."
Mm-hmm.
Cobb walks over to Maul, and she starts saying how she wonders if, jumping off this railing would kill her. And Cobb says, "Hey, maybe if you kind of like clean dived." Kind of just like making small talk with her.
Yep.
Which again, it's kind of cool. Like it kind of sets it up as like a James Bond love interest. But like obviously it actually ends up being much more serious than that. We're like, oh, the shit, they're already like married and have kids and like the whole thing,
Yeah, because you didn't really know like who this woman was, but I do like the reveal of her. Like you see her off in like the distance, and you get like the nice facial expressions of Cobb and everything like that, and you can definitely tell like everything kind of like stops because you're just getting it from like Cobb's point of view, so like this is someone that, like it's someone that's from Cobb's past and everything like that.
Yeah. And again, at this point, like we already cut to like outside, so you already know this is a dream.
Mm-hmm.
But again, you don't really know how it works yet, so you don't know that this is like that Maul's actually like not real and she's like Cobb's subconscious.
Mm-hmm.
Like for all we know, she could be like a real person.
Yeah.
But yeah, she basically Cobb says like, hey, listen, I can't trust you anymore. Like I can't like have you involved like in this job essentially. So kind of showing again kind of establish that history. We already find out later on, like Arthur and Cobb have been like working together for a long time. And as we know, Maul kind of has been getting in the way of Cobb's like jobs.
Yeah.
Going into mines, and yes, presumably this has been going on for a while.
Yeah, and we get like the implication later in the movie that like it's getting worse too, type of thing. That's why like Ariadne gets brought in because he for the job that Sato gives him. He doesn't want to like be the architecture because then Ma will know like all of his architecture because again it's his subconscious and everything like that. So
whatever Ma knows, or whatever he knows Ma knows. But he takes Maul back to his like room at this party, and I like this little detail where Maul says like looks at the picture. And he's like, "Oh, this is definitely Arthur's like design work," which is a nice little detail. They bring it up. Maul brings it up later because she realizes, like, "Oh, this is like Arthur's design."
Yep.
Which is why she doesn't just like kill him right away. Excuse me. But we see Cobb is kind of like planning something. He's like tying a rope to a chair, and he tells Maul to sit on it, and he's using her as like a weight. And she's still talking to him, and she's like, "Hey, do the kids miss me?" And he kind of just like pauses, and I like this where he's just like, I can't even imagine, because he obviously doesn't know what the kids have been up to for a while now. And it like kind of hurts him that like one, he's like almost positive they miss her, but like it hurts even more that like he can't even be sure.
Yeah,
because he's not even life anymore.
Yeah, exactly. That's really sad. One thing I didn't say, I think, in the behind the scenes, and that I meant to say, and I'll just say it now since it's very topical, is because DiCaprio got cast in this role. Because DiCaprio does a lot of movies that involve romance, like he's done Romeo and Juliet, he did Titanic. So I think Christopher Nolan probably wanted to make this role fit DiCaprio, so he gave him, as you can tell, he gets like the romance type of plot. So that's why I imagine that's a lot of these changes came from these scenes that we're gonna see. Like, it would be interesting to see like what the script would have looked like had it been Brad Pitt or Will Smith that got like cast. Like in
Yeah,
this
because
one.
I can't really imagine Will Smith kind of playing these scenes straight, you know?
Yeah, so like, what would the script look like? Like, um, I can't even imagine Brad Pitt really doing this straight because he has
Yeah,
like,
yeah, I can imagine some of these scenes, but I feel like the romance stuff would have been cut down more heavily.
yeah,
And
definitely,
as I was saying off camera, Cobb isn't really the one involved with all the action. I feel like if it was Brad Pitt, like the romance scenes would have been cut down a little bit, and the Cobb would have been involved more in the action stuff.
yeah, and I think if it was Will Smith, there would have been a lot more probably comedy in these scenes because he's a very comedic actor.
Because I mean, well, I think Will Smith can do serious stuff, but you're right, he is mainly comedic, so it is kind of like hard to imagine.
Yeah, so
Um, Maybe it would have been like more playful flirting instead.
yeah, I think that, but I wonder if there was even a romance plot like at all, like in his original script too. Like I don't know if DiCaprio caused that to happen.
Yeah, it's kind of tough to say how much like the actor influenced, like how it turned out. But
Yeah.
um, but yeah, I kind of like this where Cobb assumed like Mel's not going to leave, so he was like, all right, might as well use her as like a weight as I like scale down from this room down below to where like the info I need is being held.
Mm-hmm.
But then it's like Maul basically just like wants to fuck up his mission, so she like actually leaves to like end up. It almost makes him fucking fall.
Yeah, because we see that like we get like a camp shot. We see that she's not even in the chair or anything like that anymore. So.
Yeah. And he like obviously she was weighing down the chair, so like the chair ended up like almost went flying off of the railing,
Yeah.
and ended up getting flung back a lot. Um, it was kind of weird in general for him to use her as a weight. I don't know why he did that at all. But like again, I think it was to establish that like he like kind of is used to her kind of showing up, and he's like, okay, if you're not gonna leave me alone, I'll like use you as a weight. And she's like, oh, okay, well I kind of want to fuck you over, so I'm just gonna disappear now.
And the consistent plot is he doesn't like physically do anything about it to like stop her either because he just can't put himself to because
Like he obviously feels incredible guilt about her, and like as we said, like he kind of like in his free time will make himself dream to be with her. So he doesn't even really like want her gone.
Yeah. So, yeah, it's pretty sad. So.
Yeah. But yeah, he ends up recovering. He breaks into the window, and he ends up on like the lower level of the like building. We get some cool little things, like he has a gun, a silenced gun. He like shoots a guy, and then like runs up and slides and like catches the body before it hits the ground and makes a noise.
Yep.
And then he ends up making it into like this room. Oh, and by the way, he knows it's in this room because earlier when Cobb mentioned the safe, Sato like looked to the side.
Yep.
So this is the same room they had that meeting in, and basically Cobb put together like, okay, like the safe with like the stuff inside of it is in this room. He gets into the safe and pulls out some papers. Then it's Sato and Maul are holding Arthur at gunpoint. He's been captured. And Cobb is like, oh, did Maul tell you everything? And he's like, what? That you're here to steal my secrets? Or that we're actually been inside a dream this whole time?
Yeah. This was a big...
We end up finding out Maul didn't tell him any of that.
Yeah. And I do like this because you think... like, because you thought Maul originally was working with him, so, like, you thought this was, like, a quote-unquote, like, double turn type of thing, where she was, like, on the villain side of things, so I do like, again, because we don't really know how any of this work, we just think that, like, she's just, like, villainous with him, like, she was, like, the woman on the inside type of thing, so, we didn't really know, what was going on here, so...
Yeah. And it's around this time, we get a cut to outside the dream. It is a apartment building or apartment room, and Sato is falling asleep on a fucking a bed, and he has like a thing in his arm, kind of showing he's been drugged. And this guy we aren't familiar with is watching over the bodies. Arthur and Cobb are asleep as well in this apartment. So basically, they've infiltrated his dream. But we see a bunch of rioting outside as well. It's like, oh, what the fuck's going on out there? Which is cool. We're gonna find out in a couple minutes. But as Maul said or pieced together earlier, she knows Arthur is the architect of the dream.
Yep.
Which we're gonna find out is basically he kind of like built everything in the dream, like the building and all that shit. So she's like, okay, well, the dream's gonna collapse if he dies, and he's like, well, and Cobb even says like, oh, well, if he dies, like he's just gonna wake up, like that's fine. But she's like, yeah, true, but like I can make him really fucking hurt. I don't have to kill him. I can just torture him. Because she shoots him in the leg, and he's obviously in horrible pain.
Yeah.
Because she even says like, pain is in the mind.
Yeah, so I'm wondering what was going on in his mind around this time and everything like that. So.
Well, yeah, it's basically like shooting him in the dream, because like killing him wakes him up.
Yeah.
But like just shooting him, his mind makes it think, like makes it act, and his fucking mind simulates the pain of being shot.
Yeah.
And obviously Cobb doesn't want him being tortured, so he's like gonna hand over the gun and the papers. But he kind of thinks fast on his feet. He ends up jumping and like shooting Arthur in the head. Imagine this wasn't a dream. Like Cobb thought it was a dream and it wasn't, and he just fucking shot his friend in the face for no reason.
I'm surprised Rick and Morty didn't do that joke, like like when they did the Inception plot type of thing.
Yeah, they think it's a dream, so they fucking shoot somebody, and it's real.
Because the perfect joke would have been like Rick and Morty think like Rick thinks it's a dream or whatever, and shoots like Morty in like the shoulder or whatever. That would have been like a perfect joke, and like that could have been the perfect debut for Mr. Poopy Butthole, where because remember that happens to him, where like they.
Oh yeah, that would have been funny. But yeah, Arthur wakes up from this, and he kind of gets up in a rush, and this third guy is like, what the hell happened? Like, it's too early. And Arthur says, like, yeah, we ran into some issues, but now that I'm awake, like, the dream's going to crumble because I'm the architect. So, like, we got to keep Sato asleep as long as we can. And he's like, hey, listen, wake up Cobb. And this third guy's, like, trying to wake up Cobb. And he's, like, on a chair above a tub.
Mm-hmm.
And he's, like, not waking up no matter what this guy does. But meanwhile, while Arthur's trying to keep Sato sedated and they're trying to wake Cobb up, Cobb's having a big action scene. And like I said, it's kind of cool because this is really the only big action scene Cobb has in the movie.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, and where he's like, the one doing all the spy shit.
Well,
he's having like
the scene at the ball. That's a big action.
It's hard shit.
Yeah.
This is he's like running around, and like Sato like looks at the papers and like it's like fake, and he's like screaming like after him, kill him. Which it's kind of funny because that was the only time we've seen Sato like get that pissed.
Yeah, I like this because again, you think he's the villain, and he plays like the one known villain, and then you find out there's like more to him and everything like that.
Yeah, again, this really does feel like the ending of like a James Bond spy movie.
Yeah.
So it's kind of interesting that this is like the beginning essentially.
But yeah, I liked the instant chaos. I like when you see the dreams collapse and like the whole building just starts to break and everything like that.
Yeah, I like that. Cobb's using that to his advantage. Like a lot of the building is like falling on like Sato's henchmen.
Yeah. I don't know if you're gonna get to it because you said no matter what you do to Cobb, like a slap. Just get like he didn't even get really a slap. He got like a pat on the face. Like it knocked like in the dream it knocked him like several like stages back type of thing.
Yeah, I like that because as we're gonna find out later, like time in the dream is different. So I kind of like that. Like all the effects are different. Well, like later on, like obviously when they knock him in the tub and he gets and he's like falls into the water in the dream, and like fucking like a tsunami surrounds him.
Yeah. So just really,
or like when the music, like the music's like like everywhere. They can hear it. It's like fucking God speaking to them from the sky.
Yeah, I really like. It's almost like they're in the Epsilon unit almost.
Mm, mm. That's a really good comparison.
Yeah, pretty much. Imagine them all as AIs.
Oh yeah, who did? Too bad Elijah Wood isn't in this movie.
Yeah,
It's like, oh, he's Sigma, obviously.
imagine the direct. The director already knows a way to torture Cobb. Just send Maul in there.
I know, right? Well, it's funny. They're both tortured by their dead wives.
Yeah, yeah.
And at the end, they both have to let her go. It's like, damn.
And unfortunately, there was no caboose there to break up the monotony of that either, type of thing.
Yeah, I know, right? Imagine at the end of this, a fucking bigger Cobb, or like no, a big Arthur, just like looking down at Cobb.
He's just like, you good, dude? Like, or what? He's just like,
Yeah,
it's like you only got 5 more minutes.
I know, right? Well, it's like, hey, 5 minutes in the dream is fucking like what, 50 years.
How much time? He just comes up. He just comes back from the gods. Hey, Cobb, how much time has passed in your world? I got like 5 more minutes here. That's right after he's like killed his wife and he's just like dealing with it.
Well, yeah, I would love it, like kind of the revert, like the same thing with Church, where he gets out and he's pissed off. It's like, what the fuck? You fucked everything up. I was at peace.
Mm-hmm.
Cobb is like, God damn it! Why'd you guys pull me out of the dream?
I mean, he was willing to stay in limbo. So.
Yeah, true.
But anyhow, off topic.
Huh?
I was just say anyhow off topic.
Yeah. But yeah, action scene goes on for a little bit. It's pretty good. I like it. I think the ones later on are better, but like this is kind of fun, chaotic. As we said, like the dream collapsing, and like as you said, like the slap in the upper dream, like knocking Cobb on his ass in the lower dream is cool. And basically, as all this chaos is going on, Cobb is like trying to like read the papers and like get all the information out of it.
And the biggest
But
thing.
basically,
Oh, I was about to say it, but you can say it.
but yeah, Arthur's like, okay, no, we gotta wake him up, like dunk him. So this guy in the apartment like pushes Cobb into the tub, and as like he gets like he falls into the water, like a tsunami like crashes into the castle and like envelops everybody, and this wakes Cobb up.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Cobb woke up at a good time because Sato had woken up like a couple seconds before, and he like tackled Arthur, and he ended up holding him at gunpoint. But he was like, no, he held the other guy at gunpoint, I think. And then but like Cobb woke up around this time and like tackled Sato, and like got the gun away from him.
Yeah, I really like this a lot. Really good stuff, kind of showing you a little bit of like how this works and everything like that. Instant chaos.
Yeah, I'm gonna spend the next like 45 minutes explaining all the rules. So it's kind of nice to see like how it works before we get the explanation, and then the rest of the movie is like how it works when we know how it works.
Yeah, so I like that.
So yeah, basically they're having a more civil talk now. Cobb is holding Mr. Sato at gunpoint, and the third guy, fucking Jobber Man, and Arthur are kind of just like at the window looking outside at all the rioters. And they're kind of telling Cobb like, "Hey, like whatever you're doing, like wrap it up." And Cobb is saying like, "Okay." Well, Sato's actually kind of the one asking them questions. He's like, "How'd you know about this place?" And Cobb says like, "Oh, you're a very important man. You know, like this little love nest you have. It's hard to find, especially from a woman you've scorned."
Mm-hmm.
And basically implying that like this. So basically, this apartment is where Sato has like his like love affairs, and his wife found out about it and like snitched.
And I think you didn't mention this, like, because when Cobb was going to the papers in the dream, like, some of it was blacked out, so that means that Sato was keeping some parts of information that were pretty critical towards...
Yeah. Well, I was gonna bring that up after, but yeah, first thing Sato says is like, "How'd you know where I am?"
Yeah. Well, I just mentioned because that's
He
why.
already knows about this apartment.
Yeah, that's why they're still questioning him and everything like that. So
Well, that's why I was saying at first Sato's the one asking questions,
yeah.
and then, as I said, says that his wife snitched essentially, and that you know their employer, isn't the type of person, they're not the type of company that will just like let them go if they fail. And so I was like, well, you already have everything you need, right? So like, what are you still doing here? And then Cobb says, like you said, that like some of the information was blocked out, which means like that you knew we were coming essentially, and you knew to keep some parts secret.
Mm-hmm.
So like, if you knew we were like what we were after, why'd you let us in the first place? To which Sato says that it was an audition, and Cobb's questioning him like, an audition for what? And Sato says, doesn't matter anymore. You failed. I'm not impressed. Like, it was your deception was obvious.
Mm-hmm.
But then, again, the others are kind of trying to warn Cobb, like, hey, listen, the riders outside are getting like more and more hectic. Like, they're going to be here soon. We got to wrap this up. But yeah, Cobb is losing his patience, obviously because like they're running out of time. And he like picks Sato up and like throws him on the ground, and he's like, all right, listen, like talk, like tell us everything we want to know. And then this was ended up being a mistake because Sato, once he's on the carpet, feels the carpet and he realizes like, oh shit, this isn't my carpet. Like he mentions like, oh, in real life I hate this carpet. Like it stains really easy and it has like a very distinct smell and feel.
Mm-hmm.
But like this carpet doesn't feel like the other one. And I like that. It's a very small detail that like, yeah, that would kind of give it away.
Yeah, and I like this because we find out that the architect for this got this wrong, but the architect obviously didn't realize that so
Or even gave him he's like, asshole, how'd you get the carpet wrong? And he's like, how the fuck was I supposed to know he was gonna get his face rubbed on it?
yeah. And I like this, just how intense this is. I like that they're trying to rush to get this done too. It feels like a struggle and everything like that. You're getting the feeling of the characters and everything like that.
I actually did look this up because I was kind of curious because I was like, was the apartment real? Like in real life? Because I'm like, because Sato mentions that like, oh, like this carpet in real life is different. I was like, oh wait, how did they know about his apartment? Because he even mentions like the chief of security didn't know about the apartment.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm pretty sure Cobb was actually telling the truth when he said like his wife like spilled the beans.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to point that out because like I thought he was like bullshitting at that, but on a rewatch I'm like, oh no wait, if the apartment was real and the carpet was real, then like yeah, he probably was having actually like cheating on his wife in that apartment. So yeah, it makes sense that like the wife was the one who kind of spilled on it.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. Which is, we don't really get a follow up on it, but I just thought I was like, oh yeah, so they probably weren't lying when they said that. But yeah, Arthur wakes up first, and Cobb is basically like fuck, because like he's been trying to threaten Sato to like give him the rest of the info, but you kind of tell from his face he's like, all right, fuck, no, this has already gone wrong. We can't really do anything else from here.
And I like they show the detail that when Arthur woke up, like he disappeared from like the dream. Like that was a cool little detail.
Yeah, like Cobb looked to the side and Arthur was gone. But yeah, on the train, Arthur wakes up, and basically they were on the same train as Sato, and they did kind of what they did in the apartment. They drugged him and were like sleeping next to him and like infiltrating his mind.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a fourth guy on the team, some like Asian dude. He's only in this. He was only on this team for like this one part.
Then he got the boot.
Yeah, they got the boot. Like the fucking jobber man ends up getting fucking killed. But like this guy, we just never see him again. I guess he just fucks off.
I guess so.
He's like, bye. I don't want to be in this movie anymore.
He had to go do other stuff.
Yeah, I guess.
Probably waiting for maybe he was trying to get a role in OVB or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
Wait for season 9.
I don't even think he got a name. I guess we got to add him to the list of characters and never get a fucking name.
Just call him Asian dude.
Yeah, sure, why not? It's a little racist, but yeah, sure, why not?
What's
Asian
gonna
dude.
happen if we see other Asian dudes that don't get names? Is he gonna be the
No, there's not any other Asian dudes. This is the only Asian dude.
okay?
Yeah. I feel like that's more racist, actually. You know what? Never mind. We're going to move on. But your Arthur explains, like, not great. It's not going good. We got to, like, get out of here before, like, Sato wakes up. But, yeah, so I was like, all right, cool. So this is my dream, right? So I can do whatever I want. And Cobb says, like, yeah, no, it's not how it works, because I guess they're in Jobberman's dream.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, as that happens, Sato's subconscious, all the rioters come in and kill Cobb and Jobberman. And Sato's just standing there like, huh, okay, like, I'm impressed.
Yep.
I like that, because obviously before, when he thought it was just the one dream in the castle, he was like, I'm not impressed, you failed your audition. But then once he realizes it was a dream inside of a dream, he's like, oh, okay, I'm impressed.
So
and then I think this being impressed that it wasn't even his dream in the first place.
Yeah. So I like this a lot. It kind of is what causes. This is like what causes him to hire Cobb and everything like that. So I like this.
Yeah. But yeah, Jobberman and Cobb wake up, and Arthur kind of gives them both shit, kind of showing that he's kind of like the straight man of the group. You know, he's kind of like the composed one.
Mm-hmm.
Because he's like, hey, asshole, how'd you fuck up the carpet? And the guy is, like, hey, it's not my fault. I didn't know he was going to rub his face on it. And he gave that guy more shit than Cobb. And honestly, I feel like Cobb deserved more shit. Because he's like, hey, Cobb, what the hell was that? And he's like, hey, I got on control. And he's like, whoa, I hate to see what you were like. Yeah, he says it's in control. And Arthur says, well, I would hate to see you out of control.
Yeah, I really liked that quote. That was a really good quote.
Yeah, I'm like, okay, he didn't really give Cobb that much shit. I'm like, I would not want to be working with Cobb if every time they go on a job, his fucking dead ex-wife is like shooting me in the fucking leg.
I was surprised too, like, because he gives him shit, and then like he says something about it when he's in the hotel later. I thought they would have done something more with that.
Yeah, Arthur really doesn't press it, and it's weird because as we find out, like, Arthur knew Maul before she died. So, like, he's known Cobb for what you even said this off camera. Like, they should have gone more into their, like, partnership.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't mind what they did with not Arugula.
I don't know where the fuck you got Arugula.
Now I can't remember her name. Shit, but
like Arane or something.
Yeah, something like that. I just said it in this video too, and it's like
I'm calling her Ari.
Sure, but yeah, they didn't really go into. They kind of went into, because she tells Ollie about it and everything like that type of thing. And I think it's implied that he knows like what happened to her and everything like that. But
well, like, I don't think he knows the specifics because, like, he doesn't know about the Inception.
Yeah,
and like all that.
But yeah. So but yeah, I wish that I wish they would have explored the partnership because it seemed like they were partners for a while. I kind of wish that would have been a big, maybe not a big part of the movie, but that would have been a big story of the movie.
Yeah, although I guess it's like they're partners, but they're not really like friends. I guess because here Cobb says that, like, okay, I'm getting off at Kyoto because I guess we're on a bullet train in Japan, and Arthur's like, why? So I was like not gonna like investigate every like part of the train to find us. And Cobb, I like this detail where he says, like, yeah, well, I don't like trains.
Yeah, and then you find out why he doesn't like trains. I didn't really think that was going to be a thing.
Yeah, but then he throws the Asian dude some money, and he says, like, all right, every man for himself. We'll meet up at, the place later.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, him saying, like, every man for himself, I guess kind of implies they're not really, like, friends. They're just, like, business partners, essentially.
Yeah, I guess so.
But still, if I were Arthur, and again, this guy's, like, ex-wife was constantly fucking up our jobs, I'd be like, all right, man, either like tell me what's going on and how we can fix this, or like don't work with me again.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna quit. Yeah, but yeah, I did like the opening act though. I really like how they kind of show you how this works without really giving you much information. You're just kind of wondering what you're seeing. I like Cobb as a character. I like that you kind of get the fact that there's something going on with him. And I just like seeing this process work. And it kind of makes you kind of wonder, like, okay, what's the plot of this movie going to be then? Because you would think, Sato was going to be like the main villain, like and you kind of get the fact, like, Sato's gonna find them, but like, what's gonna happen when he does find them, and like, how is the Inception part of this movie gonna come into play? So I really like the opening act of this movie type of thing. But going through my stuff now, we see Cobb. He's back at his hotel, and he's got his topple. We find out that this is his totem, and he spins it around, and the topple stops, and we'll come back to why this is important later. And he gets a phone call from his hotel, and he answers it, and we find out that it's his children, and this is where you get that reveal that, like, the children we saw on the beach were actually, like, his children. They weren't really, like, there. They were, like, his projections and everything like that. Again, I don't think they're his children. I think they're the director's children, because we never see their face until the end of the movie, so I'm calling bullshit on that, but whatever. The kids are kind of, like, wondering, like, when he's coming home, because it's implied that he's been off doing jobs for a while, and they've been staying at their grandmother's house, and he's kind of trying to talk to them and make them feel better, but obviously he doesn't really know what to say. He's kind of just tiptoeing around it and everything like that. He's kind of trying to be like, okay, I'm gonna have grandpa send presents to kind of like buy their love and everything like that. And then they ask about what happened to mom. So this is where you kind of find out that this is Maz and Cobb's kids. I don't know why you got a thumbs up. You didn't even.
I didn't even do anything.
I guess Discord liked it that we found out whose kids they were.
Or it's like dead mom. Woohoo! All right.
Yep. So I like this because you could tell the relationship, like, the kids like Cobb and everything like that. They like their dad, but obviously Cobb feels like a real relationship with his kids because obviously he can't really be there for them. I like the little detail that it seems like, their grandmother obviously really isn't cool with them because we find out that the grandmother said she doesn't think she's ever coming back, and I think the implication is the grandmother is probably Cobb's dead wife's mother. So obviously, I don't think she probably knows what happened, but she obviously probably thinks, Cobb is responsible for it type of thing and everything like that. So I do like that little detail. And then, that Cobb hangs up the phone, and Arthur comes in, and Arthur and Cobb are getting ready to, basically go on the run. And because obviously we find out that the information that they were trying to get was Sato's plans for expansion, because the company they were working for didn't want him to expand, so they wanted to get his plans for expansion. And unfortunately, because they failed, the company they're looking for basically has a hit out for them, so they're trying to just kind of lay low for a little bit and just go on the run. So they basically have a helicopter waiting for them to get them. And I like this.
I like this. Because again, we don't know specifically what the deal is. But Cobbs is like, oh yeah, I'm going to some other country and I'm going to lay low for a bit and then get a job or something. And then Arthur says oh yeah, I'm going stateside. And Cobb kind of looks a little sad. He says oh, well, send my regards.
Yeah. So we find out he can't even go state.
Cobb can't go to America because he's a wanted man.
Yep. So the helicopter lands, and when they open it, we see and we find out that the people that were also working on this project had already left, and then we see that the guy's original dream we saw, what did you call him, Jobber Man? He's being held at gunpoint by Sato, and Sato tells him that they have a job offer for them, and he tells him to get on the helicopter, and they end up getting on the helicopter because Sato has him at gunpoint. And I guess he just dies off screen because Cobb and Arthur ask, what are you going to do with them? When they're he kind of implies he's going to kill him without really saying anything. So, Jobber Man.
Well, Sato says, I'm not going to do anything, but I'm sure Cobble Engineering. He says, I'm not going to do anything, but I can't say the same for Cobble Engineering, which is the company that they failed to do the job for.
Yep. And
obviously, Sato's just going to give him to Cobble, and Coble's going to kill him.
Yep. Um,
That's the end of him.
yeah. Poor
He's
Jobber.
Jobber Man, who weren't very good at recognizing carpets, I guess.
Yeah. And Sato gives him a job position. He wants their Inception, pretty much. And he wants to know if you can plant an idea in somebody's head. And Arthur obviously doesn't think that this is gonna work because obviously, if you plant an idea in someone's head, it's really like not their idea. The example he gives, if I tell you not to think about elephants, it's gonna make you think about elephants, but it's not really your idea. It's someone else giving you the idea because someone is having you think about elephants. But Carl realizes that this can work, and we find out this can work because he's done it before, and he's very vague on what he means by this. He doesn't really say, but obviously we find out that he did this to his wife, and that's kind of what ended up causing his wife to die. So I like how vague he is on that. And you know. But it has to be like a simple idea. You can't type of thing. And Sato wants you know a guy named Robert Fish who is about to inherit the company from his father, and he wants an idea to be planted in his head that he doesn't want that he basically doesn't want to run the company, and we find out more about why this is the case later on, and Cobb and Arthur are really just gonna walk.
And now, because I mean, it's not that important, but yeah.
Pretty much the reason is they're competing companies, and they've been competing. They've been pretty even, and they wanted like, is it because they want to do some type of expansion? And if they do that expansion, they basically will be like the top company type of thing. I forget the exact reason, but that I remember they're gonna do.
Right. Sato says like, yeah, they've been like his company's been the only competitor for Fisher's company, but he says like pretty bluntly like we can't compete anymore. And basically, like the way things are going, they're gonna be basically responsible for 50% of the world's like energy output, and essentially they'll be like a global superpower.
Can you imagine though if like I know I'm just making this as a joke, but because they end up succeeding, but imagine the guy that ends up coming to run the company that's so much better than he would have been that it fucking fails anyways. Like imagine he just takes the whole company to a whole different fucking level. Like,
Yeah.
that'd be
Yeah, he's like 50% of the world's energy. I'm gonna do 80%.
I like to think that's also what happened. Like after this movie ended, someone came in and just like took that company to like a whole nother level and everything like
Yeah,
that. That'd be awesome. They just because Sato was in limbo. It would have been awesome if he was in limbo and then he came out of it and then like he. A couple of years go by and then the other guy takes it over and he just takes it over to just a whole different type of level. I would have loved it.
I just spent like 80 fucking years in a dream for this bullshit.
Yeah, so Cobb and Arthur are originally not going to agree to do this, but then Cobb kind of thinks like he asks like Sato like if this will get him home because obviously the biggest thing he wants to do is go home and see his kids.
Well, no, because so basically Cobb was 100% against it because he was like, "Do I have a choice in this, or are you just gonna kill us?" And he's like, "No, I will kill you." Like, yeah, basically like Cobb was like, "Okay, cool. I'll take my chances with Koval like trying to kill me."
And then he says, "Yeah," and then Sato says, "But I can get you."
Walking away, Sato basically says like, "I can make your charges disappear."
And this is what causes Cobb to agree to it. And then after this, Arthur and Cobb have a little conversation where
I guess the main thing I wanted to say for that is that like Cobb even says like, "How do I know I can trust that you can deliver on this?" And Sato says like, "You don't. It's going to be a leap of faith." But I like that. Kind of shows how desperate Cobb is. Like he basically doesn't have a guarantee that this is going to work. That like this Sato can like erase his charges. But like he's so desperate to get back to his kids that he's kind of willing to take that risk.
Yeah, so I like this. We're going through this whole movie. Now it's what I was thinking. Like, can he even get his charges dropped? Because like he could go through this whole movie just for nothing and everything like that type of thing.
Imagine that. Like he gets Sato out of limbo. And it's like, all right, man, I'm gonna go see my kids. And Sato was like, oh yeah, right. I was bullshitting you this whole time.
Yeah, because that's the thing. He could have been bullshitting him this whole time type of thing. So, so then, let me just make sure I have this right in the notes. Yeah, so then Cobb goes overseas. Are they in Paris? Because I remember they jump around a lot in this movie, I believe, or they England.
No, England.
That's what I thought.
The U.
So they go to England, and we see that he's with a professor. He goes to a college. They ended up using like a weird like England place for like the entrance, which was pretty cool. And
I like a real life England place. Okay.
yeah, well, I'm not gonna look it up right now, but
I love that. Like the next time I see you when I walk into your house, I'm like, oh my god, it's a real life America place.
yeah,
It's a real life Owen place.
I like that better.
Yeah.
And Cobb goes in and he has you can kind of tell, you know, you really get this notion when, in hindsight, but like this, the interaction between them is very, doesn't really, it's right in the field and it's very awkward. He kind of comes in to his mentor. I think they did say his name, but I don't remember it. And he, he kind of talks about like, I thought I would find you in your office, but I remember you didn't really like small spaces. And we find out that his office is just like a small, it's just like a small closet. And he kind of gives him a gesture. We find out that this is his father-in-law, and because he says, "Why don't you give this to your grandkids and everything like that?" And this is kind of funny because AJ and I were texting about this, and I was mentioning like this scene really hits home a lot more because you find out that this is like, his deceased wife's father and having like this conversation. And then you find out what ends up happening to his wife. So this makes this conversation feel even more awkward. And you kind of find out that like this was Cobb's mentor and kind of, helped him learn about like navigating people's dreams and everything like that.
So because again, because Cobb's called him dad, and he mentioned that like he was kind of the one who showed him how to go into people's minds. That like I assume this was Cobb's father, but no, yeah, you were right that this is Maul's father. So this is Cobb's like father-in-law.
And I remember I was so happy I got this right because usually I end up getting this wrong. Usually you get it right, like.
Yeah, it's like I texted like, I don't think so, and I looked it up, and then immediately I was texting you back, being like, oh no, you're right, I'm wrong.
Because we had to be sure this was right because then my feelings were gonna change, type of thing.
Well, it's funny. You also said something, and you were like, well, he's British and Maul's British. I'm like, oh, fuck, you're right. I'm so dumb. I didn't even think about that.
Yeah. But also, it kind of...
like, why Cobb not have a British accent? If it's, it's like, okay, that's...
But then again, Church and LVB, like Epsilon, doesn't have a...
Yeah. The director has a southern accent, but for some reason, no other version of Church does.
But yeah, when you find out what ends up happening to... like Cobb's wife and everything like that. I think this scene really hits home so much more because you just kind of feel like, especially to like the actor's face here, like is very sad, and you could just tell he's like, he's telling Cobb to come back to reality. So you're wondering like how much does he know, type of thing, because obviously that's kind of what killed Cobb's wife.
So I like says that it's when Cobb says like, I can't be the architect because Maul won't let me.
Mm-hmm.
Because before that, he was kind of joking around a little bit, and he seemed kind of distant. Because he was like, "Oh yeah, can you even be here?" And Cobb was like, "Yeah, well, America wouldn't export me from England." And the professor was like, "Hey, in your case, it might make an exception." And like when Cobb says pretty bluntly, like, "I can't be the architect for this job because Maul won't let me," he kind of like his face kind of immediately like goes blank, and then he says like, yeah, come back to reality.
Yeah, so I really like this. And yeah, I just again, I feel like this conversation is just so much better once you find out what happened to Ma and everything like that. So I really like this. So Cobb wants his mentor to help him find a architecture, and yeah, he said someone that could be just as good as him, and he's like, I got somebody better. And obviously it cuts, and we see, we meet the architect whose name I can't seem to ever remember, so I'm going to call her Owie, like AJ said. And, Owie, and we find out, too, this is like an architecture, like, school, so I think it's kind of, so it's not like they just randomly picked, like, a student at random type of thing, because that would have been kind of goofy type of thing.
I would love that. They just go to a random school and they're like, "Hey, you kid, you want to do some illegal jobs?"
I'm pretty sure that's been like a joke before too.
Yeah.
But yeah, Ollie, gets off of the job, and obviously she doesn't really know what this is. Again, she knows just as much as the audience knows about Inception, and I do like this because you originally think this is gonna be like Ollie's role, like in the movie, is she's just gonna be like the audience's role, where she's just gonna learn about this as long as we are. And I'm like, okay, this is good because now like they can explain all this without like.
Yeah, I was about to say that pretty much is a role to be the fish out of water.
Yeah, and I think this is good because they can like explain this without having to explain it to like the other, because it wouldn't really make sense to explain it to Arthur or to explain it to. I guess Sato would work, but because Sato's now been in this process, I feel like it kind of doesn't really make sense to explain it to him. I feel like, because always like the complete fish out of water, I think it makes sense to explain it to her. So,
I'm okay with it because, like, well, one, she was never going to go into the dream in the first place.
Yep.
So, like, I'm kind of cool with them explaining it to her because they're never. Because I'm like, why would they have a newbie on the mission? I'm like, well, she was never going to go on the mission.
Yep.
And two, a lot of time passes for this chunk of the movie, like this whole like assembling the team thing. Presumably, a few weeks, to maybe even a few months pass.
That's what I was thinking. Yeah. Because they mentioned his father was in poor health, and they mentioned like once a month Robert goes to Los Angeles type of thing. So I think a lot of time does pass and everything like that. So
yeah, well, Yusuf at one, I think is it Yusuf the Tom Hardy. Tom Hardy like pretends to be like a business guy to like spy on Fisher, and like obviously Cobb goes to the other country to meet up with him. They plan the heist.
Mm-hmm.
She obviously get a lot better at being the architect. So like presumably like a few months pass for this like section of the movie.
Yeah. So Cobb is wanting her to make a maze that takes 2 minutes to make but takes 1 minute to solve. And he has to do this on like a sketchbook and everything like that. And I do like this. I like that she doesn't get it like right the first try, because that would have been like goofy. I thought that was gonna happen. It takes her presumably like a few tries, and then she's like making the maze, but then like when she finally gets it right, she had to make like a completely like different setup of a maze. I do,
and I like that. Like, he like got pissed because he's like kind of giving her shit for it. He's like, no, it's terrible again. And then you kind of see on her face like, okay, I'm taking this more seriously now. Then, like you said, she like designs a completely looking different one.
And I like Cobb is very like blunt. He's just trying to get this mission like done, so he wants this maze like perfect. And then we see Arthur setting up the devices so that way they can infiltrate her dreams. I like this because you don't really know what he's setting up. You think he's setting this up for like later on in the movie, but then or like for something completely different, like he's just setting up, because we found out they were setting up like a workshop, but we didn't really know that like what he was really doing here. And then it cuts again, and then Cobb is explaining how the dreams work, how everyone could like have dreams and be and feel dreams, but obviously sometimes people don't really remember how they first got to the area of the dream, or he explains things could be like supernatural, but obviously there could be things that happen in between, and we want to be able to like infiltrate and kind of go through that. He mentions that people's minds will like create like the world around them in their dreams, and then he asks Owie, I almost forgot that name. That was bad. Like if she remembers how she got here, and obviously she can't really remember like how they got there or anything like that. So then Cobb mentions that they're in a dream, and I like this because right when she realizes like she's in a dream, like the dream starts like breaking and everything like that, like because they were at like some type of juice bowl or something like that, and like all of the juice and everything like that, all the food goes up in the air, and like just a bunch of debris just starts crumbling around them. And then she wakes up and she sees that she's been her dreams have been infiltrated, and she's obviously freaked out by this. At first, I think her reaction is very good. Obviously, just because she reacts, because obviously she knows completely nothing about this, and we find out that yeah, that she that they took her into this room, and I don't think they like kidnapped her or anything like that. We didn't really see what happened before this, but I'm gonna guess she went into this room. She probably like went to sleep and then they like did this type of thing. But yeah, I really think this was cool. You get like because now you're learning about this, and I think it's cool because you get like the information about how this is done, and I think this is really cool. What do you think of like the first of this scene so far before I start explaining everything?
Yeah, I mean, I already kind of gave my thoughts, but yeah, I'm fine with Ari. You know, she's shown to be kind of a natural prodigy at this. It makes sense. This movie is already pretty confusing with its rules to have a fish out of water character. Yeah, you know, again, it's just a good way to kind of look at this. I don't think Ari herself is super interesting.
No.
But like again, I think the role is kind of necessary to like to get an explanation on how all this works.
So then they go through Cobb and Ollie go to sleep again, and they also explain this is where they explained about the time, I think, and they explain that they need because they explained that they only need like 5 minutes because they hadn't been there for very long.
And then they say she was up for 5 minutes. And she was like, what? We were having coffee for like an hour.
Yeah. So we find out that time in the real world is different than in dream world. Dreams, time accelerates a lot quicker. Which makes sense because if you have dreams, obviously sometimes there's been times I've dreamed stuff and I'm a lot older than when I am in the real world type of thing. So it makes sense that your dreams would accelerate and everything.
I was more so thinking like there's plenty of times where like I have a dream and it feels like a few minutes into the dream is like a whole night in real life, or vice versa. You know, where like not a lot of time passes in the real world, but I feel like I had this like whole big thing in a dream.
Yeah. So they go through the dream again, and Cobb is explaining that they have just like the basic architectures and everything like that. So at this point now they're in Cobb's dream, right? Because they said that this is his subconscious and everything like that. Or are they still in her dream? I just want to make sure I have this right.
It's her dream because remember Cobb ends up yelling at her because she like is using a real like. Well, yeah, I don't. Okay, so fucking, it's his dream, but she designed it, I guess.
Okay.
Remember, he's like pissed at. He's like, wait, did you use like a real life bridge?
That's
and
right.
She's like, yeah.
Yeah. So so Cobb is explaining the rules. I really like this where she just has like the basic foundation of the dream, and but you can make like other configurations of it. We get the explanation of the projections. We find out the projections are just his projections that are going to be in the dream, and they kind of help like keep the dream flowing and everything like that. But sometimes if they ever feel like there's something that's odd, they're obviously going to be a little bit more reckless because they mentioned that this is like your subconscious. So when your subconscious senses that there's something that's not right or there's something that doesn't make sense, they're gonna like lash out at I guess it would be the architect.
Like white blood cells, when they sense something foreign inside of it, they attack it.
Yeah.
Because like Ari's walking down the street and like all the people are like eyeing her, and she's like, "Why?" It's like, okay, well these people are all representations of my subconscious, so they sense that you're like foreign.
Yeah, because obviously like this is the first time like Cobb and Ollie have had like a conversation. They only know who she is, so it makes sense that why would she?
And I can't control it. It's my subconscious. It's like it just kind of happens. Which makes sense. That's why earlier when with Sato, like all those people just like rushed Jobberman and Cobb.
Yeah.
Because like Sato is conscious for those people.
Yeah. And And then we find out that you can also make the dream. You could kind of explore the dream and kind of do whatever you want with it when you're the architect. So this is kind of when Ollie kind of starts trying like a bunch of stuff out. She takes like some of the buildings and makes it like part of the sky and makes it so that way her and Cobb can like just like walk across the that place and just walk up the buildings, which was a really cool scene. She makes like a bridge and they walk up it, and because this is happening, Cobb's subconscious is like picking this up, and obviously they're starting to get like more and more vicious. Like one of them bumps into her, and obviously because they feel like something's amiss, they're starting to notice that something's fallen, as Cobb said. And I like this because we get to see them do a lot of exploring. Like she takes like a glass door and like just moves it over and like just taps it, and then it breaks into like 1,000 pieces. And then doing all of this, we anything else rules? I feel like I got all the rules there. We find out about the time.
Well, I guess the bridge thing, like I said, Cobb says like don't use real places.
Yeah, I was getting into that. I just wanted to make sure I didn't mention anything before that.
I wanted to bring that up because I'm like, he gets really pissed at her about that, and like, Cobb, you didn't explain any of this shit, you know? If I didn't know a rule and then you got like pissed at me for breaking that rule, I'm like, I didn't fucking know it was a rule.
But yeah, the bridge, she makes this bridge and we find out that she like walks by this bridge every day before class and everything like that. And Cobb is obviously freaking out, and she says, and he's like, you never want to make for memories that, because that can drive emotion and everything like that. And obviously, Cobb sees over on the side.
It could like mix up your sense of reality.
Yeah. And Cobb looks over to the side and see like him and his wife have been to this bridge before. So obviously he's starting to kind of get all confused and everything like that. So then his subconscious obviously starts to go off into a riot. And during all this, Mao pops up. And the subconscious is like tearing apart at Ollie and Cobb, and Mao's kills Ollie, and obviously at this point is begging to be woken up or something like that. But then she wakes up, and this is where you find out that you can't just be like woken up from this because they had 5 minutes. They have to go through like the whole 5 minutes before she can get woken up, unless you die in the dream. Because if you die in the dream, you die in real life. I'm pretty sure they did that. I'm pretty sure they did that joke. I'm pretty sure they did that joke in Rick and Morty, right? I'm pretty sure I remember they said that.
Yeah, for sure.
But no, that's not what happens. If you die in the dream, you'll just get like woken up.
I was about to say, in the dream, you don't die in real life.
Yeah.
Until later. In that case, then you do die in the dream, then you die in real life.
Yeah.
Kind of.
But you'll just get woken up earlier. And obviously Cobb's freaked out by this, so he just kind of goes off into the room. And obviously Ollie and Arthur have a conversation, and Ollie's not really comfortable because obviously it seems like Arthur has a lot of things wrong with the subconscious, and the fact that Molly just came and showed up again and messed up their dream. She's obviously worried that if she takes this job that Molly would just kind of mess it up for them and everything like that. And obviously because Cobb has a lot of messed up things going on, she doesn't want to open up her mind to somebody like that. So she agrees to walk off. She just walks off doing all this.
Well, I have to mention that like you forgot to say Ari like got pissed at Cobb, and she's like, oh yeah, hey, she's a real charmer, Cobb. And Arthur is like, oh, so you met his wife, huh?
Yeah, I was getting into that. I just wanted to mention that first. She's wondering like who that is, but obviously they're being vague. And then this is where we find out about the totem. Obviously we had seen the totem, but we didn't really know what it was, and that's where the topo comes in. Arthur talks about the totem, and we find out what the totem does is when you come out of a dream, it kind of helps to make you sense whether or not you're still in someone else's dream. So, for example, when Cobb rolls the topple, we find out that if it's inside somebody else's dream, that it never topples. So because it topples in real life, that shows that Cobb is still like back to reality and everything like that. So basically, the totem helps whoever goes into dreams tell the difference between reality and dream world and everything like that.
I was like, finding out this wasn't even his totem; it was Maul's.
And we find out it was Maul's idea, which is pretty cool. So, yeah, I think I got this. So I like this scene. We got to find out all of the rules and everything like that. I feel like this helped too because it kind of breaks up the slow points of the movie, because obviously every movie is going to have slow points. So I think finding out about all this information and everything like that makes it not feel slow, because in a rewatch, this is the slow point of the movie, but because you're watching this for the first time, you're learning, your brain's pretty active. It kind of makes it feel like it's not really like a slow part of the movie, and everything like that. So
It's adding context to the beginning,
Yeah. Oh, by the way, we never mentioned your funny. I meant to mention this at the beginning, but then I forgot. Because you're doing the notes next. Why don't you talk about where you took your notes?
Yeah, on a receipt, because I don't have any paper. So I'm like, well, I also did it in fucking pink Sharpie.
Oh, that's nice. That's cute. Anything else you want to say about all of this stuff before? Because
it's giving just Ari is kind of a whatever character. I don't really care for her that much, but again, I understand the role of like we need somebody to like have all this stuff explained to.
Do you wish she kind of stayed that way and they did the role she gets with Cobb they gave to Arthur? Because I feel like I don't know, maybe Arthur would have done the role better, but it just kind of seemed weird that they didn't do it with Arthur. The buddy.
Yeah, because he already kind of like has a relationship with Cobb, so it feels like he should be the one probing. So that's kind of the thing with Ari later, is it comes off as really annoying that she's like really probing into him.
Yeah.
And it feels weird because like her and Cobb don't really have any kind of like relationship.
Yeah, so it would have been better if it was with
like I get it, like she doesn't like trust him, then like she doesn't want to be getting into all this shit if she like she wants to know what's going on. But like I don't know, like the scene later when he's like kind of opening up a bit and she like fucking sneaks off and like goes further down into his memories, kind of pissed me off.
I agree. But let's continue. I think you have the next little bit.
Yeah, and also I guess so. Basically, yeah, she's like, I want to be part of this. I'm leaving. And then Arthur and Cobb are both like, yeah, she'll be back. Like now that we've like shown her what like building and dreams are like there's no way she's gonna be able to stay away.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, I don't know. I didn't really get the vibe that this would be like something that's like super addictive.
No, I feel like I guess if you're especially too because she only did it like once, so it feels kind of weird.
Again, Ari's a strange character because the first thing Cobb says to her when he's having her like draw like the mazes on like that notebook is like she's like, hey, so you gonna tell me about this job? And he's like, well, it's not exactly legal. I'd be like, okay, well, see you, bye.
Also, I don't know if I like the fact because then Cobb mentioned she picks this up quick and everything like that. I don't know if I like that. Like, why would you pick this up so quick if you don't even know anything about it? That's just weird. Like,
her being a prodigy, because I mean, the professor even was like, oh yeah, no, she would be better than you. And again, presumably during this part of the movie, like a couple of months passed as they're making the plans and shit.
But I feel like she picked this up right away. It seemed like right away, cause...
yeah, where she fucking bends the sky and shit. Yeah, that was a little too much too quick.
Yeah, so I wish they kind of had to do something small or had Cobb show her how to do it type of thing.
Yeah, because they had a good scene later with Arthur kind of explaining the staircase.
Yeah, I like that.
So yeah, Ari does kind of pick it up too quick. And again, I don't hate Ari. She's just kind of like kind of boring. She's not the worst member of the team. That's the fucking one dude who's like there for 2 minutes.
Oh, are you talking about Yosef?
Yeah, whatever the fuck his name
Yusuf?
is.
Yusuf?
Yeah, and then Arthur's okay. He's just kind of bland. I mean, I get his role again, kind of like Ari's a fish out of water. He's kind of like the stable one, like the straight man of the group.
I would say Arthur's probably missed potential too.
Yeah, I would say Arthur's missed potential. We don't really get a lot on him. Like, we don't get again, he's kind of just a guy doing his job. He doesn't really get a lot of like in depth look into him.
Yeah.
Even Sato and Tom Hardy's character, whatever the fuck his name is, they kind of end up having like a respect for each other. At the end when Sato was like, "Hey, no room for tourists," right?
Yeah.
They kind of end up developing a little bit of like a friendship. So I'm like, Arthur didn't really get anything like that. So I guess that's kind of my fault. The movie is like half of like the heist team are kind of boring.
Yeah, I agree. I feel like they could have built him up a little bit more.
Yeah. So yeah, but speaking of boring, we get the two characters who are not boring. Cobb is like, "Hey, I'm gonna go get like a character who's more interesting. Is that cool with you, Arthur?" And he's like, "Yeah, I guess." And he's like, "All right, cool, bye."
Poor Arthur too. He had to stay back with Ollie, like the boring character. Like if you think about,
Hey, sorry, you guys can do your boring character shit. I'm gonna go have like, you guys can go fucking climb stairs or whatever. I'm gonna get in a fucking cool ass chase scene.
yeah, I like that. I like the fact. I like this too because even though Arthur's like, yeah, isn't this a risk? Like I'm willing to take these risks. I like to think it's Cobb. I like to think it's Cobb being like, I don't want to sit here and do this boring shit. I'm gonna go do this like fun shit. Like I'm gonna go.
Yeah, like they get back and Arthur's like, "Oh, hey, we've been like climbing stairs. It's pretty cool. What have you guys been doing?" He's like, "Oh, I got a shootout, fucking chased, like jumped off a building. Pretty interesting, pretty interesting." Arthur's like, "Oh yeah, cool. I climbed stairs."
Yep. I had to show this rookie how to do a job.
I know, right? It's like of all the architects in the world, why are we going with a newbie? Why not go with somebody with more experience?
And someone cooler.
Yeah.
And someone that's not going to infiltrate your dreams for
Somebody
no
with
reason.
an easier name to pronounce.
Huh?
Somebody with an easier name to pronounce.
Yeah. I don't. Again, I think I told you I've watched that scene with we've heard her name like 40 times, and again I said the name in this video, and I just still forget.
It's like we're trying to incept her name into her mind, but it's not sticking.
There you go. Because we're on to Cobb. We know what he's trying to do. He's trying to get that name in our mind. We're not letting it happen.
Yeah, it's not sticking though.
He's gonna have to go down like 64 levels to get that name to stick, probably.
Yeah, 64.
He'll be like really in limbo.
I know, right?
Our subconscious is offended.
Trying to place it in there. But yeah, Cobb ends up going to fucking, I cannot remember the name of the country. And he ends up going somewhere on the planet Earth. And he goes to this bar and he sees Tom Hardy, he plays Bane in the Batman movies, funny enough. He's playing, he's gambling. And Cobb's like, "Oh, hey, well, can I buy you a drink?" And I guess he didn't do very good. And he's like, "Okay, yeah, sure, you're buying it." And they kind of sit down and have some drinks. And basically, Cobb's kind of pitching this idea to him. Again, it's kind of established they have a bit of history together too.
Mm-hmm.
Like it seems like they've worked together, but not as regularly as him and Arthur.
Yeah.
Because like at one point, Tom Hardy is like, "Oh, hey, so you're still working with Arthur, huh?" That stick in the mud. And Cobb's like, "Hey, he's the best at what he does." He's like, "Hey, he's good at what he does." And Tom Hardy's like, "Oh yeah, the best." So I kind of like that. Like Tom Hardy admits, like, "Oh yeah, he's really good at his job. He's just fucking boring."
And the movie didn't. The movie show that's the movie. Movie showed that.
And I do like this where he's basically pitching the idea of like planting Inception. And before this, obviously Arthur and the others were kind of like, "Oh no, Inception's impossible. You can't do it." And Tom Hardy was like, "Oh no, it's definitely possible. Like, I've never done it, but we got pretty close." So like he says in a different mission, him and some other people like planted the idea, but it didn't stick.
So I like this. I like that fact that
like they got far enough down to plant the Inception. It's just that like it didn't like it wasn't strong enough essentially.
I like this too because other people are like doing this stuff like other than the main characters. I like that people are doing this stuff like off screen. Like it's not just the core group that's doing this type of thing.
Yeah, I do like that. Yeah, and he kind of explains it like, okay, so like if you're gonna do Inception, it has to be super simple and kind of let it grow from there.
Mm-hmm.
Also, we kind of fucking glossed over it earlier, but when Sato was making his deal with Cobb said that like, if you plant Inception, that like that idea can end up defining that person.
That's right.
You don't really know what's going to become of it, which obviously that makes sense why he knows that, because he ended up just implanting the idea that like you are in a dream in Mal ended up just like persisting, and she always thought she was in a dream.
Yep.
So again, it's kind of like you can plant the idea, but like that once that happens, like it can fucking keep going.
I know we're doing the Rick and Morty comparison, but that's ends up what happens with what's his name, the dog. Because they, because then they had. I mean, obviously they do it a different way, but they saw that like Morty quote unquote died, and then that.
That I was like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, no, I just can't remember the dog's name, but seeing that Morty died and seeing like the world takeover and everything like that, like made him realize that like he was no better than like humans and everything like that. Made him like not want to do like world takeover and everything like that.
Yeah. So and then where was I at? Oh yeah, so Tom Hardy's character is like saying like, so the idea's got to be super simple. So because Cobb explains like basically the idea is that like, okay, we need to get this like heir to an empire to dissolve his father's company, and Tom Hardy's like, okay, see, yeah, there's a bunch of different motivations for that. There's a bunch of political things, and bunch of different reasons why what he would want to dissolve it. So you kind of have to go to like the core of it, like the most simple thing.
Yeah.
And that is basically like his relationship with his father.
Mm-hmm.
So I like that kind of like, okay, yeah, see, because it makes sense. Like, whenever you do something, you usually have more than one reason,
Yeah. So I like the fact that they're going to go with like the simple reason type of thing. And yeah, it's his father's company. So like, what is the relationship with the father's like? Because if it's good, he's not going to want to like, because if the relationship with the father is going to determine whether or not he wants to control the company type of thing.
Yeah. So yeah, basically Tom Hardy agrees, and he also knows a guy around here, Yusuf, who like makes special drugs that can like knock out a person longer, so they can like be in their dream longer, essentially.
Yeah.
And Cobb was like, okay, great, take me there. And he's like, yeah, I will, but like as soon as you lose your tail. So basically, and I like this because they kind of have a little bit of banter where Cobb was like, oh yeah, that's Copel Engineering. Is that price on my head? Is that dead or alive? And Tom Hardy's like, I don't remember.
Yeah, I like this too because they mentioned this was a risk that like this corporation was going to be looking for.
Yeah, I'm glad that like the whole thing at the beginning where Copel Engineering wanted them dead isn't like wasn't just like a throwaway thing at the beginning. Like that actually ended up coming back.
Yeah, I wish they would have done this a little bit more. I guess, but I guess.
Yeah, this was like really the only other scene with like the Copel Engineering shit.
Yeah.
It was like imagine like like Sato wipes Cobb's like arrest info like away. He goes back home, and then Copel Engineering just comes to his house later that night and kills him.
Yeah, that's true.
Like I don't know why they wouldn't.
Yeah, they didn't really address it. Hey, maybe that happened off screen. We don't know. We don't know what happened off screen. Like we saw a happy ending. But...
All right, we got to go into the head of Copel Engineering's head, and so he doesn't want to kill us.
Yeah. Or, off screen when after he hugged his kids and everything like that, he gets a knock on the door and Cobra near and just shoots him in the head.
Yeah, they're like, all right, boys, there we go, mission accomplished. Yeah. So yeah, they basically agree that like, okay, hey, Tom Hardy, you like distract them. We'll meet back here in a half hour. And he's like, here? And he's like, yeah, the last place they'd expect. I do like, again, that kind of ties into the whole his strategy with Fisher and Sato, where he's kind of like upfront about it, but like kind of misdirects them.
Yeah, I like that.
That seems to be a strategy of like kind of doing the most obvious thing to throw people off.
Yeah, I like that.
And I do like Tom Hardy's like way of distracting him and just going up to him, and like, "Oh my God, it's you! It's been so long." And then as soon as Cobb jumps and the guy chases him, he's like, oh, "I guess it wasn't you."
I like that. That was funny.
Distracts him for fucking like 5 seconds.
It wasn't very long. I don't think he did a good job distracting him. I don't want Tom Hardy distracting somebody.
Yeah. So yeah, we get a pretty cool chase scene. They're obviously in a very crowded marketplace, and there's a few assassins. Like as soon as Cobb jumps from the second floor of the bar, there's another guy waiting there, and Cobb immediately like fucking decks him and runs off.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, because there's a bunch of people around, Cobb is like grabbing everything and just like chucking at them and like knocking them away. And there's very like tight streets, so like there's a car driving by, and Cobb just kind of like slips by it, and the other guy like kind of gets knocked back a little bit.
That hurt me. That was painful.
Huh?
That hurt me. That was painful.
Oh.
Huh?
I mean, the car was going pretty slow.
But still, that's just looks like.
Oh yeah, I'm sure it didn't fucking feel pleasant. And I do like this. At one point, Cobb gets a decent enough head start that he like goes to this like cafe and tries to like sit down and like pretend like he's eating there. But like the store owner or waiter or whatever is like yelling at him, like, "What the fuck?"
Yeah.
And Cobb is trying really hard to just be like, one coffee, like shh, like one coffee, like stop causing a scene. And then the guys like hear the waiter like yelling, so they walk in and see Cobb like trying to calm him down. So basically, Cobb has to be like, "Oh fuck,"
I wonder if that was written in with the intent that Will Smith was going to be there. But then like they just kept it in because it's still a funny scene.
You see that very, very Will Smith scene. I mean, I like that. Again, it's very smart of Cobb to kind of try to blend in.
Yeah.
But yeah, obviously it backfired because he just caused a big commotion. So the guy's like, "What the fuck are you doing?" But yeah, a bunch of guys come in, try shooting a Cobb. Cobb, gets tackled at one point, but he's still able to like fend him off and dodge the bullets. He like busts through a window and like tackles another assassin and like runs away. I like this. Again, Cobb doesn't feel like he's a fucking super action hero. Like a lot of this does feel kind of like luck, but also like he's smart and he's kind of good at like misdirecting.
Yeah, I like this a lot. I like that he's not like a mastermind, like you said. He's kind of trying to think of his feet, like that scene with the cafe, and everything like that.
Yeah. Yeah, he's not like Jackie Chan or Bruce Lee, but he's just kind of like, he's good at like kind of like they tackle him, he kind of just like knocks him away really quick, and then like kind of dips.
Yeah, so I like this. I like this too because you get to see like some actual fighting in the real world. Like I thought they were just gonna keep it in the dream, so I like that you got to see it a little bit in the real world. I like that they just did something anyways with that corporation that's trying to take him down, because it'd be kind of weird if we didn't get a scene like this. Like if, I mean. I was thinking they were going to be like Washington, who was going to be stuck. They were going to be stuck in the desert for like the whole movie type of thing. Let's looking for Cobb.
I love it. An entire company just stuck in the desert, being like, "Where the fuck is Cobb?" Like, I
don't know. I laugh at that, but that's so sad. That's really what was fucking going on in that movie.
How he spent 75% of fucking season 8. Yeah,
that was his only vacation too. Huh?
At least he had the Meta and Doc to keep him company. Yeah, and that Asian dude from the beginning. He's also kind of just there.
Yeah. And that was the Wash's only vacation.
He's also there, just chilling.
Who's there?
Matt from Death Note. He's also in the desert, just chilling.
That one business.
All the unnamed Yellow Jackets. They're also kind of just there, waiting to get names.
That one business guy, because that's where the joke started. Was that one business guy?
Oh yeah, yeah. You know, the desert is Belize, Owen. This whole time, the Belize was the fucking desert.
So is Mike there too, or no?
Yeah, Mike's there. All of Mike's guys are there. Um, yeah.
Yeah. Um,
I was just chilling in that temple.
but yeah, going through some
Um,
behind. Are you done? Going through some behind the scenes stuff for this. This scene's pretty cool. We find out that they use like a lot of handheld cameras to film this scene, which makes a lot of sense because it's like a tight space and it's like an action scene, so it makes sense to do a lot of handheld cameras. You can kind of tell with the way the scene's presented that this is being done on handheld cameras versus like traditional cameras and everything like that. So that's pretty cool.
yeah. Yeah, that's interesting. They had a lot of cool camera techniques for this movie, which we're gonna get to later, for like the hallway thing. But yeah, Cobb gets to like an open marketplace and he's still getting shot at. But a car pulls up and Sato inside. He ends up kind of rescuing Cobb and driving away. And Cobb's like, "What are you doing here? Like, were you following me?" And he's like, "Yeah, I got to protect my interest, my investment." So I like that because obviously we hadn't seen him in a long time. He kind of just told Cobb to assemble his team. So now we found out like he's been keeping tabs on Cobb as he's like doing that.
Yeah, I thought he was just gonna like do this. I didn't think he'd be in this movie this much. I thought he was just gonna be there in the like that beginning part of it. And then
Part of the team full time.
yeah, so I like this. I kind of like this because you get like more to Sato and everything like that.
Yeah, that's why he's so invested in this.
Yeah,
But yeah, he ends. I like this where Tom Hardy's just waiting at the bar, and then Cobb pulls up in the car, and he's like, "What about you losing your tail?" He's like, "Yeah, this is a different one."
yeah. So I like that.
But yeah, I like their banter. Kind of shown they've had a partnership in the past too. Their partnerships more interesting than Arthur's.
That's unfortunate, but yeah. Well,
Yeah.
I would have loved it if Tom Hardy went inside. They gave him Ollie's role where he was the one that went inside and saw like what was going on with his wife and everything like that. He would have nailed that role too. That would have been awesome. Like,
Yeah, I don't know. He's kind of a character. I don't know if he would be that interested in like doing that. He's not a super emotional guy.
it'd be better than Ollie's.
No, it'd be better than Ari's. But I'm just saying, like, I get why he wasn't the guy for that role. But yeah, it still should have been like Arthur or something.
Yeah. And then we meet the character that's in this movie.
Either relationship with like Maul, if he knew Cobb before Maul died or anything like that.
Yeah. But then we have the character that does the absolute least in this movie. He probably has the easiest job of the whole movie.
Yeah, I fucking keep forgetting this guy's even this fucking movie. I don't remember his name. He's like, as you know what, Guy. He's Guy. Anyway, this guy, right? He makes drugs. He's the Walter White of whatever country this is. And he's like, yeah, I make pretty good drugs. He's like, I'll show you. And then he just has a bunch of like fucking people sleeping in his basement, and everyone's like, okay, it's a little weird. And basically, like he says that like people come here like every day to like dream for the majority of the day. And there's this old guy who's like watching everybody sleep. Basically says that like, for them, dreaming is reality. Who are you to kind of say that isn't, that isn't the case, And I like it kind of gets to Cobb in this. He kind of looks down, obviously, because in his case, he says later on he needs to dream because in his dreams, him and Maul are still together.
Yeah, and then that's what.
So kind of a lot of people in their dreams, they kind of get to live the life they want to have.
Mm-hmm. Which is pretty cool, I like the fact that we're finding out again that other people are just doing this other than the main group.
Yeah,
but this guy is not part of the main group. I don't care what he says. I was gonna say this guy's not. Yusuf's not a part of the main group. I don't care what he says. He only made it to one.
That might be Tom Hardy's character. I get their names mixed up. But anyway, this guy, he says that like he can make a drug that'll be like strong enough to get them to the third dream level, and Cobb's like, yeah, no, that's not possible. And he's like, no, it is. That's the end of that conversation. Basically, he's like saying things are like unstable beyond that point. And they also talk about the time difference, like how, like 1 week on level 2 is 5 minutes on level 1. I forget what the time difference is on level 3, but it's a lot. And Sato says, I'm also coming in this mission because how will I know that you accomplished the mission unless I actually see you do it? Which is a good point. He could just be paying these guys to go in this guy's dream and they just fucking, I don't know, jerk off or something. They don't actually do the mission.
I like this too because it makes sense why he wants to go. Because don't forget they failed the mission when they tried to go in his dream type of thing. So it makes sense,
Yeah, and again, I like how Tom Hardy's character is very sassy. He's just kind of there's not really a room for tourists on this mission, which again comes up later when Sato and him kind of gain respect for each other.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, so Sato has joined the party. Tom Hardy has joined the party.
Yep.
And random drug guy has joined the party.
Yeah, I like that. I like that they're assembling like a team. And we're finding out how all this stuff works. So I like that a lot. They do a scene.
So we've got essentially, Cobb is Captain America. Tom Hardy is Cobb is the Hulk because he's got the mental issues.
Sure.
Who's everybody in the team on? You don't know much about the Avengers.
Okay.
Try to pin.
You might call me crazy, but because Tom Hardy's very comedic, I remember Iron Man out of the group was kind of comedic, so I'm gonna go Iron Man for Tom Hardy.
Tom Hardy. Yeah.
Random guy. I'm trying to think of someone in the Avengers that's just.
He's just a random guy. He's just kind of the Avengers kind of needed another guy, so this guy just kind of found their Indeed.
And then
posting.
And then is there a woman in
Yeah, Black Widow. I guess Ari's Black Widow.
I don't know much about Black Widow, but I feel like Black Widow is probably a cooler character than Ari is.
Yeah, she is a lot.
So,
she's like an assassin.
She definitely is an assassin then. So, but I guess again, is that the only woman in Avengers?
In the movies, kinda. Yeah. I mean, the comics, there's a bunch of women.
Anyone else that's not black level? No, I must have black level. Black Black Widow level.
I don't think anybody that you would know.
So I guess it's gonna be Black Widow then.
So, who would Arthur be?
I can't say Spider-Man because maybe Captain America.
Yeah, I think he would be Spider-Man because remember he was climbing on the wall during that one little zero gravity.
That's true. So yes, he would be Spider-Man. Yeah, all right, so it's Hulk is Cobb. Tom Hardy is Iron Man. Random guy is just random guy. He's just there. And unfortunately, Ari's Black Widow. It's kind of a sad.
Yeah.
It's weird. It's kind of a sad Avengers team in a way, and but it all works, I guess.
Yeah. Oh, and I guess because we haven't done Captain America, Sato, the Japanese man, is Captain America.
Yeah, I guess so. Even though he's the complete opposite of Captain America, but okay.
Yeah. And I guess I don't know. No, he's still Captain America. It makes it funnier.
Huh?
No. He's still Captain America. It makes it funnier.
Yeah. Kind of a sad. It's sad that those people have to represent the Avengers, though. Cobb works.
Yeah, cool. Tom Hardy's cool. Sato's all right. That's kind of it.
Yeah, everyone else is kind of.
As we said, half this team is pretty boring.
Yep. Yeah, because it's 3 people on the team. Oh, there's 6 people on the team, and 3 is,
Yeah, 3 are cool. The other 3 are there.
And unfortunately, one of them is too much there.
Yeah. Arthur's not bad. He's just missed potential, like you said.
Yeah. I didn't. Again, this is another time I didn't really notice this until we hit the record button. How much missed potential Arthur was. Like it's like wow. But anyhow, let's continue talking. You forgot to mention one thing? Like it's kind of a small thing. Like Cobb obviously wanted to test out like the sedation himself, so he like went into a dream sequence, and then he got like freaked out by it because he saw like Molly again. So he like woke up from it really quickly and everything like that. So. Yeah, that happened.
Oh, damn, man! Let me hit some of that shit.
It's like, oh, that was too much for me.
Yeah, I was on the floor, my baby blue.
How long was he in there? How long was he in it? Like IOL, like in the real world, he was in there for like a second. I wonder how long he was in there. Like
the reverse of it, like how in the dream it's 50 years, in real life it's 5 years. It's the reverse. He's been fucking sitting there for 50 years until him.
That'd be awesome. But yeah, then they start to Ollie comes back. Welcome back. She just decides to come back. She said there was just nothing like it.
Yeah. Dreams are cool, I guess. I'm gonna keep doing this.
I gotta say that not only good
that's her drug. She's like, hey man, you got any more dreams to build? She's like
it just felt like the plot had to advance, so they just needed her to come back. Like, we need this plot to advance real quick, so could you just like it's the reverse, but off screen. There's more time passes off screen than on screen. It's the reverse. I mean, I guess it does happen, but like that's what happened. Like Ollie like went 50 years off screen without dreams, so she had to come back.
I would an old lady now. Everyone else is still the same, but she's like an old lady.
Yeah, I love it. So Arthur's kind of
what? I would have liked it more if it was Cobb's father-in-law instead of Ari.
100%. It makes sense. He's like the mentor figure and everything like that.
Yeah, that would be cool. He's on the mission. It would make sense why he's so invested in like helping Cobb. I guess the only thing is you would need a fish out of water character, but again, I feel like that could have been Sodom.
Yeah. Because then they could explain
a little bit more, but again, I feel like I would have preferred that.
Yeah. And he doesn't even have to go into the dream either. Is the good thing.
Yeah, I feel like he would be like, okay, I want to know how this mission's gonna work. Like, explain everything to me.
Yep. So, and you could do a little bit of like tension between like him and like Cobb. Like, there's the mentor figure, but also like that's kind of how his daughter died and everything like that. Like, it works so well. Like,
yeah. Again, yeah. So basically, replace Ari as a fish out of water with Sato. And for the architect, have it be Cobb's father-in-law. That would have been way cooler.
He'd probably do a better job at being the architect too. So
probably.
Can we blame Ollie why it goes wrong in level 1? I feel like we should. Can we?
On level 1, I'm gonna blame Cobb for not fucking like telling people.
Okay. We'll get to that.
Also, again, not telling everybody.
But yeah. So yeah, Ollie just comes back. Arthur's explaining, how to do, they're in another dream. We don't really know whose because it just cuts to this scene, so we don't know like who is in whose dream. They're just in people's dreams. Knowing Ollie, it was probably fucking Ollie invaded his dream without him knowing about it. So, but I feel like as time passes, we just hate Ollie more and more and more.
Ari's a crackhead for dreams. She's like sees Cobb sleeping. She's like, oh shit, man, you got some good dreams in there, don't you? And he
you know what's the best thing too? It makes it work as a drug because you have to like put the needle through like your arm to do it.
I know. Oh, dreams right to my veins. Oh, dreams.
Oh, I think it's only Ollie. Really, it's Cobb that has this problem, but we're just putting that problem onto Ollie type of thing. So
yeah, no, it's really if anyone's a fucking dream. Cobb, but yeah, we're also including Ari in there.
And they end up being the duo at the end, so that's even better. So
yeah.
But yeah. So Arthur explains to Ollie that everything's gonna seem weird around you, so you have to like make the universe work so that way like the projections like don't notice anything like around you and everything like that. So you have to like build the universe up so that way the projections don't notice anything like different or anything like that. So he kind of explains the infinite staircase, and that makes a lot of sense because obviously the characters they saw like were going up and down stairs anyways. So like, it made it not realize that there was really much of a change going on. They just felt like normal life to them and everything like that. And then that was all they did, Cobb and everyone else got to do this cool shit, and like you said, unfortunately, Arthur had to just fucking climb stairs, so that's great. And
yeah, right. I would love it. They get back, and Cobb's like, "Oh man, I was in a cool chase scene. I was getting shot at. It was super interesting. What you guys do?" It's like, "Oh yeah, we climb stairs." And
then we get to find out a little bit of background info behind I forgot his name because we've been doing this video for so long. Robert, I forget his last name, but it's Robert. And we find out the reason that Sato wants to incept this idea into Robert's head. I do like this. He really originally wasn't going to tell them, but like he had to give up that information, so because if they have the information, it gives them a better chance to like incept this into his head type of thing. I do like that. Tom Hardy decides to kind of do some sourcing to kind of see what the relationship's like with his father, and we meet Robert's father's.
Sorry, and this kind of also adds to the idea that this like whole part is like taking months because he had to like pretend to be a business guy and then like meet up with Browning and stuff.
Yeah, what's Browning's first name? I don't remember. Like I think we're just.
I remember his first name, but it is Browning. Is his name.
But he said he's gonna have his sources, so we see Browning, and I like this because you get to see how sick his father like truly is. We see that Browning's having like some type of business deal with a couple of people, and then he goes in, and we see that Robert is just sitting by his father's bedside, and his father knocks over Morris is his name. Knocks over like a picture, and we don't really know like the symbolism of this picture yet. But Robert picks it up, and they think it's something meaningful.
Because Robert calls him Uncle Peter later.
Yeah, we also find out that Browning wasn't just the right hand man. He's like family to them. Like he's Robert's uncle and his godfather and everything like that. And Robert, we find out the relationship between him and his father isn't very good. And we find out how truly sick his father is too, because he said that he was in the room for like a while, but his father like didn't even notice like he was there and everything like that.
Browning mentions that like the picture that got knocked over, it was one of like Robert when he was a kid, and Robert said like, "Yeah, I put it there like a while ago," and he never even noticed.
Yeah. So.
I feel bad for here. It seems like he is trying to like extend an olive branch to his dying father, and his dying father just like doesn't give a shit.
Yeah. And then doing all of this, we see Tom Hardy is watching all this happen, and we find out he's doing this because he wants to like because when it gets to that part of the dream, he's gonna have to like pretend to be Peter Browning, and he's trying to get his mannerisms right and everything like that. Which I actually like that little detail, obviously. It kind of gives Tom Hardy a good reason. It fits Tom Hardy's character to do this.
Yeah. Also makes sense, like if he's going to impersonate Fisher, like you said, Browning is family to Fisher, so he has to like be able to get his mannerisms right and stuff like that.
Yeah. And it makes sense to put someone to pretend, like in the dream, that he's gonna know, so that way his projections will find like something's off or anything like that. So, and then the rest of a bit of this movie is a lot of it's kind of what's it called when you again we've been doing this video a while, but what's it called? Not flashbacks, but when it's a series of scenes and they're like really short, but they're all put together type of thing. But they
montage?
Yeah, montage. There it is. That's the words. I could not think of that word for some reason. But
yeah, okay, we're both definitely getting pretty tired.
But it's almost there. But they do a montage. It's not much of a montage as typical, but it's pretty much a montage of them explaining the plan and everything like that. So we see Ollie work on a totem, and it's just a chess piece. Don't really find out the symbolic of that or anything like that, but it's a chess piece. It's nice.
Can you explain how totems work?
Yeah, it's
Yeah, you also said that like whoever you're like nobody else is supposed to touch it.
yes, I did not explain that, but yeah, so no one else is supposed to touch it because then and why could no one touch it? Because I forget why.
Well, because the idea is that like nobody else is supposed to know like the exact weight or the feel of it. Because like it's if only you know how it works, then like you're not in somebody else's dream.
That's right.
So kind of like how like Sato was able to tell like the carpet wasn't real because they fucked up like the feel of it.
Yep.
So like for Cobbs, like nobody knows like the feel or like the weight of the top. So like if he spins it, it'll just keep spinning. It's if he's in a dream.
And he fucks that up because he tells Maui about that. So yeah, good job, Cobb. So
yeah, so there's a couple points in this movie where it's kind of, because obviously the ending makes it very vague on if he's still in a dream or not. And there's a couple points in this movie that like you could argue like that's interesting because at one point he like goes to like splash some water in his face and he like goes to like spin his top, and then you just see Sato in the hallway like in the doorway like staring at him being like, you okay? And Cobb like drops his top on the ground and he's like, yeah, I'm fine. He like quickly picks it up and walks away.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know, there's a couple like scenes in this movie that kind of like are like, is this all a dream?
I know, we never really find out about that type of thing. So that is very interesting.
There's a couple scenes in this where you could be like, oh, somebody could have gotten a hold of his like top and like, gotten a feel for it.
Yeah. That'd be interesting. Glad we never find out about that. Like it's left to the interpretation and everything like that.
Yeah. I mean, they purposefully wanted to keep it vague on like if like he was still in the dream or not at the end.
Yep. We can answer that question at the end when we get to that part. So the rest of this part of the movie, up until the stuff with Ollie and Cobb, is really a montage of them explaining how they're gonna go about this plan to do the Inception to Robert. So I'll just kind of explain. So we're both gonna take turns explaining it. I'll explain. Well, I guess I explained. I explained part one, I guess. And we find out that they're gonna get the agriculture. They're going. Molly's asking questions. Because we find out that Cobb has just been staying there at night and he's been dreaming. And we think that he's originally doing experiments to just test out the device, but then we find out there's more to it than that. Always asking like about the agriculture and everything like that, and she's about to ask like Cobb like a very specific question, but like Cobb doesn't want to know the specifics because if he finds out the specifics, then like Ma will find out the specifics, and obviously if Ma knows it, then she'll mess up the whole mission. So that's why we find out that Cobb wants Ollie to work on this.
It also makes sense why he's not the architect. That's why like they needed somebody else for that job.
So does this make sense why her father's not the architect? Because obviously that's her father at the same time. So it's like,
I don't know. I still feel like he could have been the architect.
Oh, yeah, probably. Think about how vague you would have been on that, on being the architect, too. It would have been awesome.
Well, because, again, it's like it's only, she's not, remember, she's not real. She's in Cobb's head.
Yeah. So.
So if father designs something, she wouldn't know it. She only knows it if Cobb knows it.
That's true. So then, we see that they're trying to go about this plan, about how they're going to get this idea into his head. I'm not going to go through the plan in order. I'm just going to do whatever I remember first, just because it's all very quick. Because we get the scene about Tom Hardy doing the mannerisms. I already covered that. They're trying to decide how they're going to get this idea in his head about how he's gonna give up the company and not run it, pretty much. Because obviously they realize, Cobb realizes that this can't come from like a place of like rage. It has to come from positivity, because you learn more from like if you feel positive about something than if you feel negatively about something. So
Also, to point out, it's not just like he's not going to not run the company; he's going to dissolve or like fracture the company.
yeah,
Because if he step down, somebody else could run it, and it'd still be just as powerful. But like, they're going to get him to not run it. They're going to get him to like fracture it.
yeah. So Tom Hardy comes up with the idea that it should come from a place of love, because they mention that the relationship was strained. So he said, like, so they're gonna make it a positive experience. I like that. That they're gonna make it a positive experience. They go in and try to work out like the
Eventually, they're going to. Cool. Sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead.
I was going to say, Tom Hardy's character was immediately, oh, okay, the relationship's already strained. We'll make it even more negative or something. And then like somebody else, like, no, a positive emotion would be like stronger. And I like how Cobb agrees on that. He's like, no, a positive emotion would be like the better thing to do.
Yeah.
And obviously that makes sense. Is his wife, like all the good memories with her.
Yeah. And then we find out Tom Hardy is gonna be the projection, because when the projection of Peter goes into the dream, he'll kind of start to act like Peter, like in the dream type of thing. So he'll already have a conversation going with him and everything like that. It won't just be like one of those occasions where they'll just interact and they won't really know what's going on. And then and then the you want to talk about the rest of the, like, what the drug does, and then obviously
yeah, sure. So we get kind of just a little montage of like them rehearsing like how everything works. So basically we the drug is very strong, and actually this is going to end up being a drawback later, where the drug is strong enough that it's going to keep them out cold, like they're not going to wake up from anything like on the outside. And also because it's so strong, they're going to have plenty of time to get to the third level of the dreamscape, which they thought was impossible.
But they mentioned like I don't, unless you would get into it, but they mentioned like they would still feel like a kick, and we find out what a kick is. Unless you would get into that.
Yeah, I was going to get to that. Yeah.
Okay.
So earlier, the tub thing was the kick. So basically, in a dream, like in real life, you fall in the dream, it'll kind of like that sensation of falling will wake you up. So yeah, while they're in the dream, they'll fall, and they'll try to time it with like a musical song to kind of give that signal, like, okay, fall now. And they kind of stimulate that in real life. They kind of like have Arthur sit on the chair and like he's sleeping and like push him over and it wakes him up. So basically, they're gonna play a musical song and have them fall to wake them up in case of an emergency. And that's how the drug works. Kicks, the levels. Oh, and okay, so they're gonna like, okay, so how are we gonna get Fisher and get into his dream? And they basically say that like his father is in Sydney, and Fisher makes a plane trip from between Los Angeles and Sydney once a month, which is a very long flight, and he makes it pretty regularly. So that would be the ideal time to get him to dream, because you're going to be on the plane for 10 hours. Like they're not going to be interrupted. And they're like, oh, he's a pretty rich guy, and he's making that trip regularly, so it's probably a private jet. So you got to worry about like you got to worry about the attendants, the pilot, like everything, all the security. So we would have to like buy all of those out. And Sato just kind of says like, oh, I already bought the airline. Like it just seemed more efficient.
Yeah,
so
I like that. That like
Because obviously, the guy's like super fucking rich. He's like, oh yeah, I already bought like the entire airline.
I like that. Yeah, that was funny. Yeah, that's everything. Again, I like that we got to see how this process like was supposed to work, and the plan.
Part of the movie is just kind of like finishing up answering questions on how like it works. You know, like everything we saw at the beginning of the movie and kind of explaining how it all worked.
And I like it moves very fast because this is like a long movie, so you have to kind of do things to kind of not make it feel like a long movie. So having these quick scenes kind of gives you like quick like dash of energy and just keeps your mind thinking.
Yeah, earlier they kind of took their time with the explanations because they had some like cool visuals and stuff to go along with it. For this part right here, it's pretty quick because I think they even kind of realized, okay, this part's a little more on the boring side, so they kind of like went through it quick.
Couldn't give some love to Arthur though. They just couldn't. So
yeah, poor Arthur. He just had to fucking get knocked over in his sleep.
You know, Arthur would fit in real well with Yellow Jacket. Oh, imagine if Ben was in the Arthur role. Ben would have like not taken this shit. He'd be like, "No, I'm gonna be a fucking character in this movie." Like,
yeah. Nah, I'm fucking taking charge here. He'd fucking get these guys incepted in no time flat.
It wouldn't even take 10 hours. It would probably how long? Because it would probably take like how long did it take him to do Harvey's plot? Probably took him what, like 5 minutes.
Yeah, exactly. I'd be like, oh, fucking 10 hours. Oh, so I was trapped 50 years, no problem. I can get it done in 5.
No, does he have one? Does he have one leg doing all this?
Oh God! If he had more than one leg, they wouldn't even fucking need to go into their dreams to incept them.
He wouldn't even have to get the team. He could just be like.
Again, God himself was like, okay, Ben is too powerful. I gotta get rid of one of his legs. Like he's too much of an awesome person.
Yeah. But continuing, the last like bit scene, you know, because we hadn't really had like a big emotional scene in a while, so we see that Dom / Cobb is dreaming, and Ollie, you know, kind of notices she's dreaming, and I guess she's just wondering what she's dreaming about. So, and
again, she's kind of, oh man, can I get a hit of that dream dust?
Yep. So she goes inside his dream, and we see that they're in like that she's in an elevator shaft, and she goes down the elevator shaft, and we saw like a clip of this dream earlier when that guy Yusuf, I always just call him Yosef. Random
guy.
Yeah. Where like Ma like and Cobb are promising to like stay with each other until they get older and promise to grow older together. So we see he's in that scene right now. And they're having like a very sweet moment. It's a very sweet memory. And I like this. It's not him that notices. It's like his subconscious that notices like first. And then he notices because Ma looks over and then he looks over. So I really like that little detail. And
because they are earlier, like the subconscious like kind of stares at the intruder.
Yeah. So because she's a little off and stuff, because obviously we find out this is more of a memory unit, if you could say, AJ.
Yeah.
So because it's a memory, obviously, because Ollie wasn't there originally, that's obviously why this is off. So, yeah,
it really is crazy how fucking well this fits. Like, Maul is basically Allison.
Yeah, it really, really is. So she texts then too, or no?
Yeah, so yeah, she would text, I guess, yeah.
Which text?
Yes.
Okay. And is Cobb here Epsilon, technically?
Or no? Also, yes.
And I guess Alpha?
Yes, he's all of them. What does it make Ari? Goose?
Yeah, because she's like the outside trying to... She's
on the outside fucking digging her.
I don't... Because I was going to say she could be Carolina, but she's not cool enough to be fucking Carolina. So, she's
they're allowed to be cooler now. We're not comparing them.
Yeah. It's only bad enough we had to do Black Widow, and I don't even know who Black Widow is, and I'm already like...
Black Widow's cool. I already feel bad for comparing her with Ari.
And I don't even know who Black Widow is, and I feel bad. So
Yeah. you know she's better than ours. That's all you need to know.
But yeah, Cobb notices she's there, and he even tells her like you shouldn't be here, which he has every right to say, because again, it's his dream. Stay out of it. Which I like how defensive he is, because that's his fucking job, is to infiltrate people's dreams, and he gets upset when he gets infiltrated. It's like, wow.
Yeah. Again, admittedly, Cobb is kind of a hypocrite because she even points that out a few times of like, oh, these are memories. You told me not to like, don't use your memories. He's like, yeah, I know.
And he goes up, and we see the on the beach from the beginning of the movie, and we find out later that like this is part of like a world that they build with each other. So that's why like we see this beach again, and we see that Ma and the director's kids are building a sandcastle together. And we find out that they used to. He comes here to dream, so that way he can remember the good memories.
Oh, the versus Blue, because you kept making that joke. I'm like, oh, the direct like Christopher Nolan's kids. Like I don't know. I was like so confused. The director's kids, we don't see their faces. Okay, I wasn't getting it. I was like, why does he keep saying that?
No, it's I'm talking about the director from Red versus Blue's kids, because we never see their face.
Oh, okay, that's funny.
I think that I honestly think it's the director's Leonard Church's kids. IOL. So
yeah, again, the only motherfucker in that show. He never wears a mask. Yet he's the only person we never fucking face.
And we don't see their face. So
exactly, really are the director's children.
I was so shocked you no. I just thought you didn't think it was funny, so I stopped making it.
Getting it, I was like, oh, Christopher Nolan's kids. Okay, I mean, random. I thought you were being serious. I thought you were like, oh, that's a little cameo. The director of the movie children.
I know, and what did you? What?
I'm like, no, fucking direct from Red versus Blue. I'm like, oh, okay.
Imagine it actually is two Christopher Nolan's kids, and then that would.
I know, that'd be kind of funny if it was.
But actually, wow, this is a very serious scene, and we're just fucking shitting all over it because of doing this.
I finally forgot the joke you've been saying for fucking 2 hours.
But
off topic a little bit. In Star Wars, George Lucas's kids have cameos in those movies. Or like in Breaking Bad, one of the high school kids is Bryan Cranston's daughter.
Okay, that's cool.
It's pretty common for like the main actors and directors to like have their kids cameo in movies.
So I can see why you thought
yeah, so I was like, oh, Christopher Nolan's kids are those kids. Oh, okay, that's cool. I didn't know that.
And then you're probably wondering like why the hell I kept saying like, oh, we don't see their face.
I'm like, that's kind of, and I'm like, wait, not seeing the face, director. Oh, fucking Red versus Blue. Like I was really processing that one. You can tell it's late and I fucking work today.
Yeah, but so let's see. Where was it? Okay. So yeah, they go up to this beach, and then he talks about how he's trying to keep her memory alive because he wants to stay in like good memories. And so then he goes down to the elevator to like a bad memory. And during this trip down, always asking about the basement level because all of these levels have like good memories, but he immediately says like that floor is forbidden. So we see that this is presumably like before he
regrets.
Huh?
He says all these memories are things he regrets.
Yeah. So he goes into the house, and we find out that this is a memory where she's already been gone by this point. This is presumably before like he went on he went off to go do all these jobs and everything like that. And he says that he sees his kids, and he sees his sons trying to dig up a worm, and then he sees his daughter comes over, and they're kind of playing around a bit, and he always thinks of looking over and hoping they're going to look back at him. But then he gets the call to go do this mission, and then and he gets a plane ticket to go to work, and then when he wants to look back to see their faces, it's already too late. Because again, it's they can't. It's
not quite. Well, I mean, are you being vague on purpose? Because he didn't get that ticket to go on a mission.
I'm being vague on purpose. So
okay, I was like, wait, what? Okay, yeah, gotcha.
and it's late. I'd rather get into it when I'm more awake. So
Yeah, I get that later. Yeah.
um, but then he looks over and sees that his kids are you know um have one off, and he says it's a moment that he always tries to change, and he just can't figure out a way to change it. And I do like this because this is what your mind kind of does in dreams. You always think there's ways you can change certain moments, but like I feel like because it's happened in real life, it's such a traumatic moment for him. He just can't figure out a way to change it, so his mind's trying to like change it and everything like that. And this is a really opening scene. Like Cobb's really opening up to her. It's like wow, like you're actually getting a lot of his character. And then Molly, not Molly. Well, maybe Molly would do this too, probably. But
Yeah.
Ollie, even though that's not even a name, I can't remember the name you gave. That's how bad. That's how forgettable this character's name is.
ARI, right? Because her name's like fuck, I don't know, whatever.
Yeah. Well, but she runs down, and they obviously do a pretty good cut here, where like his voice fades further and further away the further she gets. So like you could tell like she's sneaking off, and she goes down to the basement.
Well, sorry, I just wanted to say, so like before I kind of get it because when he's like, "What are you doing here?" She's like, "This involves me because like you are having me do this mission and like you're getting worse, like you're gonna put us all in danger." So I'm like, I get her reasoning for wanting to kind of probe a bit.
Yeah.
But then again, when he does start like opening up to her, then she just like fucks off. And again, when she gets to the basement and Maul sees her and she's like, "What are you doing here?" I kind of hate how she's just like stunned and she's just like, "I just wanted to like understand." And I'm like, okay, I don't. Her motivations are kind of fucked up, Like I get the idea of like she wants to understand more about Cobb and like the situation. But she's just kind of like a fucking asshole about it.
Wouldn't this make his subconscious like worse too? Because now like she knows like what he's up to. Like would it make like his subconscious worse? Because Lily's gonna be like pissed and everything like that, and she'll really mess up the mission.
And also like she just goes about it in a really shitty way. Again, it's like I don't know, it's kind of just dumb.
But yeah, like you said, she goes down to the basement floor. And we see like there's a hotel room that's been torn apart, wine glasses everywhere, and then we see Molly, and she looks over and she's like, "What are you doing here?" Like freaking out and everything like that. And like you said, always trying to say, "I'm trying to understand," and she's like, "Well, what is there to understand?" And she kind of starts freaking out, talking hysterically, and then Cobb comes down, and we find out that this is where him and Ollie used to have like their anniversaries every year. Huh?
You said Cobb and Ari had their anniversary.
Oh, well, that wouldn't be good. But it's Cobb and Maul used to have their anniversaries. So
yeah. Well, also, before Cobb shows up, she starts reciting like something. Like you're getting on a train, you don't know where it's going. Like she starts saying like some kind of like speech, and Cobb like finishes a sentence for her.
So yeah, and then we find out that that's the idea. Like,
and again, like they mentioned trains a few times.
Yeah. So yeah, we find out that this is where they used to spend their anniversaries together, before things like started going south. And then she kind of goes to attack them, and then they go into the elevator. The elevator goes up, and we find out that Ollie finds out and puts this together that Cobb is like kept her trapped down there with all like the memories and everything like that, and he's trying to find a way to like fix this memory and just fix all these bad memories to make them like good memories again. And then the timer runs out on like the dream machine. So Ollie wakes up and even tells like Cobb, like, "Do you really think you can keep her down there?" type of thing, and keep revisiting the memories and trying to make good memories when you really can't fix the damage that you've caused. And before he can really answer the question, Sato and random guy, I think, show up, and I think
Oh, and do you think random guy who's really going to be in a scene? Really now?
that's true. He only gets like 2 scenes. And they say that it's time. We find out that Robert's father passed, and they're getting ready to go on the plane to Los Angeles and everything. And Ollie offers to go on the mission because, again, like you said, she originally wasn't even going to go on the mission. But Ollie wants to go on the mission because she's now is the only one that understands like what's going on, unless he tells like everybody else what's happening.
Yeah, okay. I do like this where she's like, okay, fine, I won't come on the mission, but you need to at least tell Arthur because somebody on this mission needs to understand the risks.
I wish he just told him, that way he could have been a big part of the movie. That would have been awesome, you know?
Yeah, that would have been cool. Like, oh, okay, cool. Sit your ass here. I'll tell Arthur. Bye.
She'd be like, no, wait, but this my I have more lines here. It's like, nope, I'm telling him.
Bye. Don't worry, random guy will be joining you soon.
But then because he doesn't want to tell anybody, he asks for like another spot so Ollie can go on the mission, and they basically make it happen. I do like this scene though. I like that we get to find out like the bad, like all the bad memories, and that
yeah, it is very mysterious and kind of creepy with like the like worn down like elevator, kind of like moving between the memories.
Yeah. Again, I just don't really like Ollie's role in this.
I love the scene where like when he gets Ari out of there and they leave on the elevator, Maul's like freaking out. And she's like screaming at Cobb, like, you said we were going to be together. And Cobb, like, isn't mad at her. Like, you know, it's kind of like before where he's just like he can't be mad at her. He's just like saying, like, I'm sorry. Like, I'll be back for you. I promise.
Yeah, I like that.
See her like looking up at them as they like leave.
And I like this because now you find out who the true quote unquote villain of the movie. It's like,
yeah, I was gonna say, it makes sense why Cobb is like this because he feels like a ton of guilt for what happened.
Yeah. And I like how mysterious it is. You don't really know what they're talking about. And it's a really unique villain for a movie where it's like your memories is like, unlike your guilt is like the villain of the big movie. So it's like an action movie, but it's not like Cobb's more fighting himself versus like a big villain and everything like that.
Yeah. So yeah, Fish's father died, so the heist is going to begin. We were going to talk about the plane scene because that's the last scene before the dream, but I think we'll end it here.
That's fine.
Begin on the part 2, I guess, on the next day. Yeah, so look forward to that, and I guess we're going to cut here.
Let's hope it's the next day, because AJ has to get tased tomorrow. So
yeah. Hey, we're back. Different day, same video. Yep. So continuing right along. By the way, I got tased 4 times today, so this is automatically a lot better than what I was doing earlier today. But yep. Continuing on, as we left off before, old man Fisher died. And Robert Fisher is on a plane from Sydney to Los Angeles for the funeral. This is where they're gonna do the Inception plan. So they all are meeting at the airport, and Cobb and Sato have a quick little conversation where Cobb explains that, this plane is going to America, and if they touch down in America and he gets off that plane and Sato didn't hold up his end of the bargain, then he is going to prison forever. And Sato explains that, yep, don't worry, as if you hold up your end of the deal and perform Inception, then I will make one phone call from the plane and have your record cleared.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, they get on the plane.
I do like this because because again it's been all build up to get to this point, and I like that they kind of remind you of this, that like one, it still has to work, and then also we still don't have a guarantee whether or not Sato can even get him off the charges. Because again, all of this, Cobb's just taking a leap of faith and everything like that. So yeah, they get on the plane, and Eames, Tom Hardy's character, he's kind of just like blocking the hallway, removing his jacket, and Fisher tries to get by him. He's like, "Oh yeah, no, sorry, man, my bad." And he like
while Fisher's walking by him, he like grabs his passport from him. Makes sense because we kind of established Eames as kind of like the thief character.
Yep.
He hands it to Cobb, and after the plane takes off and all the turbulence is done from the takeoff, Cobb's hands it to him and says like, "Oh hey, you must have dropped this." And he's like, "Oh hey, by the way, I couldn't help but notice your name's Fisher, right? Are you related to Maurice Fisher?" And Fisher was like, "Oh yeah, that was my dad." And Cobb was like, "Oh well, I'm very sorry for your loss." And as this happened, a flight attendant comes by with drinks, and obviously one of them is spiked, or Cobb spikes it with the what's it called?
Like the drug they use to sedate them.
And he's like, "Oh, cheers to your father, right? May rest in peace." And this basically knocks Fisher out pretty shortly after. At this point, the plan begins. Everyone prepares to enter Fisher's dream, and the flight attendant is going to be the one who's like manning the, kind of the one who like plays the music and puts everyone under in the real world, kind of like how Random Asian Dude did on the train.
Yeah, this makes a lot of sense. This is why it makes sense they had to buy out the plane, because obviously, like, if they were all gonna go under, someone had to like be there to like,
fucking secret member of the team, random flight attendant lady, fucking already as useful as random man.
Probably more, right? Because she has to like make sure like they don't die or anything like that. Or,
yeah, exactly. Honestly, MVP of the team right there.
One little detail I didn't notice, because obviously this ends up becoming important for when everything goes wrong, is like Fisher, it doesn't really seem like looks at these people like really directly, like face to face, especially Cobb, because obviously that would have messed up Cobb's whole plan that he was going to have to do like later on. So that ended up kind of being a benefit to them. So it didn't really seem like they had like a conversation, and I thought he didn't look at him at all, but he like looked at him obviously like with a glance, but like there was.
Well, it's also kind of like in a dream, like later on, like Fisher was having trouble remembering all the details of what happened, like in the previous dream.
Yeah.
And I mean, that happens a lot in real life too, where like random people you kind of met are like in your dream just because your brain is kind of just using them as like a template.
I mean, obviously unrelated, but obviously the example is, as you know, I work at Lowe's. I help a lot of customers out. There's been times where customers have come back. They've like recognized me, but I have like no clue who they are. So they'll come over.
Oh. And again, Fisher's just like, to him, these guys are just some random people on his plane,
Yeah. But yeah, they all go under. And interestingly enough, we talk about like, Yusuf, he ends up being just random man, but he's the first person that we see when they even go under. He's like the first like shot and everything like that. So good for him. And I guess we found out that it's pouring down raining, and I think they do like a little joke. It's because like Yusuf had to go to like the bathroom type of thing, because that's why it's like drizzle, like it's like pouring down raining because he drank a lot of wine and everything like that. So
I like showing how like their mental state can affect the dream.
Yeah. And obviously this ends up being a benefit though, because obviously now Fisher has a reason, because the whole thing is they're gonna infiltrate one of the projections like taxis.
Yeah, so like okay, it's raining, so Fisher's gonna want a taxi to get around. So we'll basically rob a taxi of their car and pretend to be a taxi.
Yeah, so they wheel in a taxi, and obviously the guy comes out like pissed off. And Fisher holds him at gunpoint. Not Fisher. Cobb holds him at gunpoint and forces him to get out of the car. And Sato and random guy, I can't remember his name now. Yusuf. Gets in and they just start driving the taxi and everything. And Fisher gets in the taxi and Tom Hardy gets in. I'm in the U-roll for this one now, but now I'm the one that can't remember the name.
Yeah, well, because last night I was like, what the fuck is his name? And then I rewatched it today. I'm like, oh, it's Eames.
Yeah. Because I feel like, they only say it in this part of the movie like once, so...
Yes. I don't blame you for just calling him Tom Hardy.
Yeah. I like this because Tom Hardy got to banter a little bit with Fisher, and the banter was really good. Like Tom Hardy's like, "Hey, is this like free?" And like obviously like Fisher just thinks this is normal, so he tries to get him to get out of the taxi. But then Sato turns around and has him hold at gunpoint. And yeah, obviously, the Fisher realizes that this is pretty much like a like some, not a robbery, but they're basically taking him hostage, huh?
Yeah.
And
Yeah. Taking him hostage.
and yeah, they start driving, and everything's going according to plan so far. But then immediately everything shits the bed. All of a sudden, a random train just shows up out of nowhere, just in the middle of the road, and obviously there's no train tracks anywhere there, so this is obviously everything going off the rails. So this part of the dream, you think it's gonna be Cobb's like subconscious and everything like that that's fucking it up, because Cobb mentions that he doesn't like trains, and his projections of Maul has been mentioning, something about trains and like going on ride on trains. So you think that it's Cobb's projection that's fucking it up, and it nearly hits Cobb and Ollie. I thought I could do it. I thought I could get her name out there, but I can't seem.
It's easier.
Yeah. I remembered it this morning too, and then I can't remember it. I don't know why. Every video, I think.
It's always me. I'm like, why doesn't yours do it?
I think because you're on a phone and I'm not on a phone, so.
I guess, but it always does it. I'm like, I'm not even fucking making a thumbs up.
I know, but yeah, everything starts to go wrong, but it's not like horribly wrong. But then all of a sudden, they're doing the everyone else is kind of doing what they're supposed to be doing, but then all of a sudden people start firing guns at them and everything like that, and just start shooting at them, and we get like this huge shootout. I really like this shootout. I like this instant panic. I like that no one really expected it, so like they were kind of like, oh crap, what the hell is going on, and they were all just kind of like shooting around. They didn't really know like what they were shooting at, so they have to kind of like pull over and get into like a nearby garage, and then we see Sato has been shot, and I think they had already said it, but there was so much commotion that it's understandable why you miss it. But we find out that apparently Fisher, some of his projections are like trained to really protect his secrets and everything like that, like militarily like trained, which I think is like really cool. I was like, holy crap, like his projections like trained himself to like not be able to like reveal his secrets or everything like that.
Oh, I mean, yeah, that ties into the beginning where Cobb was like in Sato's dream, like offering to like train his subconscious to like defend itself.
Yeah.
So clearly, that's a thing some extractors do, is they train rich people to like have their mind be able to protect itself.
And everyone kind of pulls over. And obviously everyone's pissed. Obviously Cobb's the most pissed, and that makes sense, obviously, because he basically needs this job to work, because at this point he's already up in a plane at this point, and if the plan lands and the job's not done, he's gonna get like arrested and go to jail for the rest of his life. So I can understand why he's the most pissed. And obviously he's pissed because Arthur like did a bunch of research and made sure that like he was supposed to make sure that like all of this stuff was gonna be settled straight and he was supposed to do like a deep dive on Fisher, but apparently he missed something. Poor guy, that guy had so much potential, and of course he had to be the one that missed something. It had to be Arthur.
I know. And to be fair, fucking he was like, Arthur was like, why the fuck did a train show up in the middle of nowhere? And he was thinking that was Ari who did that, and she was like, hey, it wasn't me. And then Cobb just immediately like changes the subject of like, why the fuck are the military guys here?
Yeah. So
it's like Cobb is just as responsible for the fuck up, but like he kind of just brushes past it. And he's like, hey Arthur, this is your fault.
Yep. I would say it's more Cobb's fault probably than like Arthur's fault type of thing, because they probably could have fought the they probably could have won the shootout, but then like all of a sudden they see a train just show up out of nowhere. That's all gloves are off at that point. But
yeah, did you know what happened with Sato?
I was about to, yeah. So we see that Sato has been shot and he's wounded extremely badly. He's been shot in the chest, and he's just starting to bleed out. And Tom Hardy is about to like put him out of his misery and just wake him up from the dream and just kill him, because obviously, as you know, if you die in the dream, you just get woken up. You don't die in real life. Like I made that joke already. You just get woken up. And obviously, Cobb has to stop.
If you die in the dream, you die for real, kind of.
Kind of. So yeah, Cobb has to stop this because apparently the sedative that they were given works a little differently. Apparently, because they're going so many different levels down, they had to make the sedative strong enough to go 3 levels down. And what happens is if you die in this dream, you end up entering limbo. And obviously, this is why I think Molly had to be here, because I'm sorry, not Molly. Ollie had to be here because someone had to explain what limbo was for the audience. They can't just like say that type of shit. So
yeah, literally. So for this hour of the movie, all of Ari's dialogue is, "What is that?"
Yeah.
Or "What are you talking about?"
So,
or kind of just Cobb's wrong about something. Yeah, Ari's pretty one-note character, but I will say, okay, so one, I feel like this is kind of raising the stakes a little too much too quickly.
Well, I didn't even
like things are wrong fucking immediately, like literally like the second they get there, it's like shit goes horribly fucking wrong.
Shouldn't I explain what I didn't really get to explain what limbo was before you explain before you?
Oh yeah, and then I'll kind of go into it.
Yeah. Yeah. So pretty much what limbo is you could be stuck in like basically like a bottom level and like just basically a dream world, and your mind is just going to basically fall into dust. You could be stuck there for like years and you'll just become like old and frail, and you know, you'll just feel like lonely and everything like that. Like basically you die in the dream, you're going to be stuck in limbo, and you won't really know the concept between like what the hell a dream is and what limbo is. You won't really know the perception of reality. You'll just be stuck and your mind would just be blank and everything like that. Obviously it raises the stakes a lot. It does make sense why Cobb knows about it, because then we find out in like a few minutes that he's been in it himself. So that's how he knows about it. And like nobody knew about this, obviously, and Cobb didn't tell anyone because obviously he didn't really expect that things were gonna go on. The chemist knew, but you know, he didn't really feel the need to tell anyone, I guess, either. And we find out that Cobb was just gonna give him his share of the money, so that's why he trusted Cobb. I just love that the chemist knew about this and he just didn't mention it like offhand to anyone, type of thing. Like
yeah, and also Arthur was like, you didn't feel the need to tell anyone. He's like, well, yeah, I mean, you know, I trusted Cobb. He said he's been there. And he was like, oh, what? When he offered you half his share, you trusted him? He's like, no, his whole share.
Yeah.
I do like that detail. Basically, like, Cobb is like, nah, fuck the money. I just want, you know, like, this to clear my charges.
But, yeah, this definitely does raise the stakes a lot. I didn't really expect that we're going to go this deep into raising the stakes this much. Yeah, this is a bit of a leap. I definitely agree with you. I feel like they definitely wanted to raise the stakes to kind of like give them more of a reason to like want to get this done, type of thing. And now like they can't die or anything like that. I don't really know if he really needed to raise the stakes, because I feel like the stakes were risen enough. Like they have only 10 hours to do this. Like let's get this done. But now they have to like do it even quicker than they were. So like basically like they could still do the whole plan, but now they just have to do it like quickly. But how do you kind of feel about this? I feel like the stakes have really risen here.
Yeah, so they bumped up the stakes a lot, and I just think it's like, again, so it's two things. One, Sato getting shot, because of course, as they're going to explain a little bit later, if you know Sato dies, he's going to go to limbo, and he's not going to wake up in the real world. His brain's going to be gone, so like he can't honor the agreement. So Cobb's not going to get his charges cleared.
Mm-hmm.
So like one, I'm like, out of all the people that get shot, it's like the one person Cobb absolutely needs to like make it back.
And I feel like what makes it worse, it's like, I mean, yeah, there was a lot of guys shooting around him. It feels like Casada was in like the front seat. It wasn't like he was like near gunshot, but of course, but it seemed like it just seemed like it had to be Sato. It couldn't be like Otho, and it couldn't be like random dude. Like just to show us what Limbo was, type of thing. Like,
yeah. So I mean, yeah. So basically, this influences like the rest of the fucking movie because it's Sato. And two, fuck, what was my other point? Oh yeah. So like it really just felt like, oh, there's no stakes because they're not going to actually die if they get hurt. So we got to make it so they actually quote unquote die. And they just dropped it so suddenly.
Mm-hmm.
Like it just feels really weird that Cobb and Drug Guy just never mentioned it.
Yeah, like you would think they would, especially.
And like, I mean, admittedly, they address it. Arthur and Tom Hardy are like pissed at Cobb of like, hey, you had no right to like send us on this mission, not tell us about this huge risk.
Yeah.
And then they kind of just let it go. They don't really like continue being pissed at Cobb about it.
You know what sucked about Sato getting shot too was he was like one of the only cool characters that was on this mission.
Yeah, he basically benched for the rest of the movie. He didn't really do that much after this.
So it kind of sucks.
Yeah. So and again, like the idea of like, okay, the stakes are raised because one, there's more danger than they thought because they can get like more seriously injured, and two, Sato getting injured. Those things both work fine. It's just that they both happened like fucking immediately.
Yeah, I would have spread that out.
Yeah, spread it. Like maybe have like, I don't know, have Sato get injured like towards the end of level 1 or on level 2, in the hotel, and then as for like the risk of them like dying, like for real, I would have it addressed back like in the first half of the movie, like kind of just springing it on us like that, like suddenly feels clunky. And like it really feels clunky because again, Ari is just standing there being like, what's Limbo? And they have to explain to her and the audience what Limbo is.
Yeah, so it makes it feel like that's the only reason why I'm always even on this mission, so she could.
Oh, that is 100% the only fucking reason Ari is on this mission. Is to say, what is that? So they can explain to her and the audience what something is.
I just want you to be prepared for the rest of the video. Like the rest of every public show we review now that's like new, we're gonna call it, when there's a fish out of water character, I'm not even gonna call it that anymore. I'm gonna call it the Ari.
Yeah, Ari, yeah.
Because, and I feel like with Ari's character doesn't do the fish out of character. She's like, because again, she keeps saying, "What is that? What is this?" I feel like you could go.
And okay, perfectly honest, Owen, I'm not gonna lie to you. Not a fan of her actress.
I can. Well,
she just kind of makes the same face the whole time.
Yeah.
And she kind of delivers the same lines of like, "What is that?" over and over in like the exact same way.
Mm-hmm. I agree with that.
And like, I mean, like, I think Leonardo DiCaprio and Tom Hardy do a great job in this movie. Same with Maul's actress; she does a great job. And everyone else is kind of just like okay, like I wouldn't say they're like standout. I think they're just solid.
Yeah, they're solid. But yeah, always.
And then again, just pretty.
And it sucks because she's like one of the other main like vehicles of this movie.
Yeah, and she's not like horrible. She's just like not great.
Yeah, I would have to see other stuff she's been in because maybe this just didn't.
Yeah, again, I don't know anything about her or him now as an actress or actor, but like besides this movie. But I'm just saying, based on this one, not a huge fan. But again, that's everyone has bad movies. It's fine.
Yeah, exactly. They're not all going to be Breaking Bad level type of acting type of thing. So
yeah, I'm sure Bryan Cranston has had a few bad roles. It happens.
Yep. Yeah, continuing. So yeah, they get Sato on like a table that's like in this garage area and everything like that, and obviously everyone's upset. I like the fact that Otho and Tom Hardy like get upset about this. I like that Tom Hardy's gonna quit the whole mission. That's good. Like he was gonna like just stay at level 1. But then like Cobb has to tell him like, yeah, if you stay at level 1, like you're just gonna like we're all just gonna get picked apart and hunted down by his projections. So like your best bet is just keep moving.
Like, the time until they can wake up is like 1 week. So like in that time, they'll be hunted down by Fisher's subconscious. Yeah.
I mean, based on what Tom Hardy does, though, I feel like he would have been fine. Probably he handled himself pretty well.
Fine. Yeah, you're right. You were like, okay, cool. I'm gonna chill here. I'll take my chances.
Yeah. But he ends up still helping him out. But now they just have to do everything like on a rush now. So you don't really get to see like, because it's kind of weird. They built up the plan, but now you don't even get to see like the actual plan happen. Like they just you got the explanation of it, but so I can't really tell like how much they improvise. I mean, obviously on level 2 you can tell, but like I feel like level 1 went about how they planned it, but like it seemed like they just did it more on a rush now.
Quicker. Yeah.
But obviously, I'm pretty sure this hasn't happened yet, but I'll just mention it. Owen kind of says again, like, yeah, you really need to tell them like what's going on, type of thing. Like now the stakes are even higher. You need to kind of like mention that you have other things kind of that's also going on. But Cobb's also like, look, we just need to get this mission done, and then I can get home. Which fair enough. But yeah, I think this is you. I think that's everything I covered about how the dream went horribly wrong. It's that chowder thing that happened like when he was making like the gingerbread or whatever. It was like nothing could go on. Oh no, it went horribly wrong. Like it went and it didn't just go horribly wrong. It went like it's like getting shut out at like a football game, like 3,000 to like 0. That's how wrong it went.
Yeah, I know, right? It's fucking the SpongeBob thing of like, we did it, Patrick. We saved the city, and like everything's on fire.
Yeah, they caused it. They don't even realize it.
Yeah. So So while Sato's bleeding out in the corner for the rest of the movie, Cobb and Arthur put ski masks on and go check on Fisher. And Fisher's kind of not taking this too seriously. He's kind of just like, listen, I got insurance for kidnappings up to $10 million, so this should be pretty easy. Because again, he just thinks like, okay, this is a kidnapping. They want money. All right, cool. Like I'm insured. Like, sure, they can get their money. I can go back to my day. They're like, no, we're not interested in your money. Your dad has a safe in his office. We want to know how to get into it. And Fisher was like, I don't know anything about a safe. And then they said, well, we have it on good authority that you do. And Fisher, again, not taking him too seriously, is like, oh, yeah, whose authority is that? And in the next room, Cobb goes to check on Tom Hardy. And Tom Hardy's getting into character. He's going to impersonate Browning and, pretend to be all beat up and, like, being tortured by these guys. And to try to get Fisher to give them, like, a code to get the access to safe where they're going to implant the Inception. I do like this, so they kind of it was kind of a quick thing earlier in the taxi where Fisher was like just gonna just again handed the team his wallet, and he was like, listen, it's just $500 in there, just take it. And they actually did hold on to the wallet, and they pulled out a picture Fisher had of him and his dad when he was a kid.
Mm-hmm.
So that's kind of cool, kind of ties in later. With what we find in Fisher's safe.
Yeah, I like that, because Fisher knocks it over, like, earlier when he's on, like, his deathbed. And obviously they tied into this picture was going to have, like, a big meeting. So I like the fact that this picture wasn't just a one-off. It actually came back type of thing.
Yeah. So, and, yeah, Cobb, again, showing they're on a time crunch, says that you got an hour to, like, get Fisher to give a code. And Tom Hardy's like, what? I was supposed to have all night.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because Sato's so critically injured, we got to move on with the mission.
Oh, and I forgot to explain this. The thing about Sato, he's very critically injured, but when they go, like, deeper into levels, like, he's not going to be, like, fully fine, but, like, his injuries will be, like, a little bit less as they go deeper and deeper, but then, like, his injuries will catch up to him, like... But it's just going to take longer for, like, the effects of the gunshot to, like, come into effect type of thing. So he won't die.
Yeah.
Like, so, like, I guess, for example, because there's, like, so much other time, like, the injury will, because he doesn't die until, like, literally level 3.
It's time delay of the levels, how they said the deeper you go, the more time expands. So basically, the injuries that would kill him in a minute up on the level will kill him in an hour on the second level, and further and further you go down.
Yep.
Yeah. So yeah, the injury doesn't go away, but he gets healthier as they go down, for the most part.
They still don't give him shit to do, which sucks.
Yeah. But yeah, as Tom Hardy pretending to be Browning, getting tortured, Fisher convinces the hostages, the hostage takers, to let him speak to Browning, and they get handcuffed to the same pipe. And Browning, quote unquote, says that these guys have been beating on him for the last 2 days, wanting info on the safe in Fisher Senior's office, and that he thought that Fisher would have, Robert would have the code to get in, but Fisher's like, I don't know any code, I don't know about any safe. And Browning explains that in the safe should have been Robert's inheritance, and that basically it is a will that supersedes the will that he already got. So in the normal will, Robert is going to take over the company, but in this other will, it'll break up the company, and Robert essentially won't get his inheritance. And Robert's confused why his dad would do that. Why would his dad make that an option where he can dissolve his empire?
Mm-hmm.
And of course, Tom Hardy pretending to be Browning is trying to be maybe he he's trying to tell him your father loved you in his own way, and maybe he had his reasons. And says hey, the code, maybe it had something to do with a meaningful moment between you two, or maybe it's maybe a moment after your mother died. Trying to kind of one, get Fisher to give info on how they could access a safe, to implant the Inception. But also the main thing is get more info on the relationship with his father. But Fisher reveals that basically they didn't have many meaningful moments together. After his mother died, Maurice just told 11-year-old Robert that there's not really much to be said about it. So very clearly a very kind of cold, not emotionally there father. And that when Robert went to his deathbed, his father was saying a lot of things, but he could only make out one word, and that was disappointment.
Yeah, this was sad. I felt bad for Fisher here because I didn't even know what to expect from him as a character. I like that he's not an egotistical business guy who's just thinks he's hot shit and everything like that. He actually seemed like he's a decent human, so you actually kind of feel bad for him that the fact that he's gonna get kind of fucked over, I guess, a little bit here.
Yeah, it is pretty fucked up. He's a pretty normal dude, and then these guys are just like Ari even brings up later. It's we're gonna ruin his one good relationship with his godfather, and they're like, we're gonna repair his relationship with his dad, and it's yeah, but it's not real. Fisher has a sweet moment where he believes his dad cares about him and shit, but it's no, his father died, calling him a disappointment.
And that's gonna be sad in real life because who's actually really getting fucked over out of this is Browning. Fisher's gonna come out and hate his guts for no reason now and everything like that. Browning was really getting fucked.
And that's the thing I was kind of wondering too, because earlier, with the actual scene with Browning, he was trying to talk to Robert, and Robert kind of brushed it off, and Browning kind of looked at him maybe it was kind of implying that Browning had ulterior motives with Robert. But it's really only kind of implied. As far as we know, Robert was and Browning are pretty close.
Yeah.
So it is actually kind of fucked up. It's he has a fucking horrible relationship with his dad and a decent one with his godfather. But because of these guys, he's gonna, like you said, hate his godfather for no reason and come to love his dad, who he never had a good relationship with.
Yeah. But I like this scene here. This was kind of we hadn't really gotten a lot of screen time with Robert, and I like the fact that we got to have some screen time with him. I like the fact that he's a decent human. And honestly, you could even though we only got this little scene, you could make a whole probably movie or a TV series about what him and his father's relationship was like and everything like that, because it sounds pretty interesting and everything like that.
Yeah.
But during all of this, Ollie, has to. It's because she's the fish out of water. She needs to know, like, since like Cobb was in limbo before, like, how did you get out of it and all that type of stuff. She has to ask the fish out of water questions and everything like that. Because everyone else already kind of, except I guess like other people, but. What does Ollie do on this mission other than this idea that she has at the end? I don't think she does anything.
Does not do anything.
Yeah, she's just there, like, but anyhow, she's just there to ask questions, I guess.
Yeah.
She got an easy page. If you think about it, she would have had a really pretty easy paycheck. I mean, I know probably making an architect isn't easy and everything like that, but still, like, she literally just went to this.
I feel like, again, random guy had the easiest job on the team. For him, this mission was fucking like 2 hours.
That's true.
Right at the start, who got trapped in this dream for fucking like 60 years.
Yeah, he had the hardest part. But anyhow, so Ollie wants to know like what it was like for Cobb to be in like limbo and how he got out of it, and Cobb and reveals that him and his wife Mal will like conducting experiments to see like how deep they can go inside dreams, and they got to limbo, and they talked about like how they lost sight and didn't really know what was real, but like they talked about how it was a great time at first. They had built their own empire and everything like that, and they were like gods of their own world. They got to build everything, and I'll just talk about it now. Like we find out that they built a lot of their memories and everything like that. So like they built a lot of stuff like from their relationship, like the first apartment, the house they moved into, like when Mal got pregnant. One of them was the house that Mal grew up in, and they talked about how they really liked really building it, and we find out that they were there for like 50 to 60 years. Now, this kind of makes me feel bad for this movie, because this whole movie's and always Inception interpretation, she just thinks Cobb's messed up, and like the whole movie is supposed to think like he can't get over stuff, but I actually kind of can't blame Cobb for being messed up. If you think about it, by the end of this movie, he's in limbo like twice, and he was in limbo for like.
Although I don't think he was in limbo that long. Because obviously, like, Sada was there for fucking decades. But I think Cobb wasn't there that long.
Yeah, but still, to be in limbo 2 times, like...
Yeah, right? It's like, god damn, man.
Yeah. Hey, might not go for 3. 3 strikes and you're out, right? So, that's what I say.
I know, right? He's like, yeah, these kids are cool and all, but, like, I kind of want to go back to limbo.
Yeah. And as we talk about the end of the movie, he could still be in freaking limbo, so... But, because none of this might have been real, so, which is really messed. Think about how many dreams he was in, if this was and none of this was real. He was in, like, what, like 40 dreams, probably? Like,
I know, right? It just keeps going down the dream level. Infinite dreams.
Or, I'll say that joke when we get to that part. But, we find out that, they were having a great time, but then they realized...
Remember that? When Mrs. Puff goes to prison, and at the end she just keeps like waking up.
Yeah,
it's like that. Cobb's like, "Oh God, just wake me when it's over."
Yeah. But yeah, we find out that they, they were having a great life, but they realized that it wasn't like their real lives, and Cobb and Mal had to like get out of it because it wasn't real, and they ended up getting out of it. We don't really get the specifics of that right now because there's more to that later. But when Mal came out of it, she couldn't really tell the sense of what was real and what wasn't. She still thought she was in a dream, and she started acting off. And obviously, Cobb talks about how he couldn't sense it originally, but obviously with the way she was acting, because obviously... and they do a really good flashback of this. You see that, Mal's kind of lifeless and is in like a fugue state, not really believing anything is real. She kind of started looking at the children and realized that the children weren't really real. And there's this really good scene where, like, she's, like, freaking out, and, like, Cobb has to take, like, his children, like, to their rooms, so that way they don't have to see the her mom acting like this, and Maul's even like screaming like, those aren't really our children, those are just projections. So she even started to believe like the world around her was just projections. And then it brings us to the actual scene, where they go to that hotel room that they always go to for their anniversary. But this time it's very different. We saw this earlier when we saw the room all turn apart when Ari decided to like, invade Cobb's dream, even though he was opening up to her because she's very nosy and just has to know this stuff. But we see that the hotel's been torn apart, and he steps on like shattered glass, and he's trying to find Maul. And when he looks out the window and sees Maul's in like the hotel across from him, and she's getting ready to jump from the ledge. And I like this because obviously this makes more sense of anytime when we saw it the first time in the subconscious, originally she was asking like if we saw it like a bridge, and she's asking like, would a jump this height kill me type of thing. So that's obviously what Cobb's been thinking about ever since. And Maul threatens to jump. She says like, I'm gonna jump and I'm gonna wake up for this dream. And Cobb's trying to talk her out of it, and tries to like plead with her to come back to reality, saying that like, if you jump you're just gonna die, like you won't wake up from this, you'll be leaving your children behind and everything like that. And she offers for Cobb to jump with her, and obviously Cobb doesn't want to jump because obviously he knows that he's still in reality, and he says that they're going to take the kids from them. But Maul thought this through. We find out that she wrote like a BS letter to like her attorneys saying that like Cobb has been threatening her, and whether she jumps or not, the kids are going to get taken anyways. So it's pretty much she kind of tries to leave Cobb without a choice. And
he also mentions a little bit that like before doing this, she had herself like checked by 3 psychologists.
Yeah.
To like prove that like I'm not like crazy. Before she killed herself, so basically Cobb would have no way to like defend himself. So it's basically like Maul got herself checked by a psychiatrist to prove she isn't crazy. Wrote a letter to say that like Cobb is abusive and that like he's gonna kill me. And then she ends up dying, So it's pretty paints Cobb in a really bad light.
So Maul still jumps, and I like this. I think DiCaprio did a really good job acting here, like acting very upset about the fact that like he just lost his wife, and you don't really find out really why he's upset. Obviously, you think he's just upset because his wife just got so far deep. The fact that she just couldn't come out of reality, but then you find out more to it about why he gets this upset, because then you find out that this was kind of his fault.
Well, I don't. His wife just died. I understand him being upset, but yeah, it adds an extra layer when you know more about it. Yeah.
And I mentioned this scene earlier, and I was very vague on it. This is why when we saw that scene earlier, the reason that like he didn't really look back at the kids' faces like when him and Ollie were there earlier is because this is why he's kind of been on the run, is obviously because a lot of people think that he killed his wife and everything like that. And he mentioned this to Ollie when they were talking about making the architect and everything like that, where like he mentions the reason he's been on the run is because they think that he killed her. So a lot of people think that he killed his wife, so that's one of the reasons he's been on the run. It's not just because of this, what we saw earlier in the movie, trying to get away from that like global company that he failed to do a job for. It's because everyone think he killed his wife, so he's on the run from the police and everything like that. So it kind of adds a whole new layer about why he really wants to get this mission accomplished, because obviously then he could come back to America and like see his children again, and like all those charges are just going to be dropped and everything like that. So I really like this. The scene was really good. I really liked finding out about this about Maul, and it's very depressing. And honestly, this really could have been the reveal, and it would have been fine. But then the reveal we get later, I think is also really good and really adds to it. And I really like this scene too because a lot of the movie we really didn't have a lot of time to really scenes to like breathe, because we just came from like a big montage from them explaining the plan. Then we got like that big action scene. So this was kind of nice. This scene really stood out because you got this scene where they got to like breathe and you got to like really see like how upset that it was making like Cobb and everything like that. Would have been better if you could have told this to like I don't know Arthur and not like Ollie, but that it just can't have this scene can't. I guess this scene can't have it all. I guess right. So, but yeah, what'd you think of the scene? I really like the emotion of it, and I think it was really upsetting to see you know.
Yeah, I hadn't seen the scene in a long time. I forgot it was kind of like in the middle of the movie, not like the exact middle, but pretty much the middle. I could have sworn I was like thinking this like was revealed more later on, but obviously, yeah, like the very end, we get more context for this. But yeah, I feel bad for Cobb here, finding out about his relationship with his wife and how he's essentially an old man in his body, that he lived 50 years in the dreams with his wife. And yeah, I feel really bad for him for that scene where no wonder every time he sees his kids, it's like the last time he saw them where he couldn't even see their faces.
It's because it's the director's kids.
Yep.
So, how fucked up is it, by the way, too, that the director Leonard Church and Cobb. I mean, obviously Cobb's story is going to be different than his in a second, but you think it's the same story where like he's upset that he sees his wife and he's just trying to like relive good memories and bring her back. And yeah, they're both in like the same role, trying to do good memories.
It's even funny too because later on, Cobb calls Maul a shadow, and I'm like, oh, that's literally what they were calling Tex earlier, like a shadow of Allison.
Yeah. So
yeah, that's also pretty similar, which is funny because again, this came out just before season 9 of Red vs. Blue, but like the Recollection trilogy came out before this.
Mm-hmm.
So the whole idea of like the memory of the dead wife being a shadow is like Red vs. Blue did it first, kind of.
Yeah, they kind of did it. It's really weird. They did do it first, but they also didn't do it first at the same time.
Yeah. Sandwiched in between there.
I know, yeah. So that's pretty, yeah, so I don't know what did Inception better. I was originally going to say, Yellow Jackets, but now when we do that video, I might have to really think about it because, with Yellow it might be RVB, but I don't know if you just go based off season 9, it really isn't, but that could be a whole can of worms when we get to that video.
Oh yeah, I mean, that's going to be a whole chunk of our comparison video, which you guys will have to check out when it comes out. But yeah, did you also want to talk about, because Sato was there for this conversation, did you want to talk about what he says with Cobb?
Yeah, so he says that he's going to like make sure that like those charges get dropped, and he's going to feed his family and everything like that again. He's not going to get trapped in limbo, but like Cobb really doesn't believe him because obviously he knows that like when he goes into limbo, his mind's just going to turn into mush pretty much.
It's not that he believes Sato, he just says like, I appreciate it, but like that's not how this works. So basically like Sato doesn't know how limbo works, so Cobb is explaining like, yeah, I appreciate the sentiment, but like it won't matter because if you go to limbo, you won't even know we had an arrangement.
Yeah, which is pretty. Yeah, I guess it's pretty sad. But yeah, again, it's also up in the stakes a little too much, like we talked about earlier. So.
Yeah. Also, like Sato mentions that like, if he goes down to limbo, he'll become an old man filled with regret. But he also says, like, don't worry, I'll come back, and then we could be young men together again.
Yeah, that was very sweet,
Little weird, because before this, like, Sato has been very kind of, like, a very cold, like, calculating, like, cutthroat businessman. So it's a little weird that he's, like, so, like, I was, like, when he said, like, we'll be young men together again, I was, like, are you, like, in love with Cobb or something?
It was
like,
weird, yeah.
I was like, all right, it came out a little out of nowhere.
But whatever.
Yeah.
And it's not.
He has that for his love affairs. Maybe he's going to take Cobb there. Cobb's single.
Cobb's what?
Cobb's single now.
Yeah, true.
Cobb comes home to his children. And he's like, all right, kids, mommy's dead, but this is your new stepdad.
It's also a little weird because they're not gonna really go, because like Cobb just goes home like after this anyways. They just look at each other and like leave. Like that was.
They don't like. Presumably they like never see each other again. They kind of just hang out one time.
Unless they'll just sneak it in quickies, like and then we don't know
Yeah, I
about
know,
it.
right? So again, they just meet up at that apartment.
Yeah.
Like, okay, good for them. Um,
Hey, Cobb, we get to see what the carpet's actually like, so that's good.
yeah, I know, right? True. He's yeah. Sada's be like, all right, Cobb, rub your face all over that carpet. Yeah.
Oh, no. Where are we going with this anymore? Like,
Yeah, moving on. Um, Cobb is like, all right, time to shake up Robert, kind of move on with the plan. They go into the room. It's presumably been an hour, and he's like, all right, Robert, we need the combination now. We got somebody in your father's office ready to enter into the safe. And Robert's like, I don't know. And he's like, okay, well, just say the first numbers that's come to your head. He's like, okay, 999, 66666, 420, 69, 86, 8008, which spells boob.
700
So
79955.
there you go. Yeah, so they jot down the number and they put a bag over his head and they take him into the van. After they load Robert in, they take the bag off of Tom Hardy's head because obviously he was still pretending to be Browning. He's like, all right, how bad is it? And he's like, oh yeah, his relationship with his dad is like real bad. And Arthur's like, oh shit, that makes our job more complicated. And then Tom Hardy and Cobb are like, oh no, that's actually helpful to us because the worse the relationship is now, the better the catharsis will be when we kind of fix it.
Mm-hmm.
Which will kind of make the idea stick more, I guess.
Yeah, so that was good. I liked that, and you got kind of a notion of this that it really wasn't that great, even as fans, because you got that little scene where even his father being on his deathbed, you could kind of get the sense that the relationship was a little strained and everything.
Well, again, it's we as the audience got a feel for it, but again, these guys didn't really. Again, they were kind of just basing it off of rumors.
Yeah.
So yeah, they're loading up the truck, but Fisher's brain army is attacking. Excuse me. And Arthur pulls out a rifle and starts shooting at them. He pulls it out of his ass because they're in a dream. We forgot to mention this is a random guy's dream. So yeah, he's gonna have to stay behind when they do go to level 2.
He's like, I got my 2 hours in.
I think, all right, guys, all right, I've had enough of this shit. It's funny, how Tom Hardy earlier was like, all right, I'm going to stay on this level, fuck this. That's basically what this guy did.
Yep.
But I do like this part where Tom Hardy's like, come on, you can do better than that. And then he pulls out a fucking grenade launcher and blows up the guys. And Arthur even looks at him and he kind of shrugs. He's like, all right, gotta admit, that was pretty cool. Because ties into earlier when Tom Hardy was like, oh, Arthur is really good at his job, but he's got no imagination. That's kind of tied into that. Where obviously Arthur is because it's a dream, he can kind of manipulate it a little bit, so he pulls out a gun. But Tom Hardy's like, no, you got to be even more creative than that. And he pulls out a fucking grenade launcher.
Yeah, this was really cool. I really liked this scene. It really broke up the monotony of it too, because we had a couple of really kind of Selma scenes. So this kind of broke up the monotony of that.
Yeah, it wasn't too comedic, but it was kind of just oh yeah, it's a little funny. And again, tied into earlier. And it ties into later, because Arthur kind of has to improvise a little bit on how to create a kick.
Yep, so that's good.
So I kind of like that they kind of have this relationship where Tom Hardy's like, you're not very creative, Arthur. And Arthur kind of, has to be creative towards the end. That's, again, Arthur ends up being kind of boring. But there is a little bit of a character thing for him here. It's not much, but it's something.
Still miss potential.
Yeah, I mean, it's better than fucking random guy.
I'd say it's better than always, at least. It's always just annoying.
Yeah. I mean, again, they tried to do something with Ari, but wasn't great. So, but yeah, they're taking They're taking Fisher, and in the van, they're getting chased by again, Fisher's brain police, and they're talking about how they're gonna drive around for a bit, and then random guy is gonna play the music as they go in for Arthur, because they're gonna go to Arthur's dream next, and the kick will be when he drives off a bridge, and that'll be like the falling motion. They need to wake up. And they also kind of explain that, like, okay, so they got the number, so they can kind of use that as they go deeper, and to kind of repair the relationship with his dad. They're gonna essentially like frame Browning, kind of.
Yeah, pretty much.
Which, you'll get more into that later. But they're gonna kind of, in order to improve his relationship with his dad, they're kind of gonna pin some stuff on Browning. And Ari, again, her one fucking goal in this mission is to ask, what are you talking about? So she's like, wait, so we're going to ruin the one relationship he has, good relationship he has in his life? And they're kind of like, no, we're going to repair his relationship with his dad and expose his evil, uncle.
Which, again, you didn't really get the...
A little fucked up, because, again, like, there was kind of like a one little thing that hinted at Browning not, like, caring about Fisher, but, like, wasn't enough to be like, oh, yeah, no, that's what they're doing. Again, it kind of comes off as, like, they're just bullshitting.
Yeah, and they're trying to, and again, improvising and everything like that, more so than...
Yeah, and Cobb also mentions that when they get to level 2, they're going to pull the Mr. Charles routine. And Arthur's like, that's a really bad idea. And Ames is like, what's the Mr. Charles routine? And they explain that basically it was like a routine they did on a different mission, but it didn't work, and like it got them attacked by the subconscious.
Yep. But, I guess...
Okay, we're doing it anyway.
Yeah, and then, they explain this when they get to level 2. We find out that Cobb is... we kind of talked about it in part 1, but Cobb is a bit of a hypocrite and kind of doesn't follow the rules.
Which, again, I don't mind that, because they acknowledge it, but it is a little annoying that, like, everyone else is just cool with it. Because I got mad at Cobb, like, once. And I'm like, Cobb kind of keeps, like, doing this shit, and everyone's just kind of cool with it.
It also makes you question, like, if he keeps doing this shit, like...
why do these people...
Yeah. Not just these people, why do people keep hiring him to get, like, to do this shit type of thing? Like...
Yeah.
Because obviously...
Exactly. Keeps fucking breaking his own rules. And, like, again, making the job fucking 10 times more complicated. So I'm like, yeah, it's like, why do these people work with him, and why does he keep getting hired?
And not just that, because we find out, like, because this is like 2 missions. We saw him fail the first mission, and then we found he failed the second. But like, did he succeed in any of these missions? Like, other than this one?
Yeah, it's because like it's cool. Like, okay, they mentioned previous missions because obviously it makes sense. They've been going on missions before, but every mission they've mentioned has been like a failure. So I'm like, wait, did you guys like ever actually like succeed in your missions, or do you guys gotta keep fucking them up?
I like to think it's the second one.
Yeah, I know they just keep fucking up, but for some reason they keep getting jobs.
No wonder why Sato had to go in there to make sure they got the job.
You live up to your reputation, and it's like, have I? He's like, yeah, no, yeah, you're the best, right? And he's like, yes, I am the best. I definitely don't have a bad reputation.
And you know what's good? Sato cleared his record, so technically he doesn't have a reputation anymore. So
hey, there you go. He wiped the slate clean.
So Cobb didn't care about like seeing his kids or going back to America. He wanted to make sure all the
like, fucks at his job. We gotta arrest him.
Yeah.
So everyone gets knocked out, and random guy is gonna drive around in the van for a while. That's kind of what he does for the rest of the movie. But I'll get to that in a little bit.
I want to
they end up going to...
I want to just do some behind the scenes stuff. I'm just gonna read this right off the wiki because I was too lazy to type it into my notes. This is kind of going back to the train engine, just because we didn't really discuss that. The filmmakers configured a train engine on the chassis of a tractor trailer, and the replica was made from fiberglass mold taken from authentic train parts and matched in terms of color and design. I won't get into much the car chase because that really hasn't happened much, but I'll do that when the whole thing happens. We found out that like some of this stuff was filmed on a soundstage. Not this stuff, but I imagine the stuff on the plane was probably filmed on a soundstage. I don't really see that actually happening. I imagine that was probably a soundstage, and like maybe I would imagine maybe the interrogation was probably filmed on a soundstage, maybe, and then that's it, you know. Hey, at least they didn't have to go Yellow Jacket soundstage. We had to pretend to be cold and layer up, and then we found out like the room was hot as shit. So at least they didn't have to do that shit. So
Yeah.
but that's about it for. That's about it for that. It's good.
Okay. That's interesting.
Oh yeah,
I'm really looking forward to stuff for the next level.
Yeah, I am interested, but I've read this like 4 times, so I'm like getting less interested, like because I've read this already like 4 times, so I can remember it. So,
But yeah, they end up going to level 2, and it's a hotel. Fisher is on a date with the wonderful Tom Hardy, who is a married blonde, big boobied woman.
Added to the name of characters that don't have names, you never get a name.
Yeah, true. Besides female Tom Hardy, I guess. Tamantha Hardy.
I guess it can.
And then shows up. Arthur and Ari are like in the lobby watching Cobb go to the bar area to talk to Fisher. And basically, Arthur explains, because Ari's whole fucking job is to have shit explained to her, that basically Mr. Charles is pretending to be part of the subconscious in order to get the dreamer on their side and like work against their own subconscious.
I think that's a cool concept.
Yeah, and obviously the risk is that you're exposing that they're in a dream, which you're not really supposed to do.
But Cobb does a lot of this shit, so whatever. So if there's a rule, Cobb will break it. We found out.
Yeah, if there's a rule, Cobb will break it. But yeah, the phone number that that Tom Hardy wrote down was the same number that Fisher gave in the previous dream level. So I think this was kind of to like remind him.
Mm-hmm.
Because we're going to establish later on that like he has trouble remembering stuff that happened in the previous dream level.
Yep.
And he was kind of having issues remembering the number. So I think, again, writing down the number was to kind of like hammer it again so he remembers it easier.
Yeah, that made a lot of sense.
Yeah.
He didn't really get a chance to read the number though. Cobb comes up to him like immediately before like he can even look at it. So.
Yeah. Well, again, Cobb is the one who mentioned like, oh yeah, I don't think that was actually your number because it wasn't enough for like there wasn't the. How many digits are in a phone number? 10.
About 10, yeah.
Yeah.
But still, like, give him a chance to like look. Like the guy walks away, like Tom Hardy walks away, and Cobb comes over. That'd be like that would be like I don't know, like I have to read something for like work and like study it, and then like Cobb comes over and be like, hey, did you like study that then type of thing? Like I didn't even get a chance to like look.
I fucking got it. Yeah. So Cobb explains that like he's security and he's here to protect him, and Fisher's like confused, like, oh, are you like the hotel security? He's like, no, Mr. Fisher, like you're in a dream. And well, because he doesn't say that outright at first, he kind of gets him to. He points out like all the dream things, like the weather outside is like really crazy because it's like raining and it's like shaking because of all the rain going on in the upper level. It's affecting this level, or how Fisher can't remember how he got this hotel.
Yeah.
So basically, yeah, Cobb reveals that it's a dream, but instead of revealing it, he's the intruder trying to extract it. He says that like people are trying to extract information from Fisher, and that Cobb is his subconscious trying to protect him.
Yeah, I really like this back and forth scene we get with Cobb and Fisher.
I like that, because obviously them finding out that Fisher had training to prevent extractors was like a surprise to them, but they kind of worked it to their advantage. But now they're pretending to be like the protection.
Yeah, so I like that. But I just like I really like the back and forth. I feel like the dynamic together, these actors were really good. And honestly, I wish this had been the buddy duo of the whole movie type of thing. Like
honestly, yeah, I like that Fisher kind of just like joins the team and like helping Rob himself.
Yeah, I like that a lot.
Yeah, so I like Fisher on the team.
It was a cool twist.
So yeah,
it was a cool twist.
Yeah. So Cobb is like escorting Fisher through the hotel. At one point, two like guys with guns attack Cobb, in the bathroom. But he like attacks them and shoots them, and Fisher's like freaking out. He's like, "Okay, relax. They're just like they're not real." But then Fisher grabs one of their guns and he's gonna shoot himself in the head, and Cobb has to like calm him down. And he can't say that like, "Oh shit, if you die, you'll die for real if you like do that." He has to explain it like, "Now listen, fuck, what does he say?"
I think he says that like you have to just learn to trust me type of thing, and like if you do that, there will be like he doesn't say he'll die for real, but they said that there could be like ramifications if you like do that.
Yeah, he kind of beats her. He has to kind of like come up with a lie, but yeah, he basically gets Fisher to not kill himself to wake up. And he gets Fisher to kind of recall what happened before. That he was kidnapped with his uncle Peter, and that they wanted a combination for a safe, and he recalls the number. And they go up to that hotel room, or that hotel level. It was like 5-2 something. So they go to level 5, I'm guessing, of the hotel. And while they're doing that, we'll cut to Arthur and Ari real quick, where they were in the lobby while Cobb was escorting Fisher, and the subconscious is like noticing that they're intruders, so they're like staring at them. And I do like kind of like this joke where Arthur's like, quick, we need a distraction. Try to kiss me.
I like this joke. It was so weird, but it was like, okay, I like it.
It was very weird. Where Ari's like, that didn't work. And Arthur was like, yeah, it was worth a shot. That was really, I was like, are they like setting up a romance? Because they had like one scene together before this.
Yeah, and I think, I didn't really...
They didn't do anything with it after this, so I guess not.
Yeah, I guess I don't know what that was.
But it was kind of like an awkward funny. I'm like, okay, random.
Honestly, this is like a scene I would have seen like I would have expected like Will Smith to do if he was in this role or something. Like I would have expected Will Smith to do this. One thing you didn't mention, I don't know if you would get into it, but like while Cobb is talking to Robert, like he's kind of also struggling because he sees like his kids' projections there also. So like
it was small thing, and it happens like throughout the movie, so I just kind of skipped over it. But yeah, while he was talking to Cobb, he was seeing. I'm not talking to Cobb. He was talking to Fisher. Yeah, he was seeing his kids in the distance.
But what I liked about this time was because obviously like Fisher noticed something's off, so I like that his projections kind of like look over to like Cobb when they realize something's off. So like Cobb has to like fix it quick and like go back to his conversation. So like the projections kind of it's like it's a very quick thing, but I just really like it because it just shows like I like how they sync the projections like with the person. They do that really well in this movie.
Yeah, that was cool. So where were they at? Arthur and Ari go down to the room below, the one that Cobb can take Fisher to, and Arthur kind of sets like a device on the ceiling. Is it a bomb? I forget what it is.
So I think it's like an explosive or like a bomb. I'm not exactly sure what it is, but it's like I would say it's more of a detonator than a bomb.
I was gonna say because I think he was gonna make a fall, but like he ends up having to improvise and use the elevator. So I was like, I don't think this really matters.
I mean, but Tom Hardy gets to use it, so it kind of matters.
Yeah. Speaking of Tom Hardy, Sato was in the elevator, and Tom Hardy came in as the hot lady and like tried like flirting with him, but then Sato looked in the mirror, realized it was Tom Hardy, and he was like, very funny, Mr. Eames.
I like this because before they didn't really like each other, so I like that they're starting to banter now a little bit.
Yeah. And Eames explains kind of the current situation that Cobbs is, working on Fisher, and we kind of got to buy him some time. He has Fisher's wallet, and he's going to ditch it because, having stuff on them that's related to Fisher is going to have, like, the subconscious, like, going to attack them, I guess.
Imagine, I don't know why you don't just hide the wallet, but okay,
Yeah. Well, he says, like, all right, cool, ditch this on, like, a floor, and then, like, keep moving. And we'll like split up and meet up later.
Yep.
Yeah, again, this was kind of just like they're just, I guess, killing time while Cobb does his thing. So yeah, that's why I was kind of a complaint I had on this level is that like Todd's really the only one working with Fisher, and then the other four are kind of just dicking around.
I mean, what really pissed me off was we got, like you said, we really got. Remember how I said, "What's this? What's this?" That was really bad on this level with always. You kept going, "What's this? What's that? What's this?" Like,
I was on this one, yeah.
honestly, I felt like it was getting to a point where she would have she would have seen like a wine glass, and she would be like, "What's that?" Like,
yeah, she's like Rain, and she's like, "What is this substance?"
she's just looking around. She goes into the elevator, like, "Wow, what a nice little invention we got going on there. What is this?"
Wow, interesting room. Why does it shake like this? It's like, oh my god, Ari, shut the fuck up.
There's a wrestling comparison I can make to this. Do you know who Art Donovan is?
No.
Well, I think he's like, I don't remember who he is, but he's like some type of actor that he was like some type of outsider that was brought in to do like commentary for like wrestling matches, like one on a show, and like he didn't know any of the wrestlers or anything like that, so he saw how like how big they were, and he kept asking every like match, like, how much does this guy weigh? How much does that guy weigh? That was Owen in this episode. She kept being like, what is this? What is that? What's this? What's that? Like,
yeah, and then so they split up, and then a little bit later, Sato sees Browning and assumes it's Tom Hardy, and he's like, "Oh, you changed it again," and Browning's like confused, and Tom Hardy shows up like right behind him, and he's kind of like, "Not me, not me."
I like that they did this.
Yeah, walks off, and they're gonna tail Browning to the room. He's gonna go to meet Cobb and Fisher win, and basically they're gonna just like tail him to see how Browning behaves, because obviously this isn't the real Browning. This is Fisher's view of Browning. So if Browning is kind of like acting kind of off, that'll kind of show that like, okay, we're getting Fisher to kind of like question his relationship with Browning.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I like this. I wonder what the plan like was, but I like, because obviously they wanted to frame him, so the whole it gets into my thing. The plan was he was supposed to go in and reveal that he was a part of this, like the interrogation and everything like that, and there was there was more to him than that. So they were hoping that he was gonna act that way, but I'm gonna guess if he did act that way, either they were gonna improvise again, or they were just gonna consider the job a failure. So,
Yeah. But yeah, Cobb gets to the level, and I guess I kind of talked about the scene you were supposed to by accident, but you can talk about this scene, I guess.
Yeah, whatever. And then we have level 2, continuing. They go into the hotel room, and then somebody comes in, and it's Browning, and it's just a projection of Browning. And he comes in, and they hold him at gunpoint, and Fisher reveals like who he is to Cobb, because again, he just in his mind he just met Cobb, and he said that he was also with me, like he got interrogated and he was getting robbed too. But this is kind of like where they start to frame Browning and everything like that. They kind of mention like, well, did you actually see him like get tortured? And did you actually like see him like kidnapped or anything like that? And obviously, like Fisher pieces together that like, yeah, like I never saw him get kidnapped and I never saw him get tortured. It was all it was all off screen and everything like that. Makes you question if the Alpha was really tortured in RVB, because we never well, I guess no, I can't say that. We did see it one time, so.
Oh my God, Browning was the Alpha the whole time.
Yeah, why not? But yeah, this kind of gets Browning to reveal that he was the one that like set up the interrogation. He wanted to because he didn't want Robert to take over the company, because he didn't. His father always saw him as a failure, so he didn't want him to like ruin his father's legacy and ruin the company and go and blow through his inheritance and everything like that.
That's not what he says.
Oh, what does he say?
He said he wanted to get into the safe because he didn't want him to fall for his father's last taunt, and that basically like he wanted, calling him a disappointment, was to get Robert to like rise above that and like become his own man. So basically, Browning wants Robert to keep being the head of the company because that'll increase Browning's own reputation as well, his own power. But he's worried that if Robert dissolves the company like his father actually wanted, then he'll lose power.
But basically the plan was that they wanted. They got Browning to admit that he was the quote unquote like mastermind of this whole thing. And they hold him gunpoint. They knock him out, and Fisher kind of Cobb reveals that now they can accept Fisher, and they can go into his mind and get all the stuff that they want. So let me see if I have this right. I think originally they told Robert that they were going into Browning's like projections mind, but they were actually going into like his dream. But they just told him that they were going into Browning's dream.
Yeah,
to,
so
like
they told Robert like, okay, in order to find out like what like more about your father, we're gonna go into Browning's mind. But obviously Browning isn't actually like real. So yeah, they're tricking Robert, and they're actually going into because level 1 was random guy's dream. Level 2 is Arthur's dream. Level 3 is Eames' dream.
Yeah.
But yeah, they're going into Eames' dream now to so Robert can have his like closure scene with his dad and plant the Inception idea.
Yeah, that's what they do. Arthur stays behind. They go inside. They go to level 3, and that was all this. I liked all this stuff. I really felt bad for Browning. Because personally, again, it's really tough to tell if IOL he was actually feeling this way, but it's really tough to tell because again, it was very vague. But I'm just gonna go based off like what I saw, and I feel bad that he's gonna get kind of fucked over here.
I also don't understand. I'm curious how the projection works, because Cobb is like he kind of says all this like as Browning is there. Like he's like, oh, did you see him get tortured? Did you see him get kidnapped? So that was kind of giving Fisher the idea that like that Peter was the one who hired the kidnappers. And then the projection of Peter is like, yes, I was the one who hired them. So it's like, how does that work? Did the projection like change in that moment to reflect what Cobb was telling him?
Yeah, that's what I was wondering.
Or it was like hit that projection of Peter always like it's weird. Again, for how much explaining this movie does, they like a lot of the shit's kind of confusing.
They don't really explain the projections, I guess, as much either, like you would think.
Yeah.
Yeah, all the questions I could have asked.
I like that they took their time in the first half, like assembling the team. But like we're going through these levels like really quick, especially the hotel. We were not in the hotel level for very long.
No, we weren't. That's why it kind of sucks. They did all that shit like in the beginning when the dream got fucked up because then they had to do all this very quickly. And I guess it's good they did this quickly because obviously it was meant to feel like okay now we're on a time crunch. But I would have liked it if we could have like spent more time in each dream because they took so long setting it up like in the beginning and everything like that.
Yeah, we only get like 20 minutes in each dream level.
Yeah, so I would have liked a lot more. It's really weird. We get it seems like the Rick and Morty Inception episode. We spent more time in Mr. Goldman's dream or whatever his name was. Honestly,
it feels like we did spend more time in that dream than like any of these. Yeah.
But do you want to do no behind the scenes stuff? So how are we gonna do this? Do you want to do the top 2 levels and then we'll do the stuff in
top 2 levels just because it's pretty quick. So basically, a complaint I had with this movie is that they kept cutting to what's going on level 1 and 2 with Random Guy and Arthur, while like the stuff was going on in level 3 and Limbo. And it's like it kept doing it constantly. Like we cut to like fucking Random Guy driving the van, especially when he's off the bridge, like 20 times.
And also made me question like because they kept going through the times of like each dream. Like it's supposed to be this amount of time. It's supposed to be that amount of time. I'm gonna call the Ben 10 effect here. I don't really think it was about. I don't really think. I mean, maybe it was, but it didn't feel like it was that amount of time. It was supposed to be like what, like only like 30 seconds that fan was supposed to fall. That was not 30 seconds. That was not 30 seconds. It didn't feel like.
I think Arthur was only gonna have like fucking 3 minutes to do all the shit he did. I'm like, there's no way he did all that in 3 minutes.
No. Maybe the stuff with like in level 3, maybe the hell happened around that time.
Yeah, like the snow level, like I can buy they did all that in like an hour and a half, or something like that. I'm like, yeah, that's fine.
But there's no way Arthur did all that shit in 3 minutes. Because don't forget, you had to fight. You're gonna talk about. You had to fight two guys, like in between that and everything.
You had to like tie everybody up, get them to the elevator, blow up the elevator. I'm like, no, fuck that.
And then
it had fucking zero gravity too.
Yeah, there's no way and especially too, he had never been in zero gravity before, so like you would think like well, at least I think so. Anyways, I don't know, but
yeah, we have no reason to assume Arthur has been in zero gravity. So yeah, he would have been. That would have like made him even more like fucked up. Yeah, so no way. But yeah, I guess to get into it real quick, because we're gonna just talk about all at once. Because as I said, they kept cutting to it. And the other stuff was cool, but again, it kind of kept interrupting like important scenes, and it's kind of like I wish they kind of just did all this all at once, or not all at once, but at least like join it together more because they kept cutting to it like every like 2 minutes.
An example of this, that also didn't do this well was the heist in season 9 of OVB. They kept cutting away from it to go to like uninteresting stuff.
Yeah, I definitely didn't like that either. But this felt worse. No, not worse in that, like, obviously the red versus blue cutting to the present was more boring. But, like, this, it just kept doing it way more. Like, it felt like it was like we could not go 2 minutes without it cutting back to this.
Yeah, it was getting kind of ridiculous. And I think the biggest flaw about this and why this happened is because this is an action movie, they did a lot of stuff, like, explaining when you get, like, quote-unquote action stuff. So they had to fill that...
Oh, yeah, that's what it feels like it was. They were like, okay, if we keep cutting back to this, it'll like add more tension. It'll add more to the ticking clock. But as we kind of established earlier, they kind of did too much with that. They kind of like they added too many like stakes too quickly, and it's like, okay, whoa, you kind of rushed this.
Very much so.
Yeah. So again, it feels like they kind of just keep hammering in, like, oh my god, there's so much happening, and like there's a ticking clock. I'm like, I get it. Like, take it easy.
I feel like it took a lot away from the snow, because the snow level was like the coolest level, and like we got
and it didn't get a lot of focus because we kept cutting back to this. It's like that's what it feels unfocused. Yeah, is exactly how I would describe it. Yeah. So random guy is in the van with everybody sleeping in it, and he's outrunning like all the gun people. These gun people keep shooting at random guy. Why they didn't shoot up the tires of the van, I don't know. But you know what? Fuck it. I guess Fisher isn't that smart because the subconscious people just aren't doing that.
I guess not, yeah.
Excuse me. But yeah, I just kind of keep outrunning these guys. One little thing I liked was at one point, like, he pulls out a machine gun, so and he's going to shoot random guy. So random guy, like, pulls up next to him, gets the, like, hand in the car and, like, grabs his arm and, like, kind of elbows him, and he, like, falls off his motorcycle.
Yeah, that was cool.
Kind of funny because again, that's kind of like an action hero thing, and this guy does not seem like an action hero.
I think I missed that originally because again we were cutting so much back and forth. I don't think I caught that originally.
One thing was kind of bullshit was like at one point he like kind of falls over, like he's going to the bridge, and he like the van tumbles down a hill, and it like bounces a few times, and then it lands back on its wheels. I'm like, okay, that was horse shit.
Very much so, yeah.
Because if it did not land on its wheels, the movie ends right there. They all die.
Yeah, well, not ends, but they all are in limbo.
Well, like, and he's not going to be able to get to the bridge and do the fall. And the gun guys were, like, right behind him, so, yeah, no, they would have just been surrounded and killed.
Yeah, so, yeah, I guess they would have died, yeah.
Yeah. But that doesn't happen. The van lands on its wheels after flipping like 3 times somehow, and he drives onto the bridge. The bridge has these like things that like stick up from the road and ends up like poking the tires of the chasing vehicle, but random guy just narrowly avoids it. However, one part of the bridge begins to like lift up, and he's kind of like he's kind of trapped because more guys are shooting at him, and he kind of decides, all right, fuck this, I got to do the fold now. So he puts the headphones on Arthur and begins playing the music. And a cool little detail I liked about this was and everyone in the lower levels could hear the music, and they were like, "Oh no, wait, it's too soon. What's happening?"
Yeah.
So I kind of like that, where obviously like he had to do it early, but because nobody else knows what's going on up there, they're like, "What the fuck? What's happening?"
I like that little detail, yeah.
And then he goes to drive off the bridge, and then again they cut to them falling in slow motion off the bridge like 5 times.
Yeah, they didn't need to do that 5 times. Like, they only needed to do it, like, maybe twice. Maybe... I'll say maybe 3 times, but I would only push for 2.
Yeah. Cool chase scene, but again, I don't really care about Random Guy. And like I said, it got a little ridiculous on the fact that like he didn't get caught for that whole thing.
And it got like a little ridiculous that like, I don't really buy the fact that like he did all of this in like a half hour. Like it seemed like it should have been longer than that.
Yeah. Wait, what do you mean longer?
Oh, maybe not long. Well, I feel it felt.
I was about to say, I feel like him doing all this shit for a half hour is ridiculous.
Yeah, it seems like it was longer, especially him falling off the bridge. That I know it was in slow motion, but that did not feel like it was. I thought they kept saying it was like 30 seconds or whatever. I was like, yeah, that was not 30 seconds. That was like longer than 30 seconds.
Yeah.
And then Arthur's thing that was not 3 minutes.
Yeah, and then Arthur is in the hotel, and he's kind of gonna fight off Fisher's subconscious, and this is really cool. So as we said, the van was kind of flipping around, and that was fucking with the gravity and Arthur's dream level. So they basically like the hallway in the hotel kept flipping around, and Arthur had to kind of fight in essentially zero gravity as the hotel was moving around and spinning. And cool little thing, I guess I'll just mention it now. So apparently the scene was inspired by 2001: A Space Odyssey. Haven't seen the movie. Hear it's really good. Haven't seen it. But also, you would think, oh, they just used like CGI or whatever for like this. No. They actually built like as a set, like a spinning hallway to like film these shots in. And the actor for Arthur kind of did an interview and said that he talked to people who had been in zero gravity to kind of get a reference for it. And he said it was actually ended up being very different from his experience because for people who've been in zero gravity, like with the no gravity, it's very relaxed. Like your muscles are very like loose because, there's no pressure on it. But as, for the spinning hallway, it's the exact opposite where he it had a lot of pressure on his body, obviously because like all the gravity is like making him want to go in certain directions. So it's kind of like he's having to pretend like he's in zero gravity when the set is giving him like the opposite experience of zero gravity.
Yeah, that's crazy. And he like rehearsed this scene like I think like 2 to 3 days. He did it like a lot. Like he had to really rehearse this scene a lot to like get it really right and everything like that. And he said he came home like banged up and everything like that because again,
like all like the flipping around and stuff. Like yeah.
And then since we're doing behind the scenes, I'll kind of mention the chase scene. It was supposed to take place because it was raining. It actually was supposed to be raining, but like it just kept not raining. I think the crew kept waiting out for the rain. So when they realized the rain wasn't coming, they obviously had to like use fake rain. The filmmakers used like effects to make it look like it was raining. When it came to doing when the car was falling off the bridge, they used a sequence was filmed on and off for months with the van being shot out of a cannon, according to the actor that plays Random Guy. And they captured the actor suspended within the van in slow motion. It took a whole day to film that scene. So,
wow.
Yeah, a whole day to basically pretend to fall out of a van. Poor Arthur's actor. You had to like do zero gravity, and he had to spend a whole day pretending to fall out of a van. Like, and yet somehow he still ended up being he still ended up being an actor that had all this potential, and then like he had to do all this shit in this movie. Like,
I know, right? Yeah, I definitely feel bad for Arthur. But yeah, Arthur gets a really cool scene though. Again, his character didn't get much, but like he got a cool action scene, which is nice. The best action scene in the movie, I'd say. Where it's very kind of hand to hand. He's getting pretty close, and he's kind of like wrestling these guys, in the air. And at one point, he gets him in like an arm lock and chokes him. At another point, they end up going like flying from like the hallway into like a hotel room, and like at one point the gravity kind of goes back on, and the guy's like charging at him or flying at him, and he like takes out his gun and like shoots him, and the guy kind of just like goes flying past him and like slams into the wall.
yeah, this is really cool. Yeah.
And of course, there's one really good long shot where Arthur's like going down the hallway, and he's kind of like, he ends up like from the ceiling to the hallway, from the wall to like the floor, like he's kind of like moving like Spider-Man, like kind of crawling on it.
We did say he was Spider-Man from the Avengers, so it worked.
Yeah. And at one point, they end up in like the fire escape stairway, and he creates the infinite staircase from when he was with Ari and drops the guy down it. That was the payoff from that scene earlier. Random, but okay. Kind of like as far as payoff goes, it's like, yeah, that exists, I guess.
I mean, this scene is cool too because if you watch the trailer for this movie, they use a lot of footage from this scene as part of the trailer because they figured it was gonna like really hype up people to want to like watch the movie and everything like that. So,
I mean, it's just kind of hard to describe it all because it's like it's pretty long.
Yeah.
They cut to this quite a bit. But yeah, basically just Arthur is kind of fighting in zero gravity, fighting a bunch of these goons, and he does really well. Yeah, and and normally you would think like, oh, it's a hotel hallway, but like I said, they kind of like use like the fire escape, and they end up going flying into one of the hotel rooms. They end up using it to their advantage, like it feels cool.
And I like this because although because I didn't mention this because before they went under, like they mentioned also that the subconscious was gonna realize that now Robert's working like with them, so that like he's gonna get attacked constantly by like the subconscious now and everything like that. So that's why he's doing all of this and everything.
Yeah. So yeah, Arthur gets some moments of peace, and he's gonna, because it's zero gravity, he's not gonna be able to replicate a kick, the falling motion when the van goes off the bridge. So we have to improvise, use some imagination. And this looked pretty goofy here, where he just like ties everybody together, like stacked on top of each other like fucking pancakes.
Yeah. I was also thinking like they didn't think of that like when they were doing the planning that like there wouldn't be any gravity when the van was falling off the like bridge. I thought they would have thought that through.
Yeah, but I guess because like the going off the bridge was kind of improvised.
Yeah, I guess.
But like, yeah, no, it is pretty weird. That, like, okay, I don't know.
But wasn't that part of the plan? They had to go up. They had planned that was gonna be.
They missed it the first time. Remember, like they were gonna time their kick for when they got off the bridge, but they missed that kick, so they had to go for when the van hit the water.
That's fair. Fair enough.
So I guess like they were gonna time their kick for when like the zero gravity would have kicked in, essentially.
That's fair.
Yeah. So yeah, he ties everybody up and gets them in the elevator, and he's gonna, because they're like on a high level, he's gonna blow up the elevator shaft, and it'll send them like falling downwards essentially, and that'll be their fall motion.
Yeah, I like.
And again, they play this like a bunch of times, but this is pretty much what Arthur does for the rest of the movie, is setting up the bomb to have the elevator fall with everybody inside of it.
Yeah, I like both these scenes, more so Arthur's. It just kind of sucks again that this is just sandwiched in between all the cutting and everything like that. I feel like
again, Arthur's action scene is like the best one in the movie. It's really cool. It's just
sandwich in.
It was not great.
Yeah. So going towards level 3, I forgot to say this earlier, but before they went under, Cobb saw like a window, and obviously that's the same window that Mal fell out of, / jumped out of, and obviously he's haunted by this. So then, like, when he goes into level 3, we see the first thing that we see is we see like he's got like a sniper aimed at the hospital, and Ollie is like wondering like what he sees, but he's being obviously very vague and everything like that. Obviously doesn't want to talk about it. It's like, I just see gods and everything like that. And I was just like, well, do you see Mal and everything like that? And obviously Cobb doesn't really answer that question because, you know, Ollie's gotta have Ollie needs to be there for some reason. So she's just gotta.
Ari's got to be there. If Ari's not asking Cobb, is not probing Cobb or asking questions, then is she even there?
No, I don't think so. I mean, don't forget. Don't forget. Up until like the end of level 3, she doesn't do. She doesn't actually contribute like to the mission. So
yeah, no, she does not contribute until the very end of level 3 when she kind of proposes an idea.
Yeah, and I know she did all the architect, but that was already a given. That was already. That's what she does. That fucking architect too. So her fingerprints are all over this fucking dream, like these fucking stages and everything like that. So I guess we can't really say she doesn't do anything because she did all the architect, but still, but whatever. But everyone's kind of separated in the beginning, but then everyone kind of comes together and they come up with a plan. Something I didn't mention throughout this. They do some cool shots with Sato because obviously, as he goes deeper and deeper into each level, he starts like still coughing up blood, and they still like show like that he's still wounded and everything like that. I think it's cool that you're seeing it take effect. And they do it a lot, and they do this in a lot of cool ways. So I think that's pretty cool. But they come up with the idea that you know, him and Ollie are going to basically stand guard and protect Robert, and Robert's gonna go with Tom Harden and Sato to go invade this hospital and go see what's inside this safe. And yeah, this is really cool. And you know, the mission starts off very well. Everyone just kind of you know, shooting. They do a lot of really cool things where they tie zip ties to the trees, and a lot of the minions and everything like that get knocked down from it and get destroyed. And then up above, the kick happens, and because they missed the kick, they kind of have to like find an alternate way to get to the.
Detail I liked about the time difference is when the music starts playing. Tom Hardy mentions that he hears it, and he thought he heard it like an hour ago, but he thought it was just the wind. So kind of showing that, like, you know, for them, like the music was playing for like an hour. You know, that one little part of the song.
Yeah, I like that too. But so they have to find an alternate way to get to the because obviously because the fall happens, there's like an avalanche going down. They were originally just gonna go up normally to the hospital, but then because this big avalanche that happens, they can't like get to it the traditional way.
I like this one little joke where Sato's trying to help Fisher up, and Fisher like kind of knocks his hand away. And he's like, "Why couldn't anybody dream up like a beach or something?"
Yeah. I would be saying the same thing. I would not want to go to level 3. Fuck that.
Again, Fisher did not sign up for all this bullshit. He's the victim in all this.
Yeah. So, Cobb is asking, Ollie. I can't remember, I can't even remember her fake name anymore. But he's just asking Ollie to, like, kind of describe the layout, or describe an alternate way to get there. But obviously, always hesitant to do this, because if she tells Cobb, then Maul will figure out where it is. But obviously Cobb's like, it doesn't really matter, like, we're on a crunch time here, like, tell me where it is. So she reveals that there's like a vent that they can go through to get there. And obviously this ends up being a big mistake for her to like tell him this, because then this ends up being a reason why Mal shows up. And they crawl through the air ducts. We get some really cool action scenes. I like the fact that we got to see like Robert kind of get into like the thick of it a little bit. You would think that, you know, he wouldn't be able to hold his own, but he actually holds his own pretty well. He gets like a few shots in and a few punches in onto some people, which is pretty cool. Some of the projections I think pick up on like what they're doing, so they end up like turning around, and Cobb ends up having to take them out, And doing all of this, Cobb and Ollie go to a different building, or the same building, and they're still like basically just standing guard and are gonna be like the overheads for Robert. And one of the people that ends up showing up is predictably Mal.
Before that, what really annoyed me was, again, Ari just needs to constantly be asking fucking questions. Ari, because Cobb is like shooting the soldiers, and Ari's like, so like, these are projections of Fisher's mind, right? So like, are you destroying parts of his brain? And Cobb has just to be like, no, just projections. And I'm like, Ari, what? Why are you fucking asking this now? Not earlier, not on level 1, on level 2. Why the fuck are you asking this now?
Yeah, they've seen.
And it felt so random. Like, it feels like just, I don't know. It's like if you were talking about fucking football with your family or something, and they were just like, so anyway, I don't know, fucking like politics in the Middle East. How about that, huh? It's like, okay, no, like completely different from what we were talking about. What the fuck was that?
I think what out
of fucking nowhere.
I think what annoyed me about that too was you don't have to explain this to the audience at this point, because we've been seeing Cobb and everybody kill projections like the whole movie pretty much.
I assumed they were not gonna make like fucking Fisher brain dead, by doing this. It's like, and it's like, okay, I get it. Again, that felt just so blatant of like, we're explaining this for the audience. It's like, okay, a little late. Like, there's only like a half hour left in the movie.
I would think we would know the movie by now. Like,
yeah, it's, again, Ari's role is to just fucking ask questions and have it explained to the audience. Like, that is her character.
That would be like in season 9 of season 10 of LVB. They explain that the director like randomly is torturing like the alpha, like, and explains it to the audience like for no reason.
Yeah, thank you. We kind of knew that already, but appreciate it, I guess.
Well, they explain what Epsilon is, like, for no reason. Like, oh, that's a...
Cool, knew that already, and we're kind of in the middle of something else, but appreciate it.
And yeah, it's like in the middle of, like, Texan churches, like, fight or whatever. No,
yeah, and then comes in, he's like, did you guys know the director was torturing the alpha? It's like, yeah, thanks, man. I mean, cool, but, like, we already knew that.
You know what would be a perfect combination? Ollie and when I say church, I mean like Epsilon or something. Always continuously asking questions to Church. That'd be awesome.
Yeah. Like, shut the fuck up.
He just walked away like, okay, fuck this. I'm going to live in a cave. I can't deal with this anymore.
I would love that. Fuck this. I'm going to go live in a cave. That's one of my favorite quotes from Church.
It's I can't think of that quote the same anymore because I found out he was being tortured. It's like, what the fuck?
Yeah, now that he was actually being tortured by Gamma. Yeah, I know, right? It is pretty fucked up.
Hey, that's gonna go into retrospectives when we do the comparison video. So
yeah, true. Yeah, like how that whole 3-parter just changes meaning now in hindsight.
But anyhow, so yeah, we see Mal comes in. It was kind of weird. They did like this big thing where like they wanted to like a big reveal that she was coming in, but it's like, okay, I kind of already knew that at this point. Like, she comes in all the time. Why are we doing a big reveal for this type of thing? Like, we knew she was gonna fuck this up or whatever. Like, because they did like an overshot and like Cobb was like scared of it, and like we didn't see like her head or anything like that. It was just so weird, but whatever. It was fine. It was just like, okay, that was did you really need like a grandiose entrance for that? But I guess so. But maybe they'll run out of...
And Cobb married. She's always making dramatic entrances.
Yep. But yeah, so she comes down and Cobb has a chance to shoot her, and like Ollie is pushing him to, being like, come on, it's just a projection, like Fisher is real. And obviously Cobb is struggling with this because he still hasn't like come to terms of the like how to fix the relationship or anything like that. So he does pull the trigger, but it's too late. Mal has already shot Fisher by this point, and he shoots. He actually is able to shoot her, but it ends up being too late. So everybody goes down. I don't think I missed anything. There was probably a few action scenes I probably missed with Tom Hardy and Sato.
Yeah. It's really cool that like Tom Hardy was like shooting and having a shootout like while snow skiing. But it kind of made me wonder, like, so like in real life, is he like a master snow skier, or is that just like a dream power he has?
I would like to think it's a dream power he has. So
No, I just love to think like this like international like extractor criminal guy just also has a hobby of like snow skiing and like shooting guns while snow skiing.
yeah, I would like that.
Like, finally, I've been wanting this. I've been wanting this my hobby of mine to fucking be relevant for years.
Um, so that everyone kind of comes back together, except obviously Arthur and random guy because they're on the top two levels. And when when Robert dies, they kind of realize the mission failed. So Cobb and everybody else are ready to like throw in the towel because there's really nothing more that they can do. And good that Ari was here because Ari came up with this great idea. Kind of seems random that she came up with this idea because she hasn't been doing it for Inception this long. She's like, oh, so it would have made more sense for Arthur to come up with this idea or like Cobb himself since he's like been studying this shit for like years. But no, Ari a few months.
Cobb would know how to get in and out of limbo better, but sure.
Yeah.
Especially, and then Cobb would also be like, no, we gotta definitely do this because I'm not gonna be able to see my kids unless we get Fisher out.
Yeah. By the way, that's also what doesn't make sense about it. Like, how come Ollie's coming up with this? Ollie literally just learned about what fucking, I don't know how long in the movie, but like literally like I guess an hour ago, like probably learned about what the fuck limbo was, and she's already coming up with this shit. So,
and again, like this is basically like the only thing Ari does in this on the mission.
Good that she was here. It was good.
Yeah. So it's like. Again, it feels like this was like the only relevant thing she did, and I'm like,
I don't like it too because this is the whole reason the mission ends up being fucking successful. I'm like, damn it! Now we have to give Ollie the credit. It's like, damn it.
Yeah.
By the way, do you realize Ollie's the new Takeda of because we start I feel it's
yeah, watching like okay, cool, and then we started reviewing it. And it's like, wait a minute, she's actually stupid.
I noticed it's when like it's when we're both grumpy after working. We didn't really want to deal with Ollie, so it's like fuck this. Like,
one thing I like about Tom Hardy's character is that he's like, again, he's not friends with these guys. He's kind of just like, all right, cool, you guys go do this, and then like, but like, I'm leaving when the kick happens, whether you're here or not.
Which makes sense. Like, why would he hasn't built a relationship or anything like that with these people? So, and he's not going to see these people afterwards. So it's like, yeah. So,
yeah.
But the plan is that they're gonna go inside of Robert's dreams, and they're gonna try to see if they can like rescue him from like limbo. And when they rescue him, Tom Hardy will give him like a shock to like restart his heart rate and everything like that, and that will like wake him up, and that would be like his quote unquote kick. And obviously Cobb, even if this can work, Cobb doesn't really trust it either because by the time they even like go to find him, Sato will die and he'll be in limbo. So like this doesn't really do anything for Cobb because even if the mission's like successful, Sato can't like he can't do his part of the deal because he's going to be in limbo type of thing. So
this was something I was kind of wondering. So like Fisher goes to limbo, and then Maul has him. Sato dies shortly after, and he kind of goes to like another part of limbo, I guess, like his own little section of limbo. I guess maybe it's because he died like after, but I'm like, okay, so for me, I would have been like, if I were Cobb, and I don't understand how this fully works, so I could be wrong here, but I'm like, okay, shoot Sato as well, have him also go to limbo, and that way we bring them both back, and then like Sato wouldn't be dying anymore, right? Because again, Fisher died from a bullet to the chest, but then when he came back from limbo, he was like fine again.
Yeah.
So I'm like, okay, we're already going to limbo. Shoot Sato again, have him like die, go to limbo because we're already going to limbo. So go there, get him and Fisher, then bring them both back.
Yeah, kill two birds with one stone. But
again, I don't know how it works because Sato died, but like he didn't go to like their limbo. He went to like a different fucking limbo, and he was there for like 50 years.
Yeah, so I don't know where the hell he went. Because it's all they went the same dream and everything like that too. So it's I don't know where the hell he.
Right, I don't. They did not do a good job explaining limbo. They didn't bring up limbo in the first half of the movie. They brought up limbo like during the mission.
Yeah, and again, I get why they did that because they wanted to be like a surprise to the audience because, didn't really know about limbo, but
Like, yeah, we got a good explanation for like other stuff, but like limbo, which is a really important part of the fucking movie, we barely got any like idea of how it works.
yeah, I agree. And we're not like in like that part of limbo because we find out the beginning of the movie is they're in Sato's limbo. So
Well, yeah, so it's like they said that like basically nothing is in limbo except for like Cobb's shit because he was already in limbo and like all the stuff from the last time he was there is still there.
yeah,
But then it's like, okay, so Sato goes to limbo. Why is he not there? Because there should be nothing in limbo except for what Cobb built last time.
I don't know. So but anyhow, so yeah, so Ollie and Cobb go to limbo. And Ollie even says like, "Are you ready to face your wife? Because you're gonna have to like do something you regret." And Cobb kind of revealed he already had like a plan in mind. So, so we get Limbo. Limbo looks cool. We had seen it in the beginning of the movie, but Cobb shows Ollie all of the stuff that I kind of talked about earlier, like all the stuff that they built and everything like that. And because they had so much time to build this stuff, we find out that that's why like it's all like buildings and everything like that because they were there for like 50 to 60 years. They obviously were gonna have a lot of time to build this stuff and everything like that. I would love it if they didn't actually build it. They just like hired someone to build it type of thing.
They had another guy come down to limbo, build it for him, and that guy left.
All the projections. One of the projections build it type of thing.
Yeah. They subconscious like all right, and the subconscious is like all right, how much you paying me? It's like paying you. You're me. You're my subconscious.
Right. But anyhow, so Ollie was thinking that Mal was gonna be like in a childhood home because that would be like a comfort place for her, but Cobb realizes that that's not where she is. He goes to their actual house, and they sit there, and she like
so not this interaction they had reminds me of an Avengers movie. So, well, obviously this came first, but they say something of like, "Oh, this is your home," and it's like, yeah, it was beautiful or something, and they're like, that's an Avengers thing. So like, Doctor Strange is talking to Thanos, and Doctor Strange is like, "Is this your home?" And Thanos goes, "It was, and it was beautiful," and it kind of reminds me of like this interaction they had with Maul here.
Yeah,
like very similar wording.
And we find out this later, but I forget exactly the terms, but they'll both re-saying the idea that Cobb incepted into a head. They're like repeating it, saying like this is all just a dream type of thing. I forget the exact quote. And Cobb sits down with her, and I like this. Cobb is kind of like talking down like his own like subconscious, talking about like how none of this is real because obviously Mal is trying to get Cobb to like stay with her and like just grow old together, and Cobb's like says that none of this is real. This is just a dream. This is just an idea, and those aren't really like those aren't really our children. Those are just children we built in a dream. Our real home is up there, type of thing. I don't know what he meant, but I guess he meant like in the real world because again they were like several levels down by this point. It would have been funny if he's like.
Yeah. He said up there. I'm assuming he meant like in the real world because they kept saying like going in the dream is lower.
Yeah, but it would be funny, like he's like, Mal could have been like, "Oh, you mean level 2? That's a nice hotel." So that'd been cool. But
yeah, I know, right? It's like, oh no, this is the snow place. It's a nice little snowy resort.
But yeah, so Cobb, reveals that they're kind of talking back and forth, kind of trying to take each other down. Maul's trying to convince him to stay, but Cobb's saying that she's just an idea. You're not really like a dream, and I've wanted to stay with you, and I've thought about trying to make good memories, but I realized that I just can't fix it anymore. And he reveals that to because she says a quote where she talks about how like a train is coming, and she reveals that the only way to get through this is by dying, and this is where we find out that Cobb reveals that the one time he did Inception is when he did it to his wife, because we find out that they were in limbo for so long that Cobb was ready to leave, but Maul wasn't ready to leave, and we found out that Maul locked up something in her subconscious, which ended up being like in a childhood house, and that's where the safe was. And Maul and Cobb went inside her dream and planted the idea that this was all a dream, and the only way to get out of it was by dying. And obviously, when Cobb and Maul snapped out of it, they went and got hit by a train, which snapped them out of Inception / dreaming. And that brought him back to the real world, but he didn't realize that, like, when he planted that idea inside Maul, it, like, defined her. Like, she always thought she was in a dream, and the only way she could get out of it was by dying. So that's why, her killing herself ended up kind of being his fault, actually being his fault, because he planted that idea. She thought she was always dreaming, and she ended up killing herself. Really sad. I like the fact that, like, Cobb did this, and he didn't do it maliciously. He did it to try to like save his wife.
He had good intentions, but like he didn't think that idea would keep going even when they got back.
Yeah, so I really like that. It was really weird that like Maul was surprised by this though. Because it's his projection.
Yeah, he knows.
Yeah, so like it's his projections, but I think she was supposed to be playing the role of like, I guess, the audience, so she was supposed to be surprised, but it was really weird.
She kept like trying to convince him that like that he's actually the one in the dream, kind of like the real Maul was, and she's like, "How do you know like that you're in reality?" And he basically says like, "I know I am, because no matter what I do, I always have this guilt over what I did to you."
So that's what Maul is. That's what the projection is. It's mainly like guilt and everything like that.
Yeah. Also, again, don't like the Ari's here. If she is such a third wheel. Again, I kind of keep forgetting she's there because it's having a really emotional talk between Maul and Cobb. But then she just chimes in, like occasionally being like, "Cobb, what is she talking about?" It's like, Ari, shut the fuck up.
Yeah. And imagine too, like, I know Arthur doesn't get much, but if they'd actually like saw Arthur's potential, this would have been awesome to see like what his reaction would have been, because does he know all of this and all that type of stuff, because he's been working
yeah, it seems like he knew Maul before she died, so that would have been interesting of like how would he feel about all this.
Yeah. But nope, we had to have
it be that like it's just Cobb and Maul. Like I feel like having the third party there makes it less like personal.
But Arthur would have worked as like the quote unquote third party, so
yeah, I'm saying if you were gonna have a third person there, have it be Arthur. But again, I feel like having it just be between Cobb and Maul is better.
Yeah. But I really like this. Really adds an emotional weight. It makes you kind of like feel bad for Cobb, but also feel bad for Maul. Kind of makes you not feel like she's like as one note of a. She really wasn't a one note villain, but now you understand why she's the way that she is, type of thing. So
So I like that. As I said earlier, that I don't know if it says off camera or not. It's been a while, but this is a very red versus blue thing, where Cobb says that Maul is just a shadow or a shade, because she's not real. Because no matter how good he is at like projecting or like being an architect, he could never get all of Maul. He can never get all of her perfections, all of her imperfections. Like, all he can do is make, like, a shallow copy of his wife.
And I like this, because obviously that's what the director tried to do, like, towards the end of his life.
Allison, and he kept getting texts who everyone kept calling a shadow.
And, this also felt like that moment where Church, like, finally said this to, like, Tex at the end of season 9, and then Caboose interrupted Cobb, be like, "Oh, there he is! I see him! I see him! Oh my gosh!"
Yeah, Ari really is Caboose.
Don't say that. Don't say that, man. Don't say that. Caboose is cool.
Yeah, yeah.
He's funny. But then they realize the dream is starting to collapse, and like the kick's about to go into effect, and like they're running out of time, so they have to find Robert. And Mal's not going to give him up. So Cobb makes a deal that if he stays, does Robert go? And Mal immediately tells him where he is. Where he is. I mean, Mal kind of fell for that there. That was kind of dumb, just because Cobb never like a fish.
Well, they're like, "Where is he?" He's like, "Oh, he's right outside, like 10 feet away from us."
Yeah.
It's like, "Oh, okay."
But I also say this too, because Cobb never like officially like puts the deal into effect. He just like throws it out there as like an idea type of thing, and then like he's like,
yeah. Well, he also like wasn't telling the truth, because Ari's like, "Okay, let's go." And he's like, "No, I'm staying." And she's like, "What? You're gonna stay with her?" And it's like, "No, I gotta find Sato. I'm not staying with her." It's
yeah.
Like, oh.
I did like that though. You thought like he was gonna stay with her, so you know, I was thinking the scene was gonna go differently, where like Cobb was gonna like get sucked into the dream and be stuck in reality, but I like that he stayed like face and he realistically in reality, and he like tricks Maul to make him think she's gonna stay. So yeah, they get they get Robert, and Maul's upset, and then this is when like Cobb starts calling him a shadow, and then Maul stabs Cobb, and then eventually Ollie does the one I guess useful thing and shoots Maul, because I guess she felt like she had to be the one to do that. Sure.
Yeah, fucking one-liner sucks though. Where Cobb's like, "What are you doing?" And she's like, "Improvising." It's like, okay, great, awesome, fucking jump off that building, please. But except like, don't wake up after.
Unfortunately, she woke up, AJ. So
yeah, she woke up times in a row.
Yeah, and then they Cobb and always say goodbye to each other. And we get like a nice sweet moment where Cobb and Maul say the final goodbyes, where Maul's upset because obviously they said that they would grow old together. And we found out that they did grow old together, because we didn't really... this makes a lot of sense. We never really saw what they looked like the longer they stayed out there. We only saw their young selves, but we found out that the physical appearance actually did change. Like, we saw that they were like older later on, which was pretty cool. And
really did grow old together, yeah, because they spent 50 years in limbo and they were like an old couple, yeah.
But I like this scene. I did like the twist that we found out that Cobb incepted Maul, and it makes a lot of sense why Cobb was the only one that knew about like the actual process of Inception versus Arthur, because he had done it before type of thing, and why he was so vague on it. And I really like that he did it with good intentions. He didn't do it like maliciously or anything like that. It just, the idea took him over, so that's why he knows about like how the idea can really shape the person and everything like that. And I really like the proper like goodbye that Mal and Cobb have with each other. This is like Cobb finally getting closure. Just would have liked it if Ollie wasn't there. That's the only thing I have to say about this scene. I did like too that when we got this scene, at least we stopped cutting between like the three levels. With this scene got to kind of stand out on its own, which was good. There was no cuts. It's good.
Yeah, true. Well, earlier when they're at the table, it kept cutting, and that was annoying me. But like as the conversation went on, it stopped cutting. I was like, okay, cool.
But just to go through some, I forgot to do behind the scenes stuff about the level 3. But I guess because you're gonna talk about it, I'll let you talk about it. I kind of jumped the gun. I forgot to.
Yeah, and then yeah.
I forgot to have you talk about the level 3, but whatever.
Huh?
There was more to level 3. I forgot that. I forgot that. What's his name? Tom Hardy and like Sato have a fight on level 3 while this is all going on.
Yeah. Basically, they're just holding off the goons that are coming while Cobb and Ari are in limbo, and Sato's obviously bleeding out. He can't really contribute much, but Tom Hardy does give him like a gun and grenade and tells him like, hey, if anybody comes here, like just from this way, get him. And Sato kind of says to him like, hey, no room for tourists on this one, right? and Tom Hardy kind of just like gives him a chuckle and like walks off. So I like that. They kind of had a little bromance thing at the hotel. So I kind of like that. Sato and him kind of have a respect for each other now. I mean, again, we weren't in the hotel level very long, so we didn't get much on it. But like, it's something.
Yeah, I liked it. I like we got something here too because it was just them by this point at this floor. So,
and Sato, he's obviously bleeding out, so he can't do much. But at one point, like he chucked that grenade down like a vent shaft where a bunch of guys are coming from and blows them up. That was pretty cool. That's like the last thing he does before he dies.
Yeah, I like that.
And Tom Hardy was a badass during this whole thing. Like tackling guys, shooting them, all that fun shit. But yeah, he ends up giving Fisher the
shock,
fucking shock, and he wakes up after Ari pushes him up a building, and then he wakes up and Tom Hardy's like, okay, yeah, Gregory, awesome, like go to that safe. He goes in there and sees his father on his deathbed, and his father is saying disappointed. But because of what the guy, because of the team manipulating him, it changes to "I'm disappointed you tried to be me." And then he opens the safe, and it's the the will that'll dissolve the company, and below that is the little pinwheel from that picture from when Robert was younger.
Yeah, I like all of this. This the meeting.
I like it cuts to Tom Hardy kind of like smiling at this, like because obviously he knows this is all bullshit. It reminds me of that SpongeBob thing. Remember, he's like hugging his grandma, and then like everybody else is like looking through the window, fucking laughing at him.
Yeah, I remember that. That's basically what.
Robert Fisher's like having this emotional moment with his dad, and everybody's like standing there fucking laughing at him, like what a fucking loser! He thinks his dad loved him.
Yeah, he's like dying and everything like that too. So that's funny.
Look at little Fisher Jr. You gonna cry? Yeah, that's it for Fisher. So yeah,
I really liked Fisher as a character. I felt bad for him doing all this, but
yeah, it's pretty fucked up. Like I mean, obviously the main characters aren't very good people; they're all criminals. But yeah, it's kind of fucked up. This like decent guy just got manipulated into like dissolving his company, and like thinking his dad loved him when he actually like was a piece of shit to him.
But yeah, I feel like Fisher ended up being like not the MVP, but like the surprise of the whole movie. You thought he wasn't really much of a character until the dream happened, and I feel like they really nailed him out of the park. I thought he was
interesting. They had him be like a part of the team, like not very long, but like I think that was a really cool decision.
Yeah, and I like kind of like for a bit, the movie doesn't completely, but kind of switches to his POV because it's his dream. Well, his like not his dream, but like his thing, like his heist, I guess. So I like the fact that like we get some time with him.
Yeah. So yeah, Ari also jumps off the building after telling Cobb, to come back safe. So she wakes up on the snow level. At this point, Tom Hardy blows up the hospital, and they jump to the hotel level where Arthur has blown up the elevator, and they wake up again in the fucking van going into the river. And then they get out of the van. The first ones out are Fisher and Tom Hardy, who is still pretending to be Browning on this level. And they get out of the river, and Tom Hardy, pretending to be Browning, apologizes. But, Fisher just tells him, like, it's okay, and that he's going to dissolve the company because he wants to kind of break out of the zone. And he's going to build his own empire, he says, and, he's going to kind of, like, do it his own way, be his own man, not just follow in his father's footsteps.
Yeah, it does suck if, like... That'd be fun.
It'd be kind of heartwarming if he ends up being successful in his own right. But imagine he, like, dissolves the company and tries to make his own, and he just, like, fucking... again, make SpongeBob again. It's Squidward in the box, like, spare change, spare change.
Or even better, I remember I made this joke earlier. He makes his own company, and then that company becomes a competitor to, like, Sato's company. That would be hilarious.
Yeah, fuck, God damn it! Like, we're back in the situation again.
And it's like even worse. It puts like Sato's company out of business, and he's the one in the box going spare change, spare change.
I would love that. That'd be great. Fuck. But yeah, and then Ari and Arthur get out of the van as well. Oh yeah, a random guy was in the van too. I think he got out. I don't know. We didn't like that.
We see him get out of the dream, so I guess he did get out. But yeah, we didn't even know if he spent all this time doing all this shit in level 1. We didn't even like see him get out of the van, which is hilarious.
I know, right? He kind of stayed down there. He's like, you know what? Hello, I'm under the water. Arthur's like, so what happened? Like, Paul showed up, and she's like, yeah, he's in limbo. And he's like, oh, is he like staying with Maul? He's like, no, he's looking for Sato. And then she kind of says confidently, like, don't worry, he'll be back.
With weapons.
And come back, he does. So it cuts to the very beginning of the movie, where he wakes up on a beach. Of course, he sees the vision of his kids, and then he comes across old man Sato. And again, Sato says that same thing, where he's like, an old man filled with regrets, we'll be together again as young men. And it's like, Sato, are you trying to like fuck Cobb? Like what's going on with that?
I mean, Cobb's gonna see that hotel.
Young men.
Yeah. And yeah, they're probably not gonna hang out after this movie. Like, they're not.
I want Sato to like call Cobb and be like, hey man, we gonna hang out? It's like, I mean, like, we like live on other sides of the world, and also like we're not like friends or anything. So like, no.
Well, it's that Family Guy thing where like Brian went on like The Bachelorette, and he kept trying to call like the girl, and like Sato's just doing that to like Cobb, and Cobb just keeps ignoring him and everything like that.
I can see that. Yeah, I would love that.
He keeps doing. I know it's 2010, but he keeps hitting reject call every time he tries to call him, like immediately.
Yeah. Oh God. Yeah, but yeah, and then Cobb was just like, okay, cool. So basically, this is a dream, because I guess Sato had been here so long, he like didn't know it was real or a dream. But yeah, he has a gun, and we don't see it. Presumably, they shot themselves and then woke up on a different level. So this is kind of the part where you could argue something changes, because the ending is very ambiguous on if it's a dream or not. So I guess, well, you could argue the whole movie is like a dream, but like, if you were gonna say like just the ending is a dream, I guess like this part with Cobb and Sato would be like where it would continue being a dream.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Yeah. That's kind of it for my scene. It's just kind of like, okay, Cobb shows up. He's like, hey, by the way, like, you're in a dream still. Let's go back to the real world.
Yeah, this is good. They kind of figured this out quicker than I would have thought. I guess because Cobb wasn't.
Yeah, I was kind of like, why this was the flash forward, because this got resolved like very quickly.
Yeah, I forgot how quickly it like was. I didn't realize it was so quick, but I guess because Cobb wasn't in limbo long enough, and I guess because he had been in limbo before, that's why it got resolved so quickly. But it seemed, again, they didn't really do a good job explaining limbo either. So like, so it was really weird. Because I would think if Cobb has been in limbo before, he would be able to like navigate it better than like Sato would.
Yeah, they were like, well, they were at a beach, but it was like the same beach that was in his limbo. So I guess Sato did go to the same limbo, but he was in like the Japanese castle for some fucking reason.
I don't know. But I think they just did that too because they didn't want you to know this was a flash forward, so they did the Japanese castle like thin. So whatever. But we get the ending. Everybody wakes up. The flight attendant's giving everyone towels and immigration forms. You can kind of tell like Robert's been through the window, like he's kind of in deep thought. Cobb wakes up. He kind of looks around and he sees that Sato's woken up. And he's got like 20 minutes to make the phone call. Good thing he was able to get all that resolved. It would have sucked if he couldn't do it all in 20 minutes.
Oh shit, sorry. It's gonna take like a half hour to do all that. So sorry, Cobb.
Oh, don't forget it. You can't have you're not supposed to have your phones on when you're doing an airplane.
That's what I'm thinking. Sato said like I'll make the phone call from the airplane, and Sato was like, oh yeah, shit, sorry, I don't have any service up here.
It'd been awesome if he didn't have service, but he did it somehow. He's got ways. But then they all go through customs. There's Cobb is able to get through. They do a really good thing where the police officer, or the person running customs, is looking it over airport security, and he's like, "Yep, you can go." And then Cobb reunites with his father-in-law / his mentor. Because he wasn't allowed to do all this, which would have been awesome, but we had to have Owen in this movie apparently.
Yeah.
And then
they kind of just brush past him walking past everyone. He kind of gets a little nod from everyone, but that's kind of it. We don't really get anything on their characters. They kind of just, I guess they're just gonna keep doing what they're doing.
Yeah, just gonna keep doing what they're doing. I don't even think we saw random guy either. He was just whatever.
There. Also, Sato, he's fucking a 90-year-old man trapped in a younger body. I wonder how that affects him. Yeah, we don't really get anything on it.
Nothing. And then Cobb goes home, and he is happy to be home. He grabs his totem and spins it, but I like this. He doesn't, because typically he likes to make sure that he's in a dream. Cobb is just so happy to be home finally. He doesn't really care about any of this stuff. He's just happy to see his kids. So he calls out to his kids. We finally get their faces. That's the faces of evil, because the director's the face of evil. These are the director's kids. It makes sense. They'd be the face of evil.
So are the kids gonna shoot themselves in the head after this scene then?
Oh, I don't know if I want to make that joke. That seems too dark. But Cobb goes out and is reunited with his family, but a big thing that came from this scene was obviously Cobb told Ari that because this was Mao's totem, the way you could tell whether or not you were in reality or not was if you were outside reality and in a dream, the topple would keep spinning. But the topple kept spinning. Oh, well, I fucked that up. I meant to say, if it wasn't a dream, the topple wouldn't be spinning, but the topple did keep spinning. I fucked that up royally, but whatever.
It was spinning and it looked like it was gonna fall over, but it cuts to black before we get to see if it was gonna fall over or not. So obviously, it's ambiguous if he's still in a dream or not.
This sentence opened up a can of worms because it's either this whole movie has been a dream, and I'll kind of tell you this. I was thinking we were gonna get a shitty twist where we found out that that the whole movie was a dream, which we kind of got that, but I'm glad we didn't get an official answer on that. It was more ambiguous. It would have been kind of dumb if we found out they did the red versus blue ending in Blood Gulch, where you found out it was all of them just playing an Xbox Live match and stuff like that.
Oh yeah. Funny alternate ending. Yeah, that was the actual ending. That would have been kind of stupid.
So I'm glad we didn't get that. But you could make several things of this ending. Either Cobb and Sato didn't make it out of limbo, and this is still part of their dream and everything like that. So that's why the topple didn't fall over. The whole thing's been a dream. And maybe Cobb is still in limbo from from his wife and everything like that. That could be very much the case. Or the whole thing's just been a dream anyways, and none of this movie was real. Nothing. I mean, funny thing is, this could be some random guy's dream whose character we haven't even met yet or anything like that. If I had to say that it's I prefer I actually prefer the Cobb Sato ending where they just didn't make it out of limbo. I don't really like the fact. I don't really like if it's all a dream, because then I don't really like the fact to know that okay, I just watched all this movie and none of it was real. I want most of it to be real, so I prefer the Cobb Sato ending.
I like the idea that it is real. The top was gonna topple over. He did make it back to his kids.
I like that one too. I'm just saying, if I had to pick out of all of those ones.
Oh yeah. If it was gonna be a dream, then yeah, it was he didn't make it out of limbo kind of thing. Yeah, the whole thing being a dream would be kind of annoying.
Yeah, but I do like that one, that he did make it back to his kids. But I like there's no real right answer. You can make the interpretation whatever one you want. But yeah, that's
that's the end of the movie. I liked it. You know, it was kind of good to finally get around to it since a lot of stuff we were watching was inspired by it or very similar to it. Um, Definitely very confusing. It kind of deserves all the memes about it.
Yeah. We'll do letter grades. I'll go first. I really like it. I like Cobb's character. I like the fact that his wife's the villain, and it's like all the guilt that he has from how he, from the Inception. I like the mission. I like Fisher as a character. I really like the Tom Hardy stuff. I like the action scenes. I like that it's not the typical structure where Cobb was the fish out of water. We had to find out about all this stuff. I like that they were like doing this off screen already. I like that there was other people outside the group doing this type of stuff. That's the positives. The negatives. Since obviously the whole thing's about assembling like a team. It's disappointing that half of the team that they assemble aren't really very interesting characters, like random guy, always really annoying in this movie. All really brings this movie down, honestly. Them not explaining limbo. I don't mind Cobb being a hypocrite, but I feel like it's done a little bit too much because I feel like
but like it bugs me that like they don't call him out on it more. Like they don't really get mad at him about it.
Yeah. And disappointing that we didn't really spend a lot of time like in the dream world. When the mission happens, the whole thing was building up to the mission, and then we spent like 20 minutes in each level. I would have liked it if we spent I don't know how long I wanted, but I definitely wanted longer than this. It's really disappointing. And then obviously I don't like the cut in back and forth. So if I had to give this a letter grade, I'm probably this might be a bit too generous, but I can't put it in the A's, but I'm gonna go B plus. I think it's a great movie.
Plus, yeah, it has a lot of flaws, but it is a really solid movie. I enjoyed the positives more than the negatives. Very entertaining watch, and yeah, I enjoyed it. A very very solid movie, B plus.
And I think for a 2.5 hour movie, I think they do a good job of not making it boring.
Yeah, it's interesting that like half the movie is just like planning, but like they made it interesting, And again, well, it's disappointing we didn't get a lot on each level. The levels themselves weren't bad,
Yeah.
Like again, I just wish more time on them.
But yeah, let's. I said you could guess how much money this movie made. Do you want me to just tell you the budget again so you can kind of have an idea?
I thought wasn't the box office? Well, yeah. Wait, I remember I guessed like 200 million, and wasn't it like 160 million?
Yeah, that's the budget. So what do you think? How much money do you think this made in box office?
500 million.
It's actually you're gonna have to give him some more money. It's 839 million. 839.4 million.
Well, that makes sense. Again, this was a very popular movie, so it makes sense it made that much. Yeah.
Going through kind of like the stuff about the releases. I just want to find the releases. Like I said, it was released to trailers. It was very well received. It did really well opening weekend. I won't go through like the numbers, but the only thing that like beat it opening weekend was the sequel to Avatar, not The Last Airbender, but like the other Avatar. It was like it's
a sequel. About to say, do you mean the first one, right?
No, I think it's the sequel.
Is Avatar 2 didn't come out till like a couple years ago.
Let me look.
Pretty sure it's Avatar 1.
I'll just read. Yeah. Yeah, it is Avatar 1. But
let's say there was like a big gap between Avatar 1 and 2.
But yeah, it was one of the highest science fiction sequels that came on opening weekend that wasn't like a sequel or a remake. Well, the second highest, obviously, Avatar was the highest. It was the fourth highest grossest film of 2010. The only ones that beat it were Toy Story 3, Alice in Wonderland, and Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows Part 1. It's the fourth most lucrative production that Christopher Nolan has done in his career. The others are both the Batman movies and now Oppenheimer. Oppenheimer just beat it pretty recently. And
Makes sense. Oppenheimer is very popular.
And it's the second most lucrative movie that Leonardo DiCaprio has done. The only one that's beaten that is Titanic. That makes sense.
Yeah. Makes sense. Titanic, very popular movie.
They've re-released this movie in like Blu-ray and stuff. They tried to re-release it as like a 10-year anniversary, but then COVID happened, so they had to delay it, and then they did. They kind of did that around the time like Christopher Nolan made another movie. Critics saw this movie very highly. It's made a lot of top 10 lists when it comes to awards and stuff like that. I haven't written it, as you know, AJ. I think all those awards about movies and stuff are just a bunch of bullshit. So it's
yeah, I don't really pay attention to much to like critic and like movie award things.
So, yeah, that's pretty much it.
Yeah, great movie. I'm glad we got around to it. Sorry, we're kind of tired, but I worked today, but I'm glad we finally got it done. And yeah, like I said, I really enjoyed this movie, despite its flaws.
Yeah, I'm happy we did this. I'm happy we finally got to it. I've been waiting for it for a while. But now let's do some nice plugs in promotion.
Let's pause. I haven't uploaded shit, and I haven't gotten any work done on my script in like a month. But you know what? I'm still plugging it.
Hey, it's okay. You could beat out Christopher Nolan's time when he worked on. Don't forget, he spent 8 to 9 years on this script. If you could beat his time.
True. Hey, listen. Hopefully, now that my schedule is going to be more consistent from now on, I'll actually have like the energy to do that shit.
But check out this channel, Owen the Talkinator. We have a lot of exciting things coming up now. We're gonna be starting Yellow Jackets. I know I keep saying that, but now that we've done this, we just have to do the comparison video, and we don't have to like do any really like prep for it to like watch the stuff. We can just like do the video. We've both seen RVB. We've both seen Yellow Jackets up till season 3, so it shouldn't take that long to do. And then we're gonna do the first 3 episodes of Yellow Jackets. We're gonna take a little break in between. It's either between either episode 3 or 4, depending on how we feel. Yeah, and then we can start doing some other stuff. We can, now that AJ's schedule is going to be consistent and my schedule is going to be consistent, we can finally start to like really plug away the end of the year. I'm happy it's not like one of those years where we had a slow year. I feel like we've been pretty consistent, but now we can really get the goals done that we want to get done.
Yeah, so, yeah, for sure. We should be able to meet them. Of course, we're gonna do like Star Wars 2, Toy Story 2. We want to finish Ben season 1. Our goal is to finish Danny and Avatar season 1 by December.
Yep. And then and then at some point we'll do a channel update video, and we'll really plug away in 2026. But yeah, that's pretty much it, guys. Thank you guys for watching this video, and we will talk to you guys later.
Bye.